Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku was the famous anonymous YouTuber? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Today is a normal day for Class 1A. The birds were chirping, Aizawa was asleep, and Mineta was getting his butt handed to him. All normal things, just a calm, normal, peaceful day. Until everything went to absolute shit. Izuku Midoriya was ready to PSS himself. Mina had run into the common room screaming while holding up her phone while a video from The Zero Hero was displayed on her phone. Which would be totally normal if it weren't for the fact that he was the Zero Hero. He had started that channel back when he just started taking dance classes, which was from when he was around. The channel really hadn't started to pick up until he was 13 though. That's when he decided that he should start sharing his analysis with the world, and several heroes had seen it and decided his tips were useful, so they started posting and sharing them around until he essentially became a celebrity. But jokes on his fans because he deleted all of his old videos when that happened and started wearing a mask in his videos, so he doesn't have to deal with people complimenting his twerking skills or get recruited by villains, but by Izuku's standards, the twerking thing is much worse. Anyway, for obvious reasons, Class 1A was never informed of Izuku's side job because that's one heck of a conversation to have with a class. Which is why this scenario is disastrous. Mina's phone was displaying a clip from his most recent video, which had been a dance video where Izuku had thrown it back like a Cadillac, but the real issue was the laughing figure in the back. A laughing Bakugo Katsuki to be exact. They were on to him. This is usually the part where the badass protagonist changes his name and escapes to New Zealand, but Izuku decided to just glance at Katsuki on the verge of tears. Katsuki shrugged at him. The beach. Bakugo, why didn't you tell us you know who Zero is? This is valuable information. What are they like? Are they a boy or a girl? They're a girl, aren't they? No male could be that thick. Mina squealed, other members of Class 1A chiming in with questions. Why would I tell you fuckers anything? They don't want you all to know, so you fuckers aren't going to know, Katsuki glared. Mina was having none of it. Come on. Why won't you tell us? It's not like we'll be able to find them, Mina whined, grabbing Bakugo's arm. I need to remember to buy him some extra spicy curry later, Izuku noted. You fuckers will annoy the shit out of them every time you see them if I tell you, and if they're annoyed I'll be the one suffering the consequences. They're feisty as hell and I'll be stuck making out with a FN pillow for a month, Katsuki yelled. DMN right you will. The room fell deathly silent. Everyone just staring at Bakugo. Then hell broke loose yet again. It took Katsuki 2 seconds too long to realize the magnitude of what he just claimed. Mina squealed at that implication that Bakugo was DATING0. Todorhoeki shot up and went to retrieve his conspiracy board. Mineta was drooling like a creep, and Izuku just wanted to die. Todorhoeki walked down the staircase with his conspiracy board in hand. He took off a few notes on different students being teachers' children and then declared that they would find Zero. Before we begin, Bakugo, is there anything else you'd like to share with the class? Oh, F off. Katsuki yelled, storming up the stairs, mostly so he could shoot Izuku an apology text and wish him luck. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's list off what we know about Zero, then we can make a list of suspects, Todorhoeki started. Perfect. Well, we know that they must either be really patient or really strong to put up with Katsuki, Mina started off with. Patient doesn't even begin to describe it. They're definitely in UA since Katsuki mentioned we'd harass them, and it's probably someone in heroics because that's the only people he acknowledges, Hagakure added. False. Katsuki think the business and support kids are cool. They're also probably a girl. That but is too thick to be male. Jairu added. Dear God, why me? Isn't Zero pretty flat-chested? Kirishima asked. They could just be binding their chest, which would be extra simple granted they always wear a baggy hoodie. Plus their voice is high, Yayazuru said. Or I'm a boy with zero boobies. Okay, so all we've got is that they're strong, female, and are in the heroics course? Todorhoeki asked. That's all we have now, but Detective Ishido is on the case. Mina laughed. And thus, the first Find Zero the Hero suspect list was created, which included Eshutsu, Yurarka Chogo, Jiro Kyuka, Toru Hagikure, Yayaro Zumomo, Tasuka Kendo, Yukota, Kinoko Kimori, Burashiza, Pony Tsunori, Setsuna Tokage, Reiko Yanagi, Hatsune, because she did well in the sports festival. Kami, from Shiketsu. Todoroki said they looked cozy. Izuku ran up to Katsuki's room to tell him what they decided, and the two couldn't fathom how dumb their classmates are. Like seriously, they couldn't spot a gay if RuPaul himself backhanded them. Alright, maggot. It's time we get down to business. Bakugo Katsuki. It was 6 in the morning, and poor Bakugo Katsuki had been intercepted on his way to his morning jog by none other than Mina Ishido and ShotoTodorhoeki. You fuckers have 4 seconds to get the hell out of my way. Bakugo had decided that he already hated today. Icy Hot's annoying but face staring at him first thing in the morning made him want to vomit. No. We are going to find Zero, and your key to the operation. Mina slammed her hand on the table. You don't get to leave until you give us the information we need. At this point, Katsuki had already decided today was too much for him. He really just wanted to shower, but here he is listening to Pinky and half demand information. Leave me alone. I'm not doing this sheet. I already told you I'm not ratting them out. They'll kick my butt and I'm too young to die, Bakugo was. A man of few fears, but if there's one thing he truly fears, it's an angry Deku. By no means was Bakugo going to let his secret slip. He'd be lovingly killed in 10 seconds flat. Oh, they're strong enough to kick your butt? So, does that mean they are a heroic student? Todoroki chimed, writing something on the notepad he was carrying. That's not what I said. RFing def. Bakugo was going to throw down if these idiots didn't back off. I can see from how defensive you are that they are a heroic student. Todoroki nodded and continued to write as if he was FNG Sherlock Holmes. Will you leave me the F alone if I answer 3 questions? I have sheet to do and you dumbass interfering with my life is painful. Katsuki wanted to commit several violent acts. I think your deal is acceptable. 3 questions and we'll leave you alone for a while. Todoroki and Mina nodded. Mina and Todoroki took a moment to deliberate while Katsuki seethed in rage. Has anyone from Class 1A fought them? Yeah, sports festival. Not a lie, Deku would be so proud. Mina hummed, crossing off a name. Are they in Class 1A? They're in the hero course. Nice Katsuki. Dodged the question like a pro. That's not what we asked. I'm not telling you sheet. What's her most defining feature? Probably their stupid smile. I see. This wasn't a lot. But we'll report back to you once we know who it is. Thanks for your time. Todoroki and Mina walked away as if they hadn't just ruined his entire FNG morning. Find Zero the Hero list now. Yurarka Chogo, Yayaro Zumomo, Tasuka Kendo, Kinoko Kimori, Burashiza, Pony Tsunori, Setsuna Tokage, Reiko Yanagi. All right, ladies. Mina marched to the front of the classroom. Mina, what do you think you're doing? Aizawa had also decided he hated today. Bakugo is dating Zero the Hero, and they're in the hero course. Mina and I are on a mission to find out who it is. This is very official business. Please do not interfere, sensei, Todoroki stated calmly. Izuku yet again was ready to cry. I've hit this point in life where I just don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. We can pretend it's a lesson in investigation. Aizawa sighed and rolled into his sleeping bag. Sometime Izuku wishes he was in 1B. Don't you guys think this is invasive? If they wanted to tell us they would have told us. Izuku stuttered out nervously. Shut the F up, Deku. Don't talk about them like you know them, Bakugo yelled. He's never gonna let me hear the end of that. Alright, sorry, Kaken, Izuku stuttered and sat back down. I'm going to harass him with that for the rest of his life. Well, at least we can cross Deku off the list. Bakugo is too mean to be dating him, Uraraka said, just a bit too happily. The rest of the class laughed at the idea. Izuku laughed as well, but that was because Katsuki was glaring daggers at Uraraka. He round face, giving my boyfriend googly eyes. Okay, Bakugo being rabbit aside. I propose we do a test. with the girls to see if they resemble Zero's skills. Todoroki said at the front of the room. Oh, and how the F are you gonna do that? They could just fake it. Katsuki grumbled. That's a good point. Aizawa-sensei? How do we get around that? Mina asked the caterpillar. If we find Zero and it's clear they messed up on their dorm cleaning duty for the next month, Aizawa sighed. At this point he was really into this and wanted to know. Well shit, Izuku thought. Alright this is FNG stupid, leave them alone. I'm leaving. Katsuki got up to storm out. He marched out of the room only to stop when he heard the class gasp. What are you fuckers screaming about now? Katsuki yelled. The universe really wants the class to know about my life, huh? Izuku mentally cried. Kaken. Your keychain. Izuku mumbled, pointing. Oh shit. Katsuki gaped. His keychain happened to be a bisexual pride flag. The class lost its sheet. Joke's on them though, Katsuki isn't bisexual. Izuku is, but Katsuki is a very supportive boyfriend. Now we have to add all the boys to the list. Todoroki groaned, grabbing the conspiracy board. Where he'd been keeping it is still a mystery. The Zero the Hero list now consisted of Yurarko Chogo, Yayoro Zumomo, Tasuka Kendo, Kinoko Kimori, Burashiza, Pony Tsunori, Setsuna Tokage, Reiko Yanagi, Yuga Oyama, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, Ajiro Kirishima, Koji Kuda, Minoru Mineta, Mashiro Wajiro, Rikido Sato, Antasiro, Mizo Shuju, ShotoTodorhoeki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Yosetsu Aways, Sunkai Tagaru Kamakiri, Shirhai Kurwaro, Jiroda Shishida, Nirenjiki Shota, Kozai Tsuburaba, Tetsu Tetsu, Juzo Hananuki, Kojiro Bando, Nito Minoma, Hiryurin, Hitoshi Shinso. He was technically in the hero course, he just wasn't transferred fully yet. Katsuki had protested having Izuku on the list because he would never like a Deku like that. Which was fair, granted he loved the little sheet. Uraraka had also protested, much to Katsuki's dismay. She claimed that Katsuki struggled to just be friends with Deku. Which was also fair, seeing as they were engaged and hadn't been just friends since preschool, but she didn't need to know that. Alright everybody. We need to get the 1B students. There's no way this can fail if we get all the suspects to do it. Mina cheered. Poor Mina didn't realize just how wrong she was. Katsuki and Izuku had been hiding this since elementary school, and they weren't gonna be caught just yet. Bakuga Mitsuki and Midoriya Inko had been friends since they were little. They were always attached at the hip despite them being a bit of an odd pair. They at one point had decided that they were going to get married, but that plan changed when they both met their husbands and decided to modify their plans to living in the same neighborhood and having kids who could be best friends as well. They were absolutely ecstatic the day they realized they were both P'arjin and T around the same time. About 9 months. Later, a frantic and very P'arjin Inko was driving a very vulgar Mitsuki to the hospital after her water broke while they were having tea. Mitsuki was currently swearing at a panicked Masaru to hurry his butt to the hospital so she could get this effing baby out. That day Katsuki Bakuga was born. Around 3 months later, a frantic and very not P'arjin T Mitsuki was driving a hysteric Inko to the hospital after her water broke when they were playing with baby Katsuki. Inko had come over because Mitsuki was upset that Katsuki wouldn't smile like most babies do at his age and would make the baby equivalent of a scowl rather than smile. Instead of getting Katsuki to smile, they got a screaming Inko while Izuku decided it was showtime. After hours of labor, Izuku Midoriya was born and Mitsuki called her husband, Hisashi, having left Inko, to bring Katsuki so they could meet. Mitsuki sobbed when Katsuki grabbed Izuku's finger and smiled. It was months later now and Katsuki was 9 months and little Izuku 6 months. Mitsuki and Inko were overjoyed to see that their boys were best friends like they always wanted. Izuku was honestly the happiest baby Mitsuki had ever met. He smiled like a little bundle of sunshine, while her equally adorable baby preferred small little smirks. Unless Izuku was there, then he was smiling up a storm. At this age, both Katsuki and Izuku had started to learn to babble and crawl. Izuku was proving to be a fast learner and seemed to try to learn off of Katsuki. They would sit in their playpen babbling for hours with their parents occasionally coming over to try to get them to say, Mama or Papa, so color them surprised when neither of their first words was, Mama or Papa. Mitsuki had been babysitting Izuku for the day when they both started talking. Inko had come over to pick Izuku up, and the moment she grabbed Izuku, Katsuki started screaming and crying at the top of his lungs. It honestly scared the hell out of Mitsuki, seeing as Katsuki tended to just scream and not cry when he was upset. It must have scared Izuku too, because he immediately started tearing up and squirmed in Inko's arms. Oh goodness! Izuku, why don't you go say bye to Katsuki? He seems a bit upset. Inko set Izuku back in the pen. Mitsuki grabbed a camera, but Katsuki continued to cry. Izuku made the most determined face a baby could make and laid on his stomach and slowly but surely flailed his way about halfway across the pen until Katsuki joined in and crawled over to Izuku as if he'd always been able to crawl, but decided he wouldn't. What a little sheet. Izuku crawled up to the still crying Katsuki and slapped a hand onto his mouth to stop his crying. Izuku scrunched up and he started babbling hysterically. Katsuki just stared, tears still rolling down his face. After a few minutes of babbling, Izuku let out a giant smile and yelled out, Kaken, then leaned forward and kissed Katsuki's cheek. Or at least it looked like a kiss. He more or less slapped his mouth on Katsuki's face. Inko and Mitsuki stared in utter shock. Katsuki also stared before smiling happily and babbling too. As if this moment already wasn't too much for their parents' hearts, Katsuki yelled out, Aizu, then hugged a giggling Izuku. Mom and Papa weren't said for another week or two. This interaction was the reason why nobody was surprised that the first time they walked had been together when they waddled to one another and fell down while hugging, completely ignoring their parents who were waiting for them to walk over to them. Years later and many milestones shared between the two, Mitsuki decided that nothing the two did could surprise her anymore. Until they both came running in hand, they were always holding hands. It was their thing. And asked Masaru if he could be Zu's dad too because Zu doesn't have one and he's willing to share with Zu. Masaru looked ready to cry. Then Izuku chimed, I'm gonna let him have my mama too, Kaken only has a mommy. Mitsuki had to laugh at that. Alright you two, why don't we go talk to Zu's mama and see if she's okay with that? Mitsuki proposed. By the end of the day, both boys had two moms and a dad. Mitsuki was aware that Katsuki took after her a lot. He was nearly a carbon copy of his mother. That was why she wasn't even slightly shocked to see the serious soft spot he had for Izuku. The Midoriya's charm was strong against Bakugas. They were 4 now and Katsuki had gotten his quirk, and apparently he had been being a brat with it. A fuming Izuku had dragged Katsuki by his ear up to Mother, and proclaimed that, Mommy, Kaken was being a dummy in the park. He kept using his quirk even though he knows he's not supposed to. He even kept saying mean words. Zu, I'm sorry. Let me effing go. Mitsuki was going to scold him for his language, which was totally not her fault, but Izuku seemed to have it handled. Nah, you said another bad word. I'm not gonna marry you if you keep saying mean words at me. He wasn't going to what now? Marry? Mitsuki asked, kneeling down to her boys. Yeah. Me and Zu are gonna get married, have babies, and be the #1 hero together. Katsuki cheered. You boys know you can't get married just yet, right? Someone had to break the news to them, but Mitsuki really wished it wasn't her. The look the boys gave her broke her heart. You have to wait until you're older, okay? Well, then what are we gonna effing do now? Katsuki pouted. Kaken. Mean word. Sorry, Zu, Katsuki grumbled and crossed his arm. Well, most people date before getting married. It's very similar and you'd be boyfriends instead of husbands. You can do that until you're big kids. Izuku and Katsuki stared at each other in some silent conversation. Izuku smiled before cheering in okay, and skipping out of the house with Katsuki. Mitsuki immediately called Inko to tell her about the cute relationship. Neither realized just how dedicated the relationship was going to. The day Izuku was diagnosed quirkless was one of the most emotionally exhausting days of Mitsuki's life. Not because they thought Izuku's life was over, but because it hurt to see Izuku and Inko so distraught. He wouldn't leave his room, and it took Katsuki a good 15 minutes for Izuku to even let him into the room. And the moment he did, Mitsuki and Inko were both pressed to the door listening in. Every little hiccup Izuku made broke their hearts. "Kaken, I can't be a hero with you," Izuku whimpered out. "What? Why not?" Katsuki yelled. "The doctor said I don't have a quirk. I can't be a super cool hero like you." Izuku cried louder. "That's effing stupid." Katsuki yelled. "We can still be heroes." "How, Kaken? I can't do anything." Izuku cried. "But you're super smart, Zu. You're always doing that nerdy thing where you talk really fast. That means you think super speedy. You can help me beat up the villains and I can protect you. You'll be the first quirkless hero," Katsuki declared. Mitsuki was really proud of her son. Izuku's crying starts to slow to a stop. "Okay, Kaken. I believe you," Izuku hiccuped, then mumbled a small, "this is." Mitsuki didn't want to admit that made her proud, but that made her proud. "Zu. No bad words," Katsuki growled. "What a little hypocrite." After the noise in the room died down, they walked in, seeing both boys curled up together on Izuku's bed. By the time both boys had reached middle school, a lot had changed. Katsuki was still as much of a brat as always, and Izuku was still playing Kaken Wrangler, but their passions had shifted. They both were dedicated to being heroes, but Izuku was very determined to focus on being a hero for weaker people. He didn't want to be like All Might anymore. He wanted to be someone like Night Eye, Eraserhead, or Nizu. Katsuki didn't want to be like All Might anymore either. He wanted to surpass him with Zu. The time the boys spent together didn't lessen at all, they just changed how their time was spent. Instead of running around playing heroes, they would go to the local dojo and kick the shit out of each other as training. Instead of running in for snacks after playing outside, they'd go out for coffee dates. They only recently realized that to be dating they should probably go on dates. Instead of Izuku reprimanding Katsuki for swearing, Izuku began swearing back until they had a glaring contest. Mitsuki had really rubbed off on them. They also spent a lot of time sitting in the living room curled up together discussing everything from the next video Izuku was gonna post, to debating if Endeavor should be a hero, to just arguing about the best type of chocolate. What was really jarring though was just how perfect the two were together. Izuku's calmer nature being perfect to keep Katsuki in check, and Katsuki's confidence rubbing off onto Izuku to combat his more anxious nature. Their mannerism quickly rubbed off on each other. Izuku had picked up a knack for creative insults, and Katsuki could be spotted mumbling just as much as Izuku. Even their daily schedules were completely built around one another. Katsuki would drop Izuku off at dance classes, make dinner for both of them with Mitsuki or Inko, meet Izuku at the dojo to train with him, then spend the night at one of their houses. So, color her surprised when an angry Katsuki carried a crying and bruised Izuku into the living room and demanded they switch schools. Some kids at school had started picking on Izuku for being quirkless and too girly, and when Katsuki had stepped in, they started yelling some very awful slurs at the two. Mitsuki, Masaru, and Inko immediately switched them, Inko making sure to give the school a nice lawsuit for ignoring the issue. Even after they switched schools, the bullying didn't stop, and Izuku proposed, Operation Rule the School. Katsuki had never despised a plan more. It consisted of Katsuki pretending to absolutely hate Izuku and essentially stake a claim as his main tormentor, so the others would lay off. Katsuki agreed, albeit reluctantly, and would hurl insults at Izuku all day while also keeping his lackeys in check. He'd then spend at least 30 minutes a day apologizing to Izuku, or getting an earful if he said something particularly bad. Their third year of middle school had been one hell of a ride for the Midoriyas and the Bakugas. Izuku had become a literal celebrity overnight because of an analysis video Hawks had shared over Twitter that gained too much attention for the shy boy. Katsuki had somehow managed to increase the size of his explosions and learn to FNG fly. He'd also taken to calling her hag when Izuku wasn't around, but that's not important. And Masaru had walked in on the boys kissing very aggressively, and they now had to leave doors open when they hung out. Then the sludge villain incident happened and the boys had their first real argument. Katsuki had been upset that Izuku had decided to rush in to help him because he didn't want to see him hurt. He couldn't explain it correctly and ended up lashing out at Izuku. Izuku understood that Katsuki didn't mean it, but he'd also been shot down by All Might, caught by a villain, and watched his boyfriend nearly die to the same villain, so he may have freaked out as well. Izuku stormed off the studio to clear his head, and Katsuki spent an hour talking with his mother about what to do. They eventually calmed down and had an hour-long argument filled with explanations, tears, and apologies. This was the first of many arguments. All of them is because one of them unnecessarily risked their life. This was also the year that Izuku had become All Might's successor. The day Izuku agreed, he informed All Might that his family had to know because he was putting them in danger by taking it, and he wanted them to have a heads up. All Might agreed, and they were then sat in Inko's living room with Masaru, Mitsuki, Inko, and Katsuki trying to explain the situation. Masaru had agreed as long as it was what Izuku wanted. Mitsuki threatened All Might's life if he were to be severely hurt because of it, and Inko had allowed it as long as All Might took care of her son and trained him properly with the quirk before the entrance exam. Katsuki, on the other hand, dragged Izuku off to another room and lectured him over the risks, and repeatedly made him promise not to overwork himself with the training. They also agreed that they were going to keep their relationship a secret from All Might and UA when they got there until they were sure they could trust them. Over the next 9 months, Izuku bulked up by cleaning the beach and sparring Katsuki. Another important event that year had been when Izuku had started training One for All and sent Katsuki hurling into a wall with a superpowered kick. But of all the achievements that happened over that year, the most important was in 2 parts. The day they got their acceptance letters from UA, Katsuki had cornered all 3 parents and asked if he could propose to Izuku. He promised that they wouldn't get married until after high school, but he was so in love with his nerd he couldn't handle the concept of not being with him. All 3 parents couldn't help but cry and agree. Inko made him promise to take care of her baby, and Katsuki couldn't help but tear up as well. The adults had all helped plan the proposal, and Masaru had taken Katsuki ring shopping while Izuku had a day out with his moms. The second half had been the night directly before their first day at UA. Katsuki had asked Izuku on their first formal date, and they got all dressed up and went out for dinner together. They were for hours laughing and chatting like usual, but what wasn't usual was how much Katsuki was fiddling with his jacket. Izuku kept giving him curious looks until they finished dinner, and Katsuki whisked him off to the park they used to play at. Katsuki had set up a bunch of lights, flowers, and a radio in the middle of the park and asked Izuku to dance with him. They danced for a while, then Katsuki took a deep breath and turned off the radio. Izuku. This is hard. I know this is gonna seem really early, but we've been dating since we were 4, and I just love you a lot, and never want to lose you. I promised our parents that we wouldn't until after high school, but we are so close to our childhood dreams, and those dreams will never be complete without you, so... Katsuki got down on one knee and Izuku felt his heart stop. Izuku Midoriya, will you marry me? Izuku lunged at him, practically slamming their mouths together. Both boys were crying and Izuku could barely speak, so he settled for rapidly nodding and sticking his hand out. An hour later, both boys walked into Inko's living room, faces covered in dried tears. Izuku stuck his hand up, showing off his ring. He smiled at Mitsuki and yelled, "Mommy!" Katsuki said a mean word in the park. He asked me to marry him. Oh, I thought you couldn't marry him if he kept saying mean words at you, Inko chimed in. That might have been a bit of lie. Izuku chuckled and smiled at Katsuki. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hand and smiled. After all the heartfelt moments Mitsuki had witnessed through her boys' lives, she never once thought she'd end up where she is now. She's currently looking at a picture Izuku had sent her. It was of Katsuki glaring at a board labeled, "Find Zero the Hero." The words, "Conspiracy Board" crossed out. In the opposite corner of Katsuki was Izuku's hand, engagement ring very prominent, gesturing to a small post-it note on the side that said, "Bokogu to mean, definitely not dating Izuku." Mitsuki promptly lost her sheet. Shoyuta Aizawa liked to call himself an observational man. He truly did. But it was times like these that convinced him he was an idiot. After the class had revealed that one of his students was potentially a celebrity, he decided that he should look through files again to see if there were any other major things he was missing, and there sure as hell was. He had started by looking through Bokogu's file because that boy had been the talk of the town the whole week. There was nothing really out of place for the most part. except for his emergency contacts. First, there was just his parents and a family friend, but then a name stuck out. Midoriya? Izuku-Fanji Midoriya was on Bakugo's emergency contact list. And what he had glossed over as just being a friend turned out to be Midoriya Inko, labeled as a guardian. What the F dash? When he checked Midoriya's file, he found the same phenomenon, but this time Bakugo was the contact. The guy who would more than likely be the cause of any emergency Midoriya was his emergency contact. Now, he obviously had to get to the bottom of this, so he called the boys to stay after class to ask what he thought was the best explanation. Alright boys. I was checking through files again, and I came across a little issue in your files. So, I need to know, are you two secret brothers, or something? And as if the universe had flipped on its head, Izu, cinnamon roll extraordinaire, looked him in the eye and asked, "What the F, have you been smoking?" This is not how Aizawa had planned this interaction. He especially didn't plan for Bakugo. I swear at old ladies who cross the street too slowly, Katsuki to kick Midoriya and scolding him for not watching his mouth. What was even happening? Aizawa-sensei, I absolutely promise you, without FNG doubt, we are not brothers, Bakugo stated, glaring when Midoriya kicked him and told him to watch his FNG mouth. The ping-pong of insults that came next was also very alarming. You're a beach. You're a D-dash. You literally have glass bones and paper skin. You're literally an overrated party popper. Phew. Not right now. They then proceeded to glare at one another until Bakugo sighed and declared Midoriya the winner. The winner of what? Aizawa may never know. What in the name of Nizu is happening? Did Midoriya just insult another human being, let alone Bakugo? Did Bakugo just admit defeat to another human being, let alone Midoriya? What is happening? Please explain before I get a migraine. Aizawa was so confused it hurt. They were both acting like weirdly perfect mixes of each other. Not to mention that, not right now, comment was a lot to even attempt to process. Should I tell him? Or would you rather run and hope he doesn't catch us? Bakugo stared at Midoriya. Despite the flippant wording, it was obvious the question was serious. I think we should tell him. I mean, I trust him, he hasn't done anything that means we shouldn't. Besides, the class wants him to help with the investigation, and I'm sure it'd help to have him on our side. Unless you just want to tell the class? But I feel like that'd be a bit problematic, for me at least. Bakugo smiled fondly when Midoriya started his mumbling spree. Yet another shocking interaction. So, what I'm getting is you want to tell him and have him help us mess with the class? How Bakugo decodes him is still one of life's greatest mysteries. Midoriya nodded and grabbed Bakugo's hand. Aizawa-sensei, we're not brothers. Deku over here is my fiancé. What? We're engaged. Like gonna get married, spend our lives together, probably have some babies along the way. Bakugo said it so calmly it was almost like that wasn't the most shocking thing Aizawa has ever heard. Are you messing with me? Probably not the best thing to say to his students who just admitted they were hiding their relationship, but Aizawa's brain was fried beyond belief. You got us. Midoriya deadpanned. He pulled on the chain around his neck to reveal what was on the necklace. A ring. A hole. But engagement. Ring. These two were either actually getting married or they were pulling the prank of the century. Either way, these two were surprisingly good at acting. Aizawa flopped into his chair. This is too much. If they were telling the truth, that means, 1. Bakugo has been verbally harassing his fiancée. 2. They were engaged before high school. Izuku had always worn that chain to class. 3. He had been underestimating exactly how much information was in Midoriya's notebooks. I have several questions. Both boys nodded, Midoriya anxiously fidgeting with his free hand. Bakugo pulled the fidgeting hand away from Midoriya's lap and into his. Okay, maybe they aren't pranking me. 1. Bakugo, please tell me there's a reason you're so harsh to Midoriya in class. 2. How and when did this happen? You're 15, that's a bit early to even think about marriage. 3. If this means that Midoriya is 0, then you need to avoid Nizu. He wants 0 as a student, and that could end with the end of the world. 1. That's actually my fault. We had some bullying issues in middle school, so I came up with Operation Rule the School. Essentially, Katsuki was it to me and more or less staked a claim, so nobody else messed with me. We didn't really want the class to know about us, at least before we got to know them, so we kept up the act. That actually made a lot of sense. What was concerning though is that bullying wasn't on Bakugu's file. That's gonna have to be Aizawa's next mission. Our parents were friends since they were little and we were basically raised together. Both of our parents treat us like their kids, so I'm assuming that's where you go the brother idea from. We actually started dating when we were 4, so we've been together for about 10 years. He proposed the night before our first day at UA actually. It was super sweet, he bought me dinner and everything. He was even pretty polite when he asked me to, and I quote, marry him. Will you ever let that go? I was nervous, okay, Bakugo groaned. Why would I let that go? You swept me off my fing feet, Midoriya smirked. I despise you. Bakugo rolled his eyes. And I love of you, Midoriya cooed at Bakugo, who was very obviously trying not to smile. The boys went on like this for another few minutes before realizing Aizawa was still in the room. I promise you if Nizu asks me to be his student, I'm absolutely going to take it. Who am I to deny the mighty rat? If it weren't for how scaring that whole sentence was, Aizawa would have laughed, but right now Aizawa knew his life was in danger. Aizawa loves his students. He really does. But if you hand him the perfect opportunity to F with them and make them slightly question their sanity, he was going to take it. And that's how Aizawa Shoyuta joined Operation Rule the School, minus the bullying, plus the fuckery. It's 2 a.m. and Izuku has the most brilliant idea ever. So, as per usual when he has an idea, he sprints to Katsuki's room, slams the door, and is nearly knocked out by a squealing Katsuki. What evil scheme could you have possibly come up with this early in the morning? Katsuki grumbled and pulled Izuku into a hug. I thought of the perfect plan to mess with the class. Izuku whisper-cheered. I'm listening. Katsuki pulled Izuku down next to him in bed. He was too tired to hold this conversation standing. Izuku rolled on top of Katsuki so he could directly ramble in his face. Well, I was thinking, why don't we pull the teachers into this? I really don't mind them knowing. I trust them. Plus Aizawa knows, and learning under Nizu would be so cool. Izuku rambled. I don't mind either, but that seems like a lot of people. Something's bound to slip if that many people are involved, Katsuki hummed. I mean, I don't think I really mind too much if people find out. Like I know I won't be able to hide my side gig forever. Although, the best case scenario is that they don't find out ever and we can go on our merry way, get married, be super cool heroes, and I'll never have to hear anyone call my butt so round that it couldn't possibly be male ever again, Izuku buried his face into Katsuki's shoulder, blushing at the memory. They weren't completely wrong though. Your butt is fantastic, Izuku swatted a laughing Katsuki. Seriously though, I wouldn't mind the class knowing. I mean my stunning fiancé is smart, cool, strong, and has a fantastic butt. Kaken. You're embarrassing, knock it off. I'm trying to plot against our class and you're trying to distract me. Sorry. Please continue with your oh-so-evil plans. Long story short, Katsuki really loves his fiancé. Aizawa-sensei. Problem child? Aizawa was already tired. How hard would it be for you to set up a staff meeting, minus All Might, I want to mess with him too, by the end of the day? The gleam in Izuku's eye screamed, I'm gonna if sheet up. Aizawa's attention was officially grabbed. Depends. Do you have whatever you're planning written down, so I can review before I let you anywhere near Mike, Nedzu, or Midnight? Izuku did, in fact, have it written down, and it was brilliant. Izuku and Katsuki walked into the staff room and it was slightly an odd sight. All the teachers were out of costume and at least half looked ready to fall asleep. Aizawa had it right with the sleeping bag. Shoyuta? What's with the listeners? Present Mike chimed in. They're the reason I asked for the meeting. They're not in trouble, they just wanted some help. And with that Aizawa slipped into his neon yellow cocoon of solitude. Is it to do with homework or something? We have hours to help with stuff like that. Midnight gestured to the clock for dramatic effect. No, nothing like that. We just need to recruit you all to help us mess with 1A. You guys know the drama about who's zero, correct? Most of the teachers nodded. Yeah. Shoyuta started a betting pool about it after classes yesterday. My money's on Todoroki. He's got that stoic boy with a secret vibe. Midnight said. No. That's so wrong. Mina Ashido literally choreographed the cultural festival routine. Present Mike shouted. My money's on Midoriya. The room laughed at that. Shoyuta, stop messing with them. You're gonna scare them off before we get to hear their master plan, Midnight laughed. Is this the part where we tell them? Or should I grab your hand and wait until someone catches on? Katsuki whispered while the teachers bickered. I'll do you one better, Midoriya whispered back. He then made himself cry, dramatically pushed Katsuki away, then screamed, Oh my dearest love. Have you been cheating on me with the entire hero course? I can't believe this. The devastation. For I'm not part of the Bakubo. Have these past 10 years meant nothing to you? Katsuki caught on and had to fight back a laugh. He got one knee and grabbed Izuku's hand. My love. Please. I would never. You're my baby. My FING cinnamon apple. You're the whole Bakubo. You're my Baku babe. Izuku gasped dramatically, flinging arms around Katsuki. I love you, Beach. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, Beach. Proceeded to kiss Katsuki, fake tears still pouring down his face. They then broke away laughing hysterically. The room was silent, except for Nizu's and Aizawa's maniacal laughter. Shoyuta, you scheming son of a Beach. You knew, didn't you? That's why you made the betting pool. Vlad King slammed his hand down on the desk. Aizawa just grinned wider. Alright, now that the secret's out, there's a few things we gotta go over if you're all willing to help. The teachers unanimously agreed to help. Fantastic. First off, me and Katsuki are engaged. We're getting married after we graduate, most of the teachers gasped, apart from Midnight squealing. We've been together since we were 4. His first word was, Aizu, if you're wondering. He's adorable. Katsuki elbowed him. Second, I am in fact 0. Nizu, if you really want to train my analysis skills, I'd be in no position to deny. And thirdly, no, Katsuki does not actually hate me. That was just a logical ruse to keep people from catching on to our relationship. And fourth, we want the staff's help with throwing 1A off our trail. Any questions? Not a question, but I'll try to set arrangements for lessons later. Nizu chuckled under his breath. Midnight raised her hand next. Was his first word really your name, or was that a joke? It's real. The dumb if tried leaving the playpen. I threw a tantrum, so he crawled over, slapped my mouth, and called me Kakin. So obviously I wasn't gonna be one-upped by a nerd and I yelled Aizu. Pretty sure Mama has it on video. Katsuki said, Anybody else? Or can I start explaining the plan? The teachers all nodded. I want you all to focus on what I hath dubbed, Operation Fool the School. Aizawa-sensei had looked at our files the other day and had mistaken us for secret brothers, so I think we should convince the whole class me and Bakugu are siblings. We need to switch up our files so that our name's hyphenated, then the teachers need to occasionally use the wrong name. But only the teachers that don't see us often, like Vlad King. Icy Hot is gonna have a FING aneurysm. Katsuki snorted. He will, and it will be hilarious. But the rest of you, I want you all to join me in different videos, but try saying things that imply that there is more than one 0. Make sure you randomly swap pronouns or change up which classes you mention. I'm into really F with them. Aizawa, I need you to randomly drop a file referencing me and Bakugu as siblings. But when the class tries testing people, they're gonna get a teacher to help judge and make sure that Bakugu doesn't fudge with numbers. So we need to make a system to tell what we're all ranking, so we can essentially frame different students. Cool. And while that's happening, Zoo wants me to do Operation Drool over the school. I'm essentially gonna convince different people that I'm ever so infatuated with different people. Gonna turn everyone on each other like they're a pack of wolves fighting over the best OTP. It will be beautiful. Katsuki laughed, just a little too happily. Izuku did a near-identical rendition of Aizawa's smile. Everyone just kinda sat there for a second, all pondering the same question. Is Izuku Aizawa's secret love child or something? ShotoTodorhoeki liked to call himself a man of science. Truly, all of his theories had very good backing. He felt that he truly knew all of his classmates' secrets. Nothing hides from the eye of a Todoroki. Shinso was definitely Aizawa's child, Midoriya was definitely All Might's child, and Todoroki was definitely a robot that was created to overthrow Endeavor. Okay, maybe the last one was the best, but sue him, he doesn't want to be Endeavor's child. But, through all of his research, how could have possibly missed something as glaringly obvious as this? Midoriya and Bakugo are brothers. The evidence was there, Shuto had just failed to put it all together. Shuto had figured it out after watching how strange the teachers had been talking. The teachers had been trying to get the students together for a big lessons, so other teachers had been frequenting the classroom a lot. But Shuto noticed something odd, some teachers kept confusing Bakugo and Midoriya's names. Vlad King had bumped into Midoriya and apologized to Bakugo. And Lunch Rush had asked Midoriya if he wanted the spicy curry again during lunch. And it kept happening. Every time one of the teachers slipped up, the boys would just shake their heads and reply that they went by their actual name. It took 2 migraines, lots of coffee, and hours of staring at the ceiling to figure out why that kept occurring. After a while, Shuto had decided they were either married, yeah right, or related in some way. And that they were. Later, Aizawa had been sorting through everyone's files and he tripped right in front of Shuto. And since Shuto was such a kind person, he helped Aizawa pick up the paper. Shuto looked at the file in his hand and nearly FING collapsed. Right there in big bold print. Izuku Midoriya Bakugo. What the frick? Obviously, Shuto was not going to leave this alone. Oh no. This was necessary information that could heavily impact his ongoing Zero the Hero investigation. This needed to be on his board. Oh my god. Did you see his face? He looked like he was gonna combust. Katsuki cackled into Izuku's shoulder. They were watching the footage of Aizawa-sensei dropping the folder in front of Shuto. I know. He looks so lost. His informant career is falling apart. Aizawa-sensei is laughing too. Izuku snorted and zoomed in on Aizawa. The man's face was red from holding in his laughter. $10 says he starts stalking us until he figures out whether we're brothers or not, Katsue bet. $10 says he's just gonna ask us. It's what he did when he thought I was All Might's kid. Deal. They shook hands. 2 days later, Katsuki was $10 richer. Not really, he would never take Izuku's money. He just got to be little spoon for the night. It's been 2 days and Shuto can't take it anymore. There's been no new evidence of his classmates' hidden relationship, and Mina has been no help at all. She's just been obsessing over who Zero could be. Which, if Midoriya really is Bakugo's brother, then he definitely knows who Zero is. Shuto had officially decided on his new mission. He was going to tail them. Katsuki, I think he's actually tailing us right now, Izuku whispered over to Katsuki. It was the weekend and they were both going home to visit their collective family. They hadn't spent much time with them since UA had made the dorm system. Apparently, they were going to have to mess with a nosy classmate while they did. I'll text the hag to be outside when we get them, then we can aggressively yell for her. Izuku elbowed Katsuki when he called his mother hag. Mommy didn't deserve that. Also, you owe me $10. Yeah, you can be little spoon tonight. Now, text our mother and act brotherly, Katsuki and I. Izuku snickered. Katsuki and I? Did Shuto hear that right? Are they brothers? How could Shuto have been so stupid as to have not noticed? This was so obvious. No childhood friend is that mean to their friend. It must have just been a brotherly dispute. Shuto had followed them into a smaller neighborhood. The brothers had walked up to a small house with a woman who looked remarkably like Bakugo standing at the door. Mommy, I haven't seen you in so long. Midoriya ran up to her and hugged her. Bakugo just walked up and rolled his eyes at Izuku's enthusiasm. Hey hag, where's other mom and dad? Bakugo asked, and Midoriya hissed, do not call her hag. What a strange family. I'm right here, Katsuki. Hi, Izuku. A short woman who looked a lot like Izuku walked out and hugged both boys. They both kept referring to them as mom and mommy. They are totally brothers, but how? Then a man who looked like Bakugo, but had the same demeanor as Izuku walked out. That's how. They are totally brothers. Mama, did you see him? He's so dumb. I love him really. He's a fantastic friend, but holy heck. He's so determined. Bet he'll call us out Monday. Izuku was bent in half, tears in his eyes, while he laughed at his friend. Everyone else joined in talking about how the boys had really good friends. Izuku Midoriya. Shuto stormed up to Izuku at the beginning of class. Aizawa just rolled his eyes and laid back down in his sleeping bag. He was definitely watching the ordeal. Todoroki? Do you need something? Izuku asked, nervously. He was actually just trying not to laugh in his face. It appears you have been withholding vital information from the Zero investigation. A crime of this sort is punishable by death. Todoroki demanded. Gasps were heard across the room. Are you and Bakugo Katsuki brothers? Midoriya, if that's even your name, I know the truth, so don't even try to lie. Yes, sir. Me and Bakugo are brothers. I'm sorry we never mentioned it, but we weren't really trying to hide it. But with this Zero drama, I didn't want to interfere with their relationship. Shuto smiled. Yet another successful case solved. Now, he just needed to figure out why Bakugo kept staring at him and turning red, and why Ida had seemed so shocked by it. If Mina Ashido could describe herself in one word, it would be love expert. That's actually 2 words, but that's not the issue at hand. That's why the moment she found out that Bakugo was in a relationship, she made it her life's mission to find out who he was dating. This is also why Mina feels absolutely betrayed. Bakugo had been subtly staring at Todoroki for the past 3 days. Every time he did it, he'd immediately look away with a faint blush on his face. That blush was actually because Bakugo had hidden a scandalous photo of Izuku in his textbook, but nobody needed to know that. It wasn't noticeable if you weren't watching, which would explain why nobody had noticed before. So, Mina sent out a spy to see if they were seeing the same thing she was. Ida reported back positive. Bakugo was definitely staring down Todoroki. In a romantic way or an I'm going to kill you way? That's the real question. Was the first in command of the Zero investigation actually a double agent? Had his loyalty been a ploy to cover the fact that he was actually Zero the hero? Was this what betrayal feels like? Then again, assuming things is unfair. Maybe Bakugo just has a cold? Maybe he was plotting murder? Maybe there was something wrong with his neck? Those would all be better reasons than Bakugo dating Todoroki. But Ida said he saw the same thing. Ida thought it looked like a crush just as much as she did. And that's because it makes complete sense. Todoroki really didn't talk much about his hobbies, so could he be hiding them? Plus, Bakugo claims to hate him but doesn't treat him as aggressively as he does Midoriya. Although Midoriya is his brother, but if he just doesn't like having Midoriya around and he acts like that, then wouldn't he be just as aggressive to someone he genuinely hates? Todoroki is also pretty smart and definitely isn't athletically incapable. Oh my gosh. Todoroki had played her like a fiddle. Thus, the Bakudodo faction was formed. Kirishima felt that out of all of One, he knew Bakubro the best. He and Bakugo had bonded through the class. He was even able to get away with calling him Bakubro. So, why exactly had it taken him so long to see the answer that very obviously placed in front of him? Bakubro was dating Mina. Bakugo constantly talks about her at lunch. Whenever he tries to talk to him, it's just, oh, Mina would like that, or Mina is pretty good at this, or the occasional, man, Pinky isn't totally ugly. That's the definition of Baku love. He's utterly smitten. Even Denki had noticed how strange it was. They kept a tally of how many times Bakubro said Mina, Pinky, and Raccoon during lunch, and the tally was over 60. That's totally manly. They're perfect together. Mina is also a dancer. That makes so much sense. How did everyone miss this? Thus the Baku-Mina faction was formed. Mineta would never call himself an observant man, but when it came to hot women, he would never miss a detail. So someone explained to him why it looked like Midnight was trying to wink at Bakugo, and why was Bakugo winking back at Midnight. She even walked over to him, whispered in his ear, and then slipped him a note. That lucky bastard. He was dating Midnight. Mineta couldn't believe it. How could he? Bakugo got to touch Midnight's melons. Why not him? Mineta was much more dedicated to her than Bakugo had ever been. He knew Midnight's exact cup size. Zero had also been watching the whole ordeal and realized that, holy F dash. Midnight was flirting with Bakugo. What a lucky man. Zero would kill to get a babe like that. After class, both boys had realized what was going on and rushed off to find a teacher. The first teacher they happened to stumble upon was All Might. That poor imbecile. All Might, we have a question for you. And what is that, my boy? All Might put on his signature smile. Okay, so, there's been this whole search to find out who Bakugo is dating, right? And we noticed that Midnight and Bakugo have been really flirty. Like, Bakugo is basically eyeing her up and Midnight is returning it. So, has Midnight mentioned having a boyfriend at all? Zero asked. Zero really hoped it wasn't true. How could he live with the fact that he's done unsavory things with a photo of his best bud's girlfriend? Not that I've heard of, young man. But she recently mentioned that she couldn't wait to get back home to be with her cute and feisty little blondie. I don't think that's much, but that might help you in your search. All Might words slowly stopped. His jaw dropped and his widened. Holy sheet. Holy sheet indeed. Thus the Bakunite faction was, regrettably, formed. Now, Toru wouldn't necessarily call herself a gossip, but she would call herself socially well-informed. She would also call herself a big fan of yaoi manga. She had studied for years for the chance to put her fangirl yaoi skills to work. So when she found out that Bakugo was bi and was dating someone, she immediately knew who her first suspect was. Kirishima Ijiro. He was the only option. Out of everybody in class, Bakugo openly respected him and let Kirishima call him Bakubro. At one point he even saw Bakugo let Kirishima hug him. With minimal explosions. If that's not a romantic hidden gay relationship, then she doesn't know what is. It was like Junju Romantica all over again. After making her discovery, Toru immediately went to her boyfriend, Masahiro, to spill what she found. He agreed that it made a lot of sense. Thus the Bakakiri faction was formed. Bakugo didn't even have to interfere to make that happen. Shuji would never say that he likes to eavesdrop, but he does happen to have unfortunately good hearing. Bakugo also happens to be alarmingly loud when he talks, so it's no surprise that when Bakugo walked by him mumbling aggressively, he heard it all. I swear to God, if she doesn't call me, I'm going to go effing insane. She's too cute to be this feisty. What the F is wrong with Itsuka? Why isn't she in class? Itsuka? Kendo Itsuka? Shuji didn't mean to snoop, but when you put such important information in front of him, he's obviously going to run to the first trustworthy person he sees and spill, so he doesn't have to carry the burden alone. This is why Kuda is now watching Shuji panic sign about how it makes a lot of sense for him to be dating Kendo. She's athletic, tough, and super smart, so why wouldn't she be Zero? Goodness, this is a lot. Thus the Bakuken faction was formed. Tokoyami wouldn't say he was one for conspiracy theories, but he was one for survival. So, when Todoroki stormed into his room at exactly 3:45 in the morning, he decided that his best chance of survival was to just believe him. Todoroki looked like he hadn't slept in days, his hair was a mess, his eyes were crazy, and his smile was utterly manic. Tokoyami was just going to play along. Todoroki had spent the past 48 hours trying to prove his theory: Bakugo is dating Minoma Nito. It hadn't taken him too long to figure out who Bakugo was dating. He was an expert at this. All it took was one look at Bakugo as he passed Minoma in the hallway for him to realize it. It was just too easy. Todoroki had run to Tokoyami's room as soon as his slideshow was prepared. He spent hours explaining that Minoma and Bakugo act very similar, which would be explained by them spending lots of time together. He mentioned that they were both blondes, which doesn't mean much, but it would make them more symmetric as a couple. At some point, he had even pulled up an old Egyptian hieroglyphic that had what looked like fire next to a cat, obviously referencing explosions and a copycat. It was foolproof. Tokoyami reluctantly agreed. Truthfully, he just wanted to go back to bathing in the endless dark abyss. And thus, the Bakumona faction was formed. Katsuki would never say that he was as clever as his fiancée, but he has his moments. Even if said moments were only caused by him trying to channel his jealousy into something helpful. Katsuki had been having a fantastic time talking to his mama, Inko, about wedding plans for after high school when Roundface had grabbed him and dragged him off to the common room. The common room right next to the kitchen. The common room next to the kitchen that happened to be where Froggy, Ponytail, and AUX Cord were sitting. Oh, he was gonna play this up nicely. So, what did you need from me this late, Uraraka? Hopefully nothing obscene, Bakugo said as calmly as possible. He made sure to make it clear that he was using her name rather than a nickname. I was just wondering about Deku? Like what kind of places he likes to go, Pink Cheeks muttered, a bright blush on her face. Oh, Katsuki knew exactly what this was. He didn't like it one bit. He was most definitely going to warn Zu as soon as this bullshit is over. Oh, I see you're trying to get in good with my brother, huh? You want him to like you or something? Katsuki said. Hopefully, that sounded like she wants his approval to date. Zu is gonna be so proud. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. So, do you know anywhere he would like to go out to? She stuttered. Katsuki really hated this. Well, we usually go out to that mochi place a couple of blocks over. I'm sure he'd like to go there, Bakugo shrugged and then left. He was over the conversation. Hopefully, it was easy enough to take out of context. Yamamo wouldn't call herself one for making assumptions, but that conversation sounded way too much like Ochako and Bakugo were dating to not assume. Was Ochako trying to get Izuku's blessing? Did Izuku really not know who his brother was dating? By the looks on the other girls' faces, that assumption was pretty reasonable. And thus, the Bakuchiko faction was formed. Now, Izuku would never say that he enjoys lying to his friends, but when he found out that 3 people hadn't joined a side, he had no other option. He had to make one last group for total chaos to be achieved. Izuku wanted to see just what he could get his classmates to believe, so he chose the most random possible option to make the last faction. Izawa. Oh my god. You guys, Izuku ran into the common room, eyes blown wide and looked frantically at the 3 in the kitchen, Ochako, Sato and Yuga. I think that Kaken is dating Aizawa? Oh, poor Koi. Izuku felt kind of concerned that the only question was why and not what are you smoking. I was talking to Mama and she said that Katsuki was going to be bringing over a special friend over the weekend. And I was really excited because I thought that I was going to get to meet Zero and then Aizawa showed up. Izuku yelled. He sat really close to Katsuki too. And my parents were quizzing him like they were trying to interview him for something. It was so weird. But it would also explain why Kaken felt the need to hide his relationship. And Aizawa is an underground hero, so he's probably really acrobatic and smart. It makes too much sense. Did any of this happen? Not at all. Was Izuku tempted to laugh? Very much. Was Aizawa gonna end him for this? Only if he could catch him. Izuku looked at his stunned classmates. He was really going to have to apologize for this eventually, but right now he was enjoying every second of it. Ochako's jaw was dropped, Yuga had dramatically gasped and was now mumbling in French, and Sato seemed to be stress-eating the cake he had recently baked. Oh, how Izuku loved chaos. Thus, the Bakuai faction was formed. Aizawa was very proud of Midoriya. His plan so far had been flawless and he was happy to help in any way he could. There was nothing better than the compilation of faces the kids made when they realized who Bakugo was dating. His personal favorite was the clip of Todoroki storming to Tokoyami's room. The last step to dividing the class had honestly been the easiest. He just needed to call a class meeting, All Might included, make some bullshit announcement, then sit in the corner and watch as Midoriya and Bakugo release the Kraken. It was beautiful. So have any of you dumb FS found who Zero is? Bakugo announced after Aizawa had slinked off around the corner. Aizawa wouldn't say it, but the synchronized yes that came from the class was pretty impressive. I spent days working on this. You are definitely dating Minoma, Todoroki announced. No, that's completely wrong. I heard him talking in the halls. He's dating Kendo from 1B. Shuji spoke up. Don't go trying to cover it up now, Todoroki. I know you're a double agent. You're dating Bakugo. Mina yelled. How clever, Bakugo and Midoriya had turned them on each other. What? I've done so much research on this topic, it's obviously Kirishima he's dating. Hagakure said. No. I'm not dating Bakubro. he's manly and all, but he's dating Mina. Kirishima yelled. Blasphemy! I founded the Zero mission, I would never turn on it. Mina cried. Oh, then I suppose you're just a double agent then. Todoroki huffed. That was petty. Guys, please stop fighting. Me, Jiro, and Tsu have all come across some evidence that makes it very clear that he is dating Ochako. Momo calmly as in calmer than the others, but she was heated about this too. Aizawa didn't know how Bakugo had managed this, but he deserved extra credit. Children, please stop fighting. I had a conversation with young Mineta and Zero that seems to show that he is dating Midnight. All Might boomed. All Might is too gullible for his own good. All Might, I don't mean to correct you, but I'm pretty sure he's dating Aizawa, Midoriya piped up. Midoriya would be expelled if this wasn't fun. And then began the fighting. It started with people getting sassy with others, then there was shouting, then a quirk went off and people got really angry. Ochako had floated Mineta to the ceiling, Kuda was rapidly signing at Momo, Shuji had made multiple mouths and ears to have multiple arguments, Tsu and Hagakure looked ready to attack each other, Todoroki had pulled up his PowerPoint and was attempting to yell over the chaos, and several members were just screaming while others cried. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Midoriya had snuck off and were laughing their butts off. Needless to say, Aizawa let them move their seats around the next day when Mina asked. The room had broken into factions with Bakugo at a lone desk in the corner of the room. That night Aizawa had a large meeting with the staff, Bakudaku included, and watched a highlights reel of all the events that had taken place during Operation Drool over the school. And thus, the Bakudaku faction sipped their tea and laughed. Dear rival factions, I know we have our differences, and I know that you are all ignorant to the truth, but I find it necessary we put aside our levels of intelligence for a day. Todoroki stood in front of Class 1A, appearing as if he hadn't slept in days. Zero is having an all-day live stream tomorrow, and I believe it would be beneficial to all of our causes to send representatives to get together and analyze what we find. How do we know this isn't a ploy so you can cover up your side job? To do dummy, Mina hissed. Todoroki's heart audibly shattered after hearing such a painful insult from his former comrade. The last time the factions tried to speak, you just pulled out a speaker and tried to drown us all out with a recording of your Bakumona theory. Because I, as well as all of you, strive to find the truth behind Zero. And if finding the truth implies I have to listen to idiotic opinions such as yours, then so be it. Todoroki glared. Any faction who decides they would like to send a representative report to me by the end of the school day. Todoroki then dramatically walked out of the room, leaving the room in contemplative silence. It was actually silent because the bell rang and Todoroki was marked tardy 10 minutes later, but it's cooler to call it a contemplative silence. It was Saturday morning and Izuku couldn't figure out whether he was shaking from stress, excitement, or both. Izuku had decided that the best way to mess with Class 1A would be directly through Zero. The next piece to the puzzle of ruining there was going to be a lot of misdirection. Which is why he's going to do his first live stream, featuring a multitude of guests. He had a strict schedule, every half an hour he was going to have a new guest coming in, then after the first few, he was switching to the dance studio. It was going to be beautiful chaos. The Todoroki household was deathly silent. The shippers of the round table had gathered in the living room and were glaring at one another. Each one was biting back a snide comment, so they could maintain momentary peace. Each student was equipped with a computer that was recording footage for the stream so they could play things back in an instant, a large notebook, and an array of snacks. At the front of the room was a large television that was ready to load up the stream, and at the back was 9 giant white boards, one for each faction and a community board. The air was tense. So, I feel that we as leaders and peacemakers should be able to have an open discussion. I think that we should open up debate for 10 minutes every other hour. Todoroki, head of the Bakumona faction, announced. Sorry bro, but this isn't about peace. It's about proving that Bakubro is totally smitten by Mina. Kirishima, head of the Bakumina faction, chimed in. Unfortunately, young Todoroki. This is war. All Might, head of the Bakunite faction, nodded solemnly. I see. Apologies then. Todoroki sat back down. See, Everybody, it's starting. Uraraka, head of the Bakuei faction. Just. What if you're all wrong? What if I'm actually dating shitty Deku and you're all just wasting your time and risking your lives for nothing? Bakugu, head of the Please Fuck Off and Die faction, growled. The shippers of the Round Table had decided that he could be a valuable resource and decided to kidnap him when he was in his dorm. That had been a close call. They broken in when Midoriya was having a holy F, we're gonna get married moment. Bakugu, now is not the time for jokes. Especially not NCSD jokes. Momo, head of the Bakuchiko faction, hissed. I really don't get how you dumbass think it's Todoroki, Uraraka, or Mina. Granted, all three of them are in the F room, Bakugu yelled. This could all be a pre-recorded diversion. Shuji, head of the Bakuken faction, murmured. You all give me hives. Bakugu groaned. Hello, heroes. It's Zero the hero, coming at you live for the first time ever. Crazy, right? You're all probably thinking, Zero? What could have possibly brought this on? The masked person spoke dramatically with wide hand motions. Well, a little exploding birdie informed me that a certain Class 1A has been trying to figure out who I am. So, I figured I'd throw them a bone or two. Zero winked. He said he needed an informant. They're probably not in 1A. Todoroki muttered, turning to the board. Just another point for Team Bakumona. That being said, I don't plan to make this too easy for them. I've been hiding my identity for too long to be outwitted now. Although, there is in fact at least 3 people who have figured out who I am. But I have no plans of letting them know that, and neither does my Pomeranian because he knows if he tells them he'll be sleeping alone. For trying to threaten somebody, Zero's smiling was all too pleasant. They have access to the dorms. They have to be 1B or a teacher. All Might cried. Or we know how to walk around without sounding like a FING minefield. Bakugu scoffed. So, on a happier note, I'm going to be having several guests come tonight. I fully plan to get several pro heroes to throw it back later. And you'll get to watch me attempt to outsmart the mighty rat. Zero cheered. Oh my Nizu. I'm not going to watch Zero throw it back in front of my entire class. Especially not if they convinced Aizawa to go to the studio. Bakugu felt traumatized and it hadn't even happened yet. He'd only watched Deku throw it back once, and that's exactly why he is tied to a chair and being interrogated. My first guest is being held up right now. He said he had to stop at his studio? Apparently, his interns can't keep up with the radio. That SCKS. How about the shippers of the Round Table? Is that really your name? I love that. Send me some questions since they're so dedicated. Just have Firecracker text me the questions. It's a shame you'll have to untie him for that. Sir winked at the camera, whether he was winking because he made an innuendo or because he had just played the knight in shining armor will forever remain a mystery. You heard him. Free Bakugu before we miss our chance. Shuto yelled. All Might ran over in a panic and tore the ropes with his bare hands. Dramatic? Necessary? Absolutely. I hate my life. Bakugu yelled to the heavens. Izuku loves his classmates a lot. They not only love and support him, but they provide much-needed entertainment. With the questions Kaken is sending him, he just can't wait to watch the footage of their meeting. You fuckers have 1 minute to ask me a question or I'm not sending sheet, Katsuki growled and then turned back to his phone. Oh my. Cat, that's some dirty stuff to be saying on stream. Should I read that out loud? Zero gasped. All of the shippers whipped around to give Katsuki a shocked look. Who sexts a celebrity on a live stream? I didn't say anything bad. I just said they're not allowed to make me watch teachers throw it back. 30 seconds. Katsuki rolled his eyes. The group immediately whipped back around and started rapidly talking. Alright, time's up, beaches. Katsuki glared at them, which was supposed to mean they should start talking. When and how did you two get together? I bet it's like a super cute yaoi drama. Hagakure asked, jumping up. That's invasive. What are you, a pervert? Katsuki scoffed but sent the question anyway. Well, we met before the entrance exam, but we didn't make our relationship completely official until the night before the start of the school year. Kat's a real sap actually. He asked my parents before he asked me to go to dinner with him, then asked to make it official at a park. He's one sappy hoe and I love him for it. Zero's cooing voice chimed through the room. Katsuki had turned bright red and then furiously typed on his phone. Baku bro, that's so sweet. Being romantic is totally manly. No need to feel embarrassed. Kirishima consoled a very angry, embarrassed Bakugo. Izuku had worded it like it was just a date, and now Katsuki seemed like he was a hopeless romantic. Kat, I know you're fuming right now, but it was sweet, Zero chimed from the screen. Katsuki rolled his eyes. TikTok idiots. You can only ask questions until the guest gets there and you're wasting it gushing about my love life. Katsuki barked. Right? Can we ask why they started hiding their identity? All Might asked. He even raised his hand like the polite and civilized hero he is. See, that's a good question. Zero rang out. I'm not sure if you mean like why I hide from the school or why I hide from the public, but I can explain both. For starters, I never told the public because I give out a lot of information and that's a one-way ticket to getting kidnapped town. I also don't tell people because the last thing I want is to walk down the street and have to hear people repeatedly compliment my twerking skills. Just not for me. Zero explained. Sheet. All Might snapped his fingers and put a note with a frowny face on his board. Midnight would never be ashamed of her, but the Bakuken faction also put down a smaller note because Kendo had competed in beauty pageants and would be less worried about something like that. As for school, I was already very used to hiding both my relationship and my identity and just haven't been ready to tell the school my biggest secret. If someone somehow figures out exactly who I am, it's really going to reveal a lot about me and I'm not sure if I'm too fond of that. Zero sighed. Katsuki frowned. He knew Izuku liked messing with the class, but he didn't want him to be pushing himself about it. But it's fine. I enjoy watching you all run around like idiots. I felt bad for a second there, but I take it back because that was totally a Monoma thing to say, Todoroki said with what looked like a smile on his face. Katsuki mentally gagged. He'd never date that manic rat. No hate to the mighty rat. I believe we should move on. I'm pretty sure Zero is going to cut our questions when Mike gets there, so we need to hurry. Can we ask how old Zero is? Yamamo, ever the voice of reason, asked. My age? Well, I'm older than the guy with multiple arms in 1A, but I'm younger than All Might. Zero hummed. Katsuki snorted. Leave it to Izuku to give them literally nothing on a valid question. Class 1 just sighed. Of course, Bakugo is dating Estes. That's another point for Baku Knight, Bakai, and Bakumona, and a frowny face for Bakakiri. Mr. Guest is gonna be here soon. You've got time for like 3 more questions. Shouldn't have wasted your time bugging my Bakube. This entire thing is wasting my time. Katsuki groaned. Well, Zero told us how you two go together, but I want to know how exactly you met. Personally, if I saw you at the entrance exam I would run for my life and not try to mate you, Todoroki asked. If you ever tried to mate me, you'd be dead in seconds, Katsuki threatened. Being mated by me would be a blessing, Todoroki muttered offendedly. Okay, first off, Todoroki, please don't try to mate my boyfriend. I love him very much and would be forced to fight you for his hand in marriage, and none of us want that. And we met because our mothers know one another and introduced us at some point before the exam. Izuku's #1 rule of tomfoolery and trickery is to always be vague. I see. I have no plans of fighting Zero for Bakugo. Todoroki nodded. Meanwhile, Mina drew a frowny face on her board. There's no way Endeavor likes to gossip with the Bakugos. Any more questions, or should I tell Zero to go back to his usual gig? Katsuki asked, trying to divert the topic from mating. Oh, what are their favorite foods? Ochako chirped, rapidly waving her arm. You have so many other options, Katsuki sighed. Oh, that's a tough one. Well, drink-wise my favorite thing is coffee and I could practically live off of it. What a liar. Katsuki knows for a fact that he only drinks coffee when he hasn't slept in weeks. That nerd drinks an iced green tea at least twice a day. But the looks on Ochako's face was totally worth a little lie. But food-wise I eat a lot of cold soba, Zero contemplated, but I also enjoy katsudon a lot. Again, what a smooth liar. Izuku would pick katsudon over Katsuki any day of the week. But again, Watching Mina gasp and glare at Todoroki was very worth it. My favorite dessert though is mochi. Love that stuff. That's actually slightly true, but Izuku's been favoring taiyaki since his internship. Yamamo was glaring daggers at Ochako. Leave it to Izuku to turn the class on each other through nothing but listing off food. I don't really see how my favorite food will help you all very much, but okay I guess. The last question please. Mr. Surprise Man is like a block and a half away. Zero pet his head to the side. If Katsuki didn't have an act to keep up he would be gushing over how adorable that was. What's their favorite thing about you Bakugo? Mina asked. No. Katsuki stated. Come on please. That's totally adorable. Hagakure squealed. No. Pretty please? For your best bro? Affection is totally manly. Kirishima made puppy dog eyes. No. I'll get you limited edition signed merch? All Might pleaded. Throw in a hoodie for Zero and you've got a deal. Deal. The group cheered. FING creeps. My favorite thing about Cat? Well, I don't know where to start, honestly. I love him to death. I'd drop everything for him and move to Spain and become a freelance clown if he asked me to. Zero started, their voice much softer than before. Katsuki's face was buried in his hands. The best thing would probably just be how well we fit together? I know that doesn't really answer the question, but I just don't see how I could pick a favorite from someone that's that perfect, you know? We just work really well. He evens me out and I know that I can absolutely always count on him when I need it. Like I know that he'll always be there, and I'll always be there for him. Guys, the only time we've ever even been mad at one another was just because we worried about each other. He's so sweet too. Whenever I feel down about anything he's there with candy and movies and ready to give me the most vulgar and endearing pep talk ever. He's even shown up at my house at 3 a.m. just to tell me that he loves me because he couldn't say it at school. He's amazing. Zero rambled for another minute or so. What can he say? He loves his fiancée. On the other side of Japan away from Izuku's rambling, the room had gone quiet. Except for Katsuki who was bright red and trying to turn off the monitor before Izuku could spill his guts even more. Most of the room was still shocked at what they were hearing. Someone was head over heels for Bakugo and claimed that their resident firecracker was actually one of the sweetest and kindest people ever. Oh my god please. Stop, you are so embarrassing. Katsuki cried at the screen as if Zero could hear him. The universe granted Katsuki mercy in the form of a ping from Zero's phone. Oh, Mix here. I guess I have to stop talking about my boyfriend. I don't get to do that often, but I need to go let him in. So you all can enjoy this video of my dearly beloved pretending to be Endeavor and harassing his mom. Zero waved and sprinted out of the room, yelling a quick, "Sorry babe," on his way out. The video feature one Bakugo Katsuki wearing a hoodie replica of Endeavor's costume, a piece of weirdly cut cheese taped to his lip like a mustache, and a piece of paper taped to his chin like a beard. He was lying in the middle of the street. "You brat. I told you to come set up the dishes. Don't make Izuku do everything for you. What are you even doing?" An enraged Mitsuki ran on screen. "Sorry, civilian, but I have to stay outside. If I were to go inside, your poor civilian hut would smell like burning trash. Besides, I'm currently trying to communicate with my demon brethren from hell." Katsuki rolled onto his and stuck his ear towards the ground. "Knock it off and come help me, you brat. Stop slandering the number 2 hero." Mitsuki laughed. "No can do, peasant. If I'm going to be number 1, I can't spend my time setting up dishes." Katsuki scoffed in an uppity tone, then proceeded to put his ear back to the concrete. "You there, cute peasant. Come here. Can you hear the demons as well? I've been told we share the same flame." Katsuki laughed, proudly. "Sorry, Endeavor, I don't hear them." "What are they saying?" a warbled voice said between his laughter. "I don't see what's funny, cute peasant. This is a serious heroic matter, but I'm willing to tell you what they're saying." They said. Katsuki stepped back, took a deep breath, then threw his head back. The video cut off with a frame of Endeavor Katsuki smiling genuinely while whoever was holding the camera squealed with laughter. The shippers of the round table were all laughing hysterically at what they had just witnessed. They'd never seen Bakugo smile so happily, let alone act out a whole skit. Zero and Bakugo were a really good couple, no matter who Zero was. Katsuki was so red he looked ready to combust. A certain YouTuber wasn't going to get to be Little Spoon for a month. Todorhoeki was laughing particularly hard and made a note to record and save that piece of the live stream. Babe. No. Zoo. You gotta get up. I don't have to do anything. We have to roll out before the others are up or we'll have to deal with classmates. You're one to talk. You're literally laying on me. Yeah, but I could get up whenever I wanted to. You'll just roll over the moment I do. Oh really? Then get up right now. You won't. Watch this sheet. It was Monday morning at the crack of dawn and the boys had gotten permission from Aizawa to play hooky. Since they moved into the dorms. Most of the time they spent out of dorms was with their parents and they hadn't been able to go on an actual date since they moved. So they asked Aizawa if they could take just one day from class with the promise of immediately catching up on all the work. Aizawa agreed because, unknown to most, Aizawa Shoyuta is an absolute sap. The real problem though was trying to make a break for it. If they were to get up at a normal time they'd have to dodge questions left and right from their nosy classmates, and if they got up late they would have to listen to people constantly knocking on their doors and questioning why Izuku's room was empty. So they settled for getting out before the class woke up, which is way harder than they thought it would be. Everyone in 1A was relatively early risers, so everyone was awake and aware before 7 a.m., so they need to get out at 6, meaning Izuku had to wake up at he was not pleased. That's why Katsuki had just gone from peacefully sleeping on top of his fiancée to aggressively flailing onto the floor to prove a point. Fantastic. A whole bed to myself, thanks for your sacrifice. Izuku smiled sleepily and attempted to roll over and curl back into the blanket. Katsuki was having none of it. Oh no you don't. You're gonna fall asleep and then whine when you don't have enough time to shower, so get up or you'll be dealing with Ida's lectures about proper class attendance. Izuku just continued to squeeze his eyes shut in protest. Katsuki was already over it. With what could only be described as a battle cry, Katsuki tore the blanket off of Izuku and picked him up bridal style. No. Put me down. I'm tired and deserve sleep. This is not how you wake a sleeping princess. You didn't even kiss. I probably still have old witch apple poison in my veins, Izuku whined while weakly attempting to get out of his fiancée's hold. Esigas to escape. We've got places to be and people to see. Bakugo leaned down and planted a quick kiss on Izuku's nose. Better? Not really. That was a weak kiss. Izuku smirked. I know what you're doing. You aren't gonna trick me like that. It would have been a better kiss if you would have gotten up, but now you need to get ready. Kissing comes later. Katsuki set a pouty Izuku down on the bathroom floor. Get ready, so we can go get breakfast? You didn't even say please. Katsuki huffed a laugh and rolled his eyes. Oh kind and benevolent Izuku, pretty please grace me with the honor of having a delicious, probably very unnecessarily American, breakfast with you. Izuku nodded, satisfied with the request. That's what I thought. Then he skipped into the bathroom, leaving Katsuki to try to figure out what the hell they were gonna do for a whole 10 hours. How the hell do you eat that? Katsuki stared at his boyfriend. He was watching his adorably tiny fiancée shovel down an aggressively American meal like it was nothing. It was so greasy it's a wonder watching him shovel so much into his stomach. In one go. I'm pretty sure most Americans don't even consume the amount of grease he was eating. You're literally eating sugar with a side of breakfast. You're no better. Izuku raised an eyebrow and gestured to the pancakes stacked high with every sugary topping known to man on it. Katsuki has a sweet tooth, okay? You know what, it's delicious, sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never ruin my perfectly good breakfast. Katsuki huffed and shoved pancake into his mouth. Oh don't pout. You started it. I was having a lovely time consuming my bacon and gawking at your beauty, but you felt it necessary to attack. Izuku laughed. Can't our horribly diet-ruining breakfasts just live in harmony? They can, but they should never mix. It'd mean disaster for the entire nation. Katsuki nodded solemnly. The only disaster would be Aizawa absolutely kicking our butts if he ever found out what we eat when he's not around. Izuku snorted. Honestly, he probably already knows. Aizawa knows all. Aizawa totally knew. The next stop on their date was the park. They had only realized after an hour at the restaurant that almost nothing was open this early in the morning. So they settled for a very long walk through the park. They'd walked around for hours. They spent hours flirting horribly and making shitty jokes that were only funny to them. They were really in their own little world. "Hun, you need to run." Izuku stared wide-eyed at something directly behind Katsuki. They were at a pond and were feeding the ducks and hadn't noticed the flock of baby geese just across the pond from them. They especially hadn't noticed the big goose that had been staring them down since they got there. "What? Is something wrong?" Katsuki asked, head tilted to the side like a confused puppy, a habit he picked up from Izuku. "Yeah. I think we angered a goose. We need to move before it eats us." Izuku started to slowly back away. Katsuki, unfortunately, didn't get the hint and Finji stared in the goose's direction. Mother Goose was not pleased and broke into a sprint towards Katsuki. "Sheet!" Katsuki shrieked and started sprinting. Izuku had no choice but to join when the bird started flying at him. "Katsuki, we're gonna die!" Izuku screamed and went running after Katsuki, a goose hot on his trail. "Don't lead it to me. You deal with it. You're the one who stared at it, I-hole. Help me. Babe, I love you and would fight all might for you if I had to. But I am not going up against a goose. Have you seen their teeth?" Katsuki made a beeline for a tree and used his quirk to get on top of it, effectively leaving Izuku to deal with the menace. "You coward!" Izuku squealed. The goose had landed a hit and nipped the back of his jeans. Izuku ran faster. It took a solid 10 minutes for Izuku to get to a bathroom where he could lock the door and hide from the goose. It took another 5 for him to calm down after that freight and FaceTime Katsuki. And it took another 15 for the goose to finally leave while Katsuki waited away from the bathroom, like a demon coward. Who could blame him though? Geese have serrated teeth, he'd be a fool to challenge one. "Oh well, look who finally showed up," Izuku huffed at Katsuki, who sheepishly smiled at him. "Would you forgive me if I gave you green tea and I'm sorry for letting you get attacked by a goose bouquet?" Katsuki pulled out a large bouquet from behind his back. It was a bouquet of several red and white camellias, several purple hyacinths, and a single red rose. He then reached into his messenger bag and handed him a can of green tea. "When exactly did you have time to pick up a whole bouquet this nice?" "When you were running from the goose." Izuku laughed and kissed Katsuki. "It's fine, I forgive you." "Thank Nizu. I was so afraid you were gonna kick my butt." Katsuki sighed in relief. After the wild adventure at the park, Izuku was tired, so they decided to take a break and get coffee at a cat cafe before they went shopping. They rented a room and were there for a good hour or so. Most of that hour was Izuku asleep on Katsuki's shoulder while he entertained himself by taking dozens of pictures of Izuku. Good times. The next stop for their date was a small shopping trip where Katsuki declared that his new goal was to find Izuku a sense of style. "No, ironic t-shirts do not count as fashion." "Katsuki, come on please. It'll be so cute." Izuku tugged on Katsuki's arm and furiously pointed at a headband with cat ears. "You can be Bakugo Katsuki. Just one photo." One photo. But I get to pick out an outfit for you." Katsuki sighed and gave in. Those puppy dog eyes were a force to be reckoned with. Izuku squealed and grabbed them, making Katsuki pose in various ways. He definitely took more than one photo. "Hey Kat, do I really have to walk out in this?" Izuku called out from the dressing room. "It's not that bad. You wear crop tops all the time." "Yeah, but I never pair them with a skirt." Katsuki could hear the pout in his voice. "Come on. I'm sure you look utterly gorgeous as always. Flattery isn't always gonna work, you know? Did it work now?" "Frick you." Izuku stepped out of the dressing room in a pastel pink skirt with a large light blue cropped sweater that had a teddy bear on it. If Katsuki were a weak man, he would have squealed and pulled Izuku into a bear hug when Izuku walked out. But Katsuki Bakugo is tough, so instead he turns red, gapes, and then rushes and pulls him into a hug. Because nobody could deny that Izuku looked utterly adorable in the outfit. They did, in fact, purchase the outfit. The next step of their adventure, after dropping their bags at the Bakugo house, was to go see a new Avengers movie that had just recently come out. But they happened to have a lot of time to kill beforehand, so they killed some time at the arcade. Unfortunately, they both seemed to forget that they are wildly competitive and spent much longer than intended going head-to-head on every game in the arcade. Izuku had repeatedly kicked his butt at skee-ball and multiple different shooting games, but Katsuki absolutely dominated at air hockey and the basketball shooting game. The real battle though was Dance Dance Revolution. Katsuki may not be a trained dancer like Izuku, but they dedicate one day every month to an all-out Just Dance battle, so Katsuki was no slouch when it came to dancing games. So, Izuku's utter dance talent beat Med. Katsuki was not going down without a fight. They got so caught up in their dance battle that neither realized they were already late for their movie. Neither really cared either. They were happy to just be together, even if most of their time was spent making playful jabs at the other's lack of Dance Dance Revolution ability. They did end up going to a movie, but it was awful, so they spent the whole time cracking jokes and making fun of the movie. It was a fantastic time. The last chunk of their adventure was dinner, which had gone as smoothly as every other event. They laughed, flirted, and reminisced about the mayhem that is their life. It was perfect, until Izuku smiled just a little too sweetly at Katsuki. Izuku Midoriya was no stranger to tears. In fact, he would call himself proficient in the language. But nothing could describe the level of distress he felt when Katsuki had just started tearing up while he tried to eat his dessert. Katsuki wasn't a crier, so Izuku wasn't exactly sure what to do. He had no idea what was wrong. "Kaken? Are you okay? Is something wrong?" Izuku asked, frantically looking around to see if someone was bullying him from a distance. "No. Nothing's wrong. Everything's perfect. Honest. I'm just really happy." Katsuki sniffled, and Izuku's gaze softened. "Katsuki is really cute. I mean, today was just really fun and you're like really amazing. And being around you just makes me so happy, and I'm gonna marry you. Like I can call you my future husband and it sounds so fake, but it's totally real. Like holy shit, I'm gonna get to have these moments with you for the rest of my life, and that's crazy." Katsuki had slowly dissolved to full force sobbing by the end of his rant. And of course, since Katsuki was crying, Izuku cried too. Instead of ranting like he usually would, he settled for flailing to Katsuki's side of the table and pulling him into a tight hug, while they both just sat there and cried. They only pulled away after the waitress had awkwardly set their receipt on the table. They both pulled away from the hug with a small laugh at the waitress who was sprinting away. "You know, I'm hysterically in love with you, right?" Katsuki murmured. "And I love you too." Izuku smiled and pulled him into a kiss that was probably a bit too NTMT for a public place. By the end of the day, they were both tired beyond belief and absolutely ready to go cuddle in Katsuki's dorm and call it day. What they were not willing to do was get lectured. So, they pulled Operation Stealth Mode to get inside without confronting either the Deku squad or the Baku squad. Roundface would not survive if she started hitting on Izuku after the lovely day they had. They went to check in with Aizawa to get their work and ask for a rope strong enough to climb up. Aizawa decided he'd rather not know and just got them a rope from the supply closet. Thank Nizu they did. They saw the security cameras in Aizawa's room and saw that Ida, Uraraka, Mina, and Denki were all waiting right by the door, and by the text they were getting, they were waiting for them. Clingy assholes. They snuck quietly around the back of the dorms as quietly as possible and hunted down which window was Katsuki's. He and Izuku debated for a good 5 minutes to make sure that it was actually Katsuki's window and they weren't about to give some random student a heart attack. Then Izuku activated One for All and jumped up to his balcony and tied the rope to it. They didn't want to use explosions because it would wake everyone up. Izuku made sure Katsuki said, Izuku, let down your hair," before even thinking of dropping the rope. They then ended their super sneaky escapades by texting the four who were waiting for them with very polite and impolite views. They ignored Aizawa's warning text about not doing anything mature with the ropes they took while in the dorms, in favor of curling up together and going to sleep. The Bakudeku faction is clearly the strongest faction. As a radio host, Present Mike is accustomed to dealing with odd situations on the radio. A fan phones in and promotes his Instagram for clout? Mick's got the fix for that. A guest comes in and starts talking about the cult he wants to start? Mick's got it handled. Mike doesn't realize he's live and is having a very mature conversation with husband on the phone. Tricky, but Mike can fix it. He has to do an hour-long live stream with one of his students wearing giant fake melons. Suddenly, Mike has no FANG idea what to do. Midoriya had strutted down the stairs with all the confidence in the world and asked him to wait a minute to go up while he went to get his jugs. Mike had innocently assumed they'd be one of those weird internet challenges he sees all the time and the jugs would be part of a game. He was mistaken. Jugs meant very fake melons that Izuku somehow had the confidence to wear in front of thousands of people on a live stream. Why? Listener, do you realize that those are extremely fake-looking? The only person who will think those are real is Mineta. Hisashi awkwardly gestured his hand towards Midoriya's. Oh, I know. I may only have eyes for a very explosive manly man, but that doesn't mean I didn't notice that melons aren't actually giant balloons. But I also know that 1A is gullible and I want to see if anyone thinks they're real. I promise you at least 4 will. Midoriya said and did a little bounce. On his toes to check the bounce of his Radiates. The future of heroics is truly bright. Present Mike nodded solemnly as they headed up the stairs to continue the stream. Katsuki was known for many things. Screaming, yelling, his hatred for all things pure are all classic examples. But what he is not known for is giggling like a child because of melons. Yet, here he was losing his absolute sheet because Zu looked like he was having the time of his life. He had strutted into the room, with a bounce in his step, and acted like the huge watermelons taped to him were natural. The looks of pure shock coming from multiple factions just made the situation even funnier. Those can't be real. There's no way. Hagakure gasped, leaning in uncomfortably close to the screen. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm a man with many years of experience with life, and I can safely guarantee that those are real. All Might coughed awkwardly but still put a mark next to Midnight's name. I hope they're real. It'd be totally unmanly to lie to us like that. Kirishima was going to have an awful time when he finds out the truth. Katsuki, unlike Kirishima, was having a great time. Every time Zero even slightly moved he laughed harder. Not to mention, present Mike looked absolutely traumatized. He attempted to answer questions and not stare at the obnoxious chest, but the look of genuine fear was just too much. Katsuki made sure to screenshot the moment Zu grabbed both melons and present Mike tried to pretend he wasn't mortified. When they get married he was definitely going to get that picture printed onto his tie. It was golden. Nizabut Green 3. How many of them think they're real? Gusaphobe 3. Most of the males. All Might said he has life experience and can confirm they're real. Kenjidamas. They're not even paying attention to Mick's beautiful singing, sad face. Nizabut Green 3. They're missing out. At least the comment section is going wild with love for his pipes. Class 1 lame could never. Gusaphobe 3. These losers don't know culture. But I do know that those melons are gonna make me collapse if you keep moving around. That sheet's too funny. They look like helium-inflated cantaloupes. Nizabut Green 3. I was going for a watermelon vibe. These melons are stunning. And thus went an entire hour where everyone was so fixated on figuring out Zero's giant melons that nobody paid attention to what he was actually saying. Poor Mike, he even gave them actual hints to who Zero is. Another half an hour of Mick's underrated singing later and Zero was now in the kitchen with the newest guest and he was positively ecstatic. Alright, welcome to my new segment, Snackin' with Zero. Lunch Rush here has some time to spare to teach us how to make the godly katsudon he makes all the time. It's brilliant. I promise. Zero said cheerfully bouncing up and down. Katsuki really wished Izuku would take off the watermelons for the sake of his reputation. Can't wait to cook. It'll be great. Lunch Rush cheered. This man deserved more recognition. Heck yeah. Zero fist bumped the air and ran around showing off ingredients. He's eating katsudon. Todorhoeki yelled. What does that have to do with anything? Katsuki scoffed. Part of him wondered if Icy Hot had figured it out. Okay, hear me out. Midoriya constantly talks about how he would kill to get Lunch Rush's katsudon recipe right. Todoroki started. Katsuki eyes widened because someone in 1A finally had a FING brain. What do you mean? Are you trying to say Midoriya is dating Bakugo? Shuji asked, eyes still focused on the stream. Of course not, they're brothers. I'm saying that Monoma is very dedicated to ruining the lives of everybody in one, so he would totally hunt down the katsudon recipe just to spite Midoriya. It's so obviously Monoma. Todoroki shrieked. Katsuki's faith in humanity went straight out the window. I don't listen to people who try to convince themselves they're a robot to spite their father. Uraraka shrugged. She may be on thin ice, but she has good judgment. That was a perfectly valid theory. Todoroki glared. You called Midoriya and forced him to pretend to be your cell phone talking, so you could say you were communicating with your fellow computerized life forms. There's nothing valid about that. All Might snickered. He was there to watch Midoriya make that call, and he had looked so genuinely done with his life. You loser. Katsuki laughed. Sheet. That's effing burned. I'm selling this pan. It's after me. Zero shrieked from the live stream. Zero. Watch your language. Lunch Rush chastised, shaking a spatula angrily at Zero. Sorry Lunch Sensei, but that burned like hell. That swear earned him a swat on the back of the head from Lunch Rush. Sensei? Mina yelled. Does Lunch Rush teach? I thought he just worked in the cafeteria? Shuji pondered. He teaches a morning class for 1B, dumbass. No, he doesn't. It's all just adding up in my favor. And you all thought I was crazy. Shudo smirked, putting a mark on his board. Not so fast. Kendo is in 1B as well. Shuji sent a small glare at Todoroki. Katsuki really wanted someone to throw a punch. And that's how you make the world's best katsudon. Zero beamed at the camera. Now since we cooked it, it'd be a real shame not to eat it and gossip like old women at a bingo club. Am I allowed to gossip? I have a reputation? Lunch Rush asked. Can I even eat? I don't really have a mouth, Lunch Rush pondered and scratched his forehead. Ah, you're right, Zero pouted and crossed his arms. Why don't we just have another Q&A open to all the fans? You've got a bit of time for that, right? Totes. Please keep them appropriate, Lunch Rush pleaded. The man really has a rep to keep. We can try. We really can, but I make zero promise. Get it? Zero? I'm a comedian. Zero is truly the only funny person left on Earth. Truly a comedic genius. Mrs. Joke would love you. Lunch Rush nodded. All right, Mr. Lunch. The first question is from @0_thegeo. Good name. They ask who your favorite hero to work with is? Your least favorite? Zero read out with a mouth full of katsudon. That's a good question. I've actually worked with quite a few underground heroes who I can't talk about, but I really enjoyed working with Midnight. She is super cool and a fantastic strategist. As for least favorite, I would say Endeavor. He was a hothead. Lunch Rush explained, consuming katsudon through his. Oh my, slandering the number 2 hero? Better watch out for the government-hired assassins. They're everywhere. Aizawa is the only one with the ability to assassinate someone. Buchako shrieked. There were several eye rolls. Next question is from @grape_flavored_sex. Zero, have you and Kat done IT? Zero read and tilted his head in confusion. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by it. We've done a lot of things together. Do you mean drags? Because no, we haven't. Our homework? We sure have. Explicitly illegal activity? Nope. Battled to death via dance? Sure have, and I'm still reigning champ. You have to be more specific with questions like those, Zero hummed. He was obviously playing coy, but if he was right about who Grape was, he deserved the disrespect. Me, Zero, you promised you'd keep it PG. Lunch Rush squeaked. Did you hear that? Todoroki shot up from his seat, his eyes wide and crazy. He said M. He was going to say Zero's name that starts with an M. It has to be Monoma. Or it could be Midnight. All Might pointed out. Yeah. Or it could be Mina. Kirishima shouted. Or it could be Todorhoeki Mudo. Don't try to throw us off with fancy mispronunciations. Mina glared. All right, and another question from Holy F. What is that? Zero shrieked. He panicked and jumped onto his chair at the sight of something on 4 legs scurrying under his desk. It was a rat. What am I? A mouse? A bear? Nobody knows. But what's important is I'm Principal Nizu and I'm right on time. Nizu popped out from under the desk, way too cheery for having nearly caused heart failure to Zero. Just gonna take that as my cue to leave. I have to get stuff for lunch tomorrow. It was fun though. Lunch Rush waved and quickly made his way out. He was not one to deal with Nizu. Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping to speak with him for a bit. Nizu shook his head sadly. Oh well, not to worry. Your boyfriend is outside. I saw him on my way, but I scurry a bit faster than he walks. Nizu hopped up into the chair next to his desk, feet dangling off slightly. He is... Zero yipped and jumped out of his chair rushing towards the door. Kat, an exciter Zero squealed. Zero leaped up and latched onto Katsuki, who nearly dropped him to the ground in surprise. Meanwhile, Class 1A was about to riot. How the hell did he escape? They all yelled, all eyes were fixed on the chair Katsuki had previously been at, which now just held a sticky note with an angry PP flipping them the bird on it. I'm pretty sure the shippers of the round table just realized I escaped. Dipshits didn't even notice me running out the door. Katsuki laughed at the camera. Of course they didn't. Didn't half of them sleep through the lecture on reconnaissance? Zero snorted, leading Katsuki back to the desk by the camera. Anyway, everybody, this is my boyfriend Kat that you saw pretending to be Endeavor earlier, and this is the esteemed principal of you. You've probably heard me refer to him as Rat God on multiple occasions. Zero laughed, looking at the chat that had filled with thousands of comments that read, "Praise Rat God. Did you start a cult around me? I've been planning to do that after my retirement. You stole my fun." Nizu smiled at the comments that were starting to roll in. My bad. Me and Katsuki just say Nizu instead of God a lot, so it just kind of stuck. Now you have a cult. Congrats. Zero informed him while Katsuki snickered beside him. Topic change. I think for this segment we should try to do a couple of mini analyses about different pros or students from the comments. Kat, you can just insult people as you see fit? That sounds lovely. Nizu clapped and pulled out a large thermos of what could only be tea. Would you like some? Why does he have that? Katsuki mumbled. I wish I knew. Zero sighed. I'll have some please. Wonderful. I'll grab cups and you can pull up the first name. Nizu scurried off cheerfully. Why do we praise him again? He radiates power. Yuji Katsuki groaned. He tipped back in his seat, nearly falling in the process. Why do we have to talk about that a-hole? Because that's who the first comment asked for? Zero questioned. He really shouldn't be so confused. Katsuki hates everyone that's not Izuku. He's always giving you eyes. Katsuki huffed. Eyes? What does that even mean? Shinso has never given me eyes before. Not like bedroom eyes, but like, put me in a coffin and let me sleep for decades eyes. Katsuki exclaimed. So? He does that just by being awake. I'm like 99% sure I heard him begging a cloud to fall from the sky and suffocate him until he fell to a gentle slumber last week. I saw that over the security camera. It was quite endearing. Nizu nodded as he sipped his tea. See? Nothing special. I'm sure if you asked him nicely he'd let you knock him into a coma too. Zero said sweetly. Whatever, just finished talking about the extra already, Katsuki grumbled. Yet another point for midnight. All Might smiled, satisfied with the newest development. Not so fast, Buster. We all know Aizawa would never deny somebody the satisfaction of being in a coma. Ochako marked the board. Yamamo, in a moment of totally blinded rage, calmly walked over to the board, created an eraser, and stared Ochako in the eye as she erased the mark. She reveled in Ochako's stunned look. Aizawa's estisti, he'd revel in Shinsu's despair as he curled up into his cocoon of spite. Somewhere in Japan both Shinso and Aizawa sneezed in their cocoons and promptly fell back asleep. Anyway, Now that Katsuki is done whining, Katsuki scoffed. We can talk about the first student Shinsu Hitoshi. You may remember him from the finals of the UA Sports Festival. He was the dark horse of the Gen Ed department. He was my personal favorite. If he doesn't end up in one of my classes, I'll absolutely riot. If I recall correctly, he's the first Gen Ed student to make it into the finals in around 10 years. It was quite surprising, but he had some really solid tactics, Nizu commented. Yeah. Like emotionally traumatizing others, Katsuki scoffed. That's a perfectly reasonable tactic. I use it all the time. He has classes, he favors Shinso, and he's sadistic. Ochako smiled, stood up and shot a grin at Yayazuro. Tic-tac-toe, 3 marks in a row. Beach. Pardon my language, I mean this in the most heroic manner, beach. Midnight also has classes and is openly sadistic. She also never voiced who she favored. All Might boasted. Oh yeah? Well, Todoroki has classes too. He traumatized Midoriya at the sports festival, and I'm pretty sure I saw him walk past Shinso in the hall the other day. Mina yelled accusingly. Monoma constantly traumatizes 1A. He has classes. And I'm pretty sure I saw Shinso giving Monoma, please kill me, eyes the other day. Todoroki nodded at his revelations. Oh come on. You're all missing that it's totally Kirishima. Hagakure squealed and ignored the confused looks shot her way. He said riot. No. Anyway, Shinso's quirk is so cool. It's very op, but unfortunately pretty easily countered if you know how it works. Fortunately for him, you can't actually see how his quirk is activated in footage of the sports festival. Zero explained, his quirk is perfect for heroics. The fact that people ever thought he wasn't built for heroics is messed up. Like I will genuinely fight anyone who ever thought Shinso couldn't do it. I agree. He would make a valuable hero. I also personally took his case under my paw. It's an unusual quirk that with training could change a lot within the heroic system. But we shouldn't get to the detail, as you stated it relies on surprise. You're right. Anything to add, Cat? Touch Zero and die troll face. As delightful as always, Bakugu, Nizu added. He absolutely burned him. Just like my mother did to my face. Next up is from @grape_flavored pp. Did you really make a new account? They want to know about my Netta's quirk. Zero read, distaste clear in his voice. He's gross. I almost cried last time I made eye contact with him. I can feel his eyes on my melons from here. If his eyes are on your melons, I'm gonna turn him into ash. He's a fucking creep. Katsuki growled. He's unpleasant at best, but saying repulsive is probably an understatement. Nizu sipped his. Praise rat god. The shippers of the round table all had a moment of silence in memory of their savior. Oh, The Real Endeavor asks for a positive review on Todoroki Shudo. I don't review people. I especially don't listen to people who look like the house from Monster House. But, since I value Shudo's existence, we'll talk about him. Zero huffed and crossed his arms. I'm gonna marry Zero, Todoroki declared. Bakubro will murder you, Kirishima reasoned. Sounds like a win-win situation to me. The smile on Todoroki's face was all too pleased. Ochako subtly put a mark next to Todoroki's name for bashing Endeavor. I see an investigation may be in the works, Zero? Of course, you're welcome to help me. The look shared between Nizu and Zero was concerning. Enduhor doesn't stand a chance. Katsuki looked down and shook his head in remorse. Smiley faces were added to every member of the SDST squad. Anyway, Todoroki is really cool. Much cool than Endeavor, obviously. But like I honestly almost assaulted him for not using his fire. Like seriously, he's so strong. He could make water or fog just by using his sides simultaneously, but he decided to go rogue. He seriously could have been using cool one-liners like, you just got burned. Freezer burned, but he just didn't? Zero exclaimed. I have to agree with you on that. I understand his fear of being constantly compared to his father, but at the rate he's progressing now, he could have easily developed it far enough to overshine his father and potentially beat him head-on by now, Nizu contemplated. Icy Hot is a wimp. Didn't even give me a fair fight. Katsuki grimaced at the memory. Just because Icy Hot is all chummy with Izuku, doesn't mean he won't obliterate that a-hole. You're just mad he's cuter than you. Have you seen his soba slurping face? Adorable. Zero teased, a playful lilt in his voice. You take that back. I'm not fighting that BSRD for your affection. Katsuki screeched. Nizu just watched between the two in amusement. No wonder they were so good at pretending to hate one another. But, do you think you'll lose? Is Todoroki gonna save me from the big bad Katsuki? Zero cooed. Keep it up and the big bad Katsuki is gonna lock you in a tower so you can't go frolicking with Icy Hot, Katsuki huffed, glaring in the general direction of Todoroki. He just knew that a-hole was smirking up a storm. Katsuki, that's a bit too KNKY for a live stream, you know. And with that comment from Zero, Nizu decided it was a perfect moment to go refill his tea. You see that? I'm gonna marry Zero. Todoroki cheered, still on a high from the Endeavor-bashing debacle. You want to, hypothetically, marry Aizawa? Ochako scrunched her nose up. That guy would sell any member of 1A for a nickel before even thinking about marrying them. If that's what must be done, then yes. I'm sure a romantic date in a sleeping bag would be nice. Somewhere in Japan, Aizawa felt randomly uncomfortable. The live stream carried on in that same cheerful tone full of Katsuki's death threats, Zero mock flirting with Todoroki, and Class 1A making stupid assumptions. The group had been going at it with analysis from multiple classes including support and gen ed. Alright, and our last name before I head to the studio is from @we__, who asks for us to discuss that one kid with the broken bones. Well, that's not very nice. I'm sure he has other defining characteristics. Zero huffed. Well, he did make quite the impression at the festival. Most people who have contacted me about him were just asking if Bone Boy was okay. It truly was his only defining characteristic. Nizu spoke, hiding a small smile behind his teacup. Yeah, that shitty Deku is lame as hell. He literally solves all problems by snapping his bones. It's scary and my mama wants him to stop. My mama actually confronted him about his bone breaking and he started crying, went to hug her, slipped, and snapped his femur. He's on friendly terms with all the nurses at the hospital, so that's a plus. Katsuki snickered. This isn't even an analysis. This is a brutal assault against a proud hero in training. I, for one, think he's cool. Zero crossed his arms and turned his chair around, deliberately ignoring the losers roasting him in front of his masked face. Zoo. Wait, before you go I want to ask you something, Katsuki said, grabbing Izuku's arm before he entered the dance studio. They had just finished up the interview part of the live stream and Katsuki had fulfilled his duty of dropping Izuku off at the studio. Nobody can ever call him a bad boyfriend. He spent an hour with a rat just so he could keep up with tradition and bring his boyfriend to his studio. Katsuki was getting ready to head back to the shippers of the round table because he was itching to see a fist fight. He also wanted to glare at Icy Hot for even thinking of touching his zoo. But right now, before he could go watch people fight, he had a duty to attend to, popping Izuku's ugly but cantaloupes. Yeah, what do you need, Kakin? Izuku asked. His fitness bag was slung over his shoulder and his melons were bouncing up a storm. How does one just forget they have giant balloons strapped to their chest? I need to pop your melons. I am not going to let you look recovery girl in the eye with those things strapped to your chest, Katsuki said stubbornly. No. I like them. Izuku replied with a small stomp of his foot. They're traumatizing. I am not going to watch you TikTok dance with recovery girl while your chest is the size of a FING watermelon, Katsuki scowled. Why does he have to love this idiot? I like them though. They complete the look. They also make dancing look so much cooler. Izuku pouted. He was thoroughly enjoying his melons and he's sure recovery girl would also love to see them. Pop them. There is no way recovery girl is going to renegade while your melons are doing mambo number FNG5. Yes, she will. I'm sure she will adore them. No, I won't. Sweetie, please pop them. Recovery girl asked, approaching from the taxi she was just dropped off in. But why? I like them, Izuku whined. An upcoming hero known for his intelligence just whined because an old woman didn't want him to wear fake melons. I'm too old for this. I just came here to dance. If you want to dance around with balloons on your chest, you should wait for your segment with Midnight. I'm sure she'll enjoy it, Recovery Girl placated. Fine, Izuka huffed. You can pop them, but at the wedding, the melons stay on. If you try to wear those melons at our wedding, I'm leaving you for icy hot. Katsuki frowned, knowing full well Izuku will wear them at the wedding if he's not stopped now. Joke's on you, he'd marry me first. Bet he'd let me wear them. Izuka broke into a sprint to get away from Katsuki, who was now chasing him down the street screaming about popping the beaches. Recovery Girl smiled fondly watching the two bicker back and forth. Ah, young love. She sighed as Katsuki landed a blow, popping one of the melons. Hi. It's me. With a note. I was told that 2 of my stories from Archive are now on Wattpad without my permission. The only story from Archive that I have posted to Wattpad is Beloved Midoriya on the account Midoriyas. Midoriyas is my account. I don't want to put all of my stories so only account users can view them, but that may happen if this keeps going on, and if it does, I'm sorry to those who just want to read it. But please, do not copy my stories to other sites, without asking me first. I will happily post this on other places if you'd prefer to read them there, but seriously just let me know if you want to re-upload it. In other news, I'll update this within the next 2 days. Smiley face, stay safe everybody. Do you have nothing better to do than FE staring at me? Katsuki asked. He just arrived back with the shippers of the round table, and they had formed a barrier of disappointed looks around him. We aren't staring, we're glaring. You betrayed us, I have half the mind to expel you, All Might huffed. For what? Katsuki challenged. For hurting our feelings. Hello everyone. We're back and in the studio with the lovely heroine, Recovery Girl. Zero waved joyfully towards the woman next to him. It's nice to be here. I haven't danced in a long time. I look forward to busting it down with you all. Recovery Girl smiled pleasantly. Well, I'm glad. We've got quite a few dances from TikTok that I've been dying to teach you. As long as I don't have to heal your hip again, I'd love to learn them, she teased. I'm not that bad. Zero squawked. You and that boyfriend of yours basically live in my office. Recovery Girl laughed while Zero huffed offendedly. Whatever. Are you good to dance with your cane? We can change up the dances a little so you can hold it. Oh sweetie, I don't need this thing. I just use it for dealing with idiots who break their bones for sport. She playfully glared at Zero, pointing her cane at him. He definitely did not flinch away. I've always feared that cane. All Might shuddered, images of being whacked upside the head with it flashing back to him. She's ruthless. Katsuki agreed. Meanwhile, Ochako put another mark next to Aizawa because that was the only person she'd seen in and out of the nurse's office. This is the first dance. I'll do it once, then you try. Zero said, leaning over to start the song. The first song started and it was a cute little beat and Zero stepped in the frame of the camera. He touched both shoulders to the beat, then stuck his arm and moved his hips. He repeated the process with both arms. Needless to say, Recovery Girl was very unimpressed. Zero. What was that? I've seen all the TikTok dances and that was lame. I even stretched before coming here because I thought I'd get to do something crazy. Recovery Girl sighed disappointedly. Oh well, pardon me, you've been walking around with a cane this whole time. I didn't want to break your hip or something. Zero huffed. He was trying to be nice. Don't get mouthy. I'm the youthful heroine, of course, I can bust a move. I even learned how to renegade a while back with the big 3. Recovery Girl laughed. She stepped in front of the camera and started throwing her hands around. She was definitely renegading. My bad. Work it. Zero cheered and joined in with her. I fear her power. She's probably immortal, All Might shuddered. He'd never escape her power. Yeah. It's kind of crazy how Zero talked to her. It's almost like he doesn't fear death, Ochako hummed, making a show of putting a mark next to Aizawa. Yeah, but he was also so considerate to her, Hagakure said, marking next to Kirishima because he's just too sweet. Can we do that one dance that was really fast? Like the girl I saw do it through her arms a lot. It looked like it would fun to learn, Recovery Girl requested, throwing her arms up a bit to try and demonstrate the dance. Get busy? Are you sure? Will you survive? Zero asked, only half joking. He got whacked with the cane of pain. Of course I can handle it. I'm old, not glass. Ochako? Aren't you always trying to learn that dance during class? Yayazora hummed. Yeah, I saw it on TikTok one time and thought it looked cool. Deku eventually helped me figure it out. He's surprisingly good at TikTok dancing, Ochako pondered. She had spent weeks flailing around before class before Deku had gotten sick of it and showed her how to do it. Now Ochako is a master at it, which is why Yayazoru just made another mark by her name. Midoriya can dance? Todoroki asked Katsuki, who scoffed. The little sheik can dance way too well. He gives Zero a run for his money on Just Dance. Oh, I'll have to ask Deku to go dancing with me sometime, Ochako blushed. Katsuki fought back the urge to growl. And hip, punch, up down, swing, boing, Zero yelled as he hit each move in quick succession. I don't understand why you're yelling the moves. I'm the youthful heroine, not Gran Torino, Chio scoffed, hitting each move just as hard as Zero. Sorry. You were so dedicated to throwing it back I wasn't sure if you remembered there are other moves, Zero teased. That Katsuki boy is rubbing off on you too much. I assure you, he gets most of his attitude from me. That's definitely Monoma. He has the personality of a rat dipped in cane. You know who else acts like a rat dipped in cane? Bakugo. Todoroki analyzed, dodging the punch aimed for his head by Katsuki. Okay, but Aizawa hates the world, Ochako reasoned. Okay, but old people love Mina and let her get away with anything. Which is probably why Recovery Girl lets her sass, Kirishima added. Not what we were talking about, but okay. Zero, this song is from before even I was born, Chio hummed, kind of impressed that anyone still listens to her type of music. Yeah, it's pretty popular again. It's fun to dance to though. It's all in the legs. Think you can handle it? I don't know. Can you go until your wedding without having a near-death experience? The answer to that is no, so I don't know what your point was, Zero shrugged. My point was, don't ask silly questions, she huffed and whacked Zero with the cane o' pain. Anyway, Cars. We have to make them go boom. Wedding. Oh, he says that all the time. Katsuki scoffed. He. Oh my Nizu. I'm gay. Girls aren't even on my radar. This was not the plan, but the best option is to just roll with it. Then why did you have a bi flag? Kirishima screeched, throwing his notebook in the air. My boyfriend is bi, das. I wasn't going to correct everyone after getting outed to the class. That's no how this sheet works, Katsuki scoffed and crossed his arms. Then what about the melons? They looked completely real. All Might yelled. Not that he wanted him to be dating Midnight, but he was so far down the rabbit hole that admitting defeat now is just embarrassing. They were balloons. I chased his dumbass down the street just so I could pop them. He really loves them. He thinks it puts the outfit together. What a loser, Katsuki snorted, a fond smile on his face. I can't believe this. It's all coming apart, Yamamo cried. Todoroki reveled in their despair. Nothing's coming apart. Girls are just icky. I find zero appeal in melons. Sorry, beaches. Well, what do we do now? Should we just leave? Shuji mumbled. You guys can stay and help the others, Mina offered. Yeah, but you have to wear the cone of shame, Todoroki smirked. He knew the hieroglyphs would never lie to him. Everything was falling in place. The mention of the wedding was left forgotten. As a teacher, adult, and hero, I feel incredibly uncomfortable right now, All Might's sweat dropped. As a student, a child, and a hero. In training, I also feel incredibly uncomfortable, Shuji cringed. As a student, a child, and Zero's future lover, I also feel incredibly uncomfortable, Todoroki nodded. As a student, a child, and the guy who is about to obliterate Icy Hot, I'm incredibly uncomfortable with this BSRD breathing the same air as MY0, Katsuki growled, sparks popping on his hands. That's right, people. The newest segment is with everyone's favorite hero, Midnight. Zero cheered, dramatically gesturing to Midnight. She was wearing clothes that were more kid-friendly in comparison to what she would usually be seen wearing, but the real issue was which studio they were in. Studio C, the pole studio. Would you look at that, All Might? Midnight's in the studio next to Zero. The cone of shame must really be burning right now, Mina teased and laughed when All Might moved the cone on his wrist. His head was too big for the straps. You have zero room to talk, Todorhoeki glared. Sorry, did somebody hear something? I thought I heard a traitor who pre-recorded this whole thing to trick us all like the snake he is. That snake comment would be offensive if I weren't happy to be anything but a Todorhoeki. So there. You're both FING stupid, Katsuki concluded. If you haven't guessed it yet, Midnight and I are going to be pole dancing together. I don't think I've done pole in any of my videos before, which is kind of weird because I've competed on the pole before. It's actually really good for core strength, Zero trailed off. Anyway, I'm going to say parental advisory for this bit, but this shouldn't be too secretary. I think, Zero questioned. Oh honey, from what I've heard from Katsuki, the parental advisory is totally necessary. Midnight winked at the camera. You gossip with Kat? About my pole dancing? I don't know what's the most concerning part about that. When you told us about you and him, I hounded Katsuki for details, and he was really happy to talk about his stunning and awesome partner because he can't talk to his friends. I asked how you started dancing and he mentioned that you do pole and tend to get way too into it, Midnight explained. We also have tea sessions on Thursdays. After a second of processing that his art teacher has heard all of his and Katsuki's escapades, he asked, did he actually call them friends? No, he called them nosy FNBisses, but I figured you wanted the G version. He competes? Does he have like medals and stuff? Shuji inquired. Bakubro? You think we're your friends? Kirishima asked, looking like a puppy who was just given a bone. You gossip with our teacher? Do the teachers always talk smack? Chako asked. Does the whole staff know? All Might said, frowning. That hurt Katsuki a bit. Now they have to tell him. Yes, no, yes, sorry, we'll tell you soon. Katsuki said bluntly, if you want to see real gossip you should hear the sheet that Nizu, Aizawa, and Zero gossip about.
Like the mean girls, but smart and passive-aggressive. No fair. I want to gossip with the teachers. Mina huffed like a child. It takes a special breed of person to communicate with Midnight, let alone Aizawa and Nizu. You wouldn't stand a FING chance, Pinky. So, do you have any experience with pole dancing, or should we go over the basics? Zero asked, wiping a white powder on his hands. Do you know who I am? Of course I've pole danced. Never anything competitive, though. Midnight laughed, walking up to a pole on the right side of Zero. If I ask you to show me what you know, would I need to put a parental advisory this live stream? Probably. Midnight shrugged. Great. Go crazy, Midnight. Kids, cover your eyes. That goes for 1A as well. Look at that. He cares for children. Hagakure squealed, putting another mark next to Kirishima's name. Aizawa is a teacher. He likes kids at least a little. Ochako reasoned. Oh yeah? Well, Todorhoeki did the provisional license thing and had to win over the heart of children. He must be great with kids. Katsuki immediately burst into laughter at that. The last time Glamouroki over there saw a child, they started calling him the wee-wee man. Then he tried to give them his life story. It was brilliant. You know, the only time I've seen you laugh like that was when you were talking about Zero, Mina hummed, looking suspiciously at Todorhoeki. F off. It was just funny to watch. Holy shit, what is Midnight doing? Katsuki cut himself off with a shriek and a look of disgust. What the F dash? All Might muttered in English. The class agreed with his sentiment. So, you definitely weren't kidding about not being competitive, Zero analyzed. Too CC for competition? Midnight winked.
No, it was mediocre.
I've done much worse in competitions, Zero replied bluntly. Rude. Midnight gasped. He's done worse? All Might gaped. Midnight had literally just been grinding on the pole with a couple spins that entire time. Oh yeah, much worse, but like in a tasteful and talented way. His last competition, he went full spread eagle, did a cute little spin, then Kat crawled across the stage. It was wild, Katsuki reminisced. Izuku had won his national division overall with that, but Katsuki wasn't going to tell them that. Does Aizawa pole dance? Ochako mumbled to herself. I'm pretty sure he mentioned that he had started training to use his capture weapon through dancing. I'm pretty sure he mentioned silks before, if that helps at all, All Might added. I have no idea what silks are, but I'm sure it's another point for Bakuai. Ochako nodded determinedly. I'm pretty sure it's pole, but boneless, Kirishima wisely added. Can I see one of your routines then? If I'm so mediocre, Midnight scoffed. Her pole routine was perfect. Are you sure? I'm a champion, you know? Wouldn't want to hurt your ego. Zero teased good-naturedly. Oh, so now you've got an ego? My routine was all about the face.
You
don't even have one to add flair, Midnight challenged, with a teasing smirk. See what you just did? Now I have to go all out, Zero called over his shoulder as he walked into a far closet, emerging with 2 very high sets of heels. Remember you asked for this. With that declaration, Zero began his quick routine that put Midnight to shame. All Might also decided this was the time for him to leave the room. Dear Nizat, I suddenly hope this isn't Aizawa, Ochako said, looking very pale. If only she knew she was watching her crush spin around on a pole in very minimal clothing. Luckily for her own safety, she did not know that, and Katsuki was not forced to commit a crime. Lucky for you. Those leg muscles are way too manly to be anyone but Kirishima, Hagakure added unhelpfully. Holy heck.
How did he do that?
He's standing on the pole. That's so manly. Kirishima cheered. Oh goodness. That's a lot of
bicep.
Meat. Yayazora stuttered out, blushing slightly.
Oi.
Ponytail, watch where your shitty eyes are looking, Katsuki growled. I apologize. But that spin? How did he manage to flip his legs around like that without snapping his arms? Yayazora wondered. My husband is amazing, Todoroki sighed. Alright, wee man. This shitty crush of yours better, FING stop before I kick your butt into next week, Katsuki barked. Can't hear you over the sound of Zero's immaculate split. The stream continued like that for a while. Midnight and Zero jokingly trash-talking one another and making silly routines while 1A continued to ogle Zero and Katsuki plotted murder. Midnight went home a pole dancing pro that day. Zero's power was out of this world. On the other side of the wall, in the Todoroki residence. What the hell are you doing in my house? Endeavor grumbled, glaring at All Might. The man was sat crisscross on his carpet, watching some ancient hero movie called Iron Man. He'd also helped himself to some tea and snacks from his kitchen. Watching a movie. I don't want to watch my coworker and possible student pole dance, especially not with a group of my students. That's weird. All Might elaborated and took a long sip of his tea, then scooted over. Wanna join? Endeavor looked at him skeptically for a moment. Then he sighed and sat next to him. They enjoyed the movie peacefully for a while before All Might felt it necessary to break the silence. Can I ask you a question?
What? Can
you actually communicate with demons? Shut the hell up and watch the movie.
No.
I already hate this. Take my child instead. Aizawa groaned with his hot pink sweatpants on full display. He couldn't come in costume because he's underground, but that didn't stop him from being a fashion disaster. Should I? I'm sure he'd enjoy learning silks just like his father. I could even teach him the art of throwing it back. He can use it as a mating dance, Zero teased. I'm not stopping you, Aizawa shrugged. I'm gonna text Zero's phone. Started buzzing like crazy as he pulled his phone out. Oops, never mind. Kat said, and I quote, if that busted but microwave comes anywhere near my name dash, he'd personally end his troll doll looking butt. How poetic. Zero sighed happily. Poetic is one word for it. Aizawa rolled his eyes. You know, I once saw someone tell Kirishima his Crocs were ugly, and he thanked them. I'm like 90% sure he's the only person on Earth who could tolerate Bakuga's attitude that well, Hagakure hummed.
False.
Todoroki constantly has this aura of, you could stab me, and I'd just roll my eyes, Mina countered. Okay, but Kaminari once stepped on Aizawa while he was sleeping, and the man just rolled out of the classroom, Ochako threw in. Every single one of you is wrong. Zero doesn't tolerate my bullshit. We're just operating on the same wavelength and think the same bullshit together. That's how compatible relationships work, dumbass. Katsuki rolled his eyes, and Todoroki smirked, putting another mark next to Monoma's name. So, what are we supposed to be doing? You just told me to come in my finest clothes, problem child. Aizawa grumbled. His first day off in weeks, and here he is, prancing like a show pony.
No.
All Might gasped. He'd heard that name before. There's no way. Katsuki knew that look. That's the look of someone who just realized they've been played. Katsuki loved it. He immediately took a picture and sent it to Izuku. Katsuki looked towards All Might, put a finger to his lips, and mouthed, "Tell no one." All Might had an internal crisis. Aizawa, look at this. Zero wheezed out. He and Aizawa were doing some stretches to make sure Aizawa didn't snap anything, and Izuku had burst into laughter after he got a text. What? Aizawa sighed. Izuku had a weird sense of humor that Aizawa had been continuously exposed to it during their gossip sessions. He'd seen Katsuki and Izuku laugh so hard they cried because of a picture with a trash bag that said "Sog." It was kind of adorable. He'd never admit that out loud, but why? All Might. Oh my Nizu. His face. He looks so lost. I can't breathe. Izuku snorted out, handing Aizawa his phone. Izuku had seen Aizawa do many things after having become his bestie, but he'd never seen the man laugh as hard as he did the moment he saw that photo. It wasn't even a loud laugh, it was more of a snort, followed by him trying not to smile. Then he covered his mouth and tried to look away from the camera and Zero, and then he just kind of looked like he was hiccuping silently. This will be used as blackmail for the rest of my life. I might harass him from beyond the grave. He looks absolutely traumatized. Aizawa laughed out. I know. His eyes. He looks like his whole life was a lie. I got him good. I knew this would be worth it. Zero cackled until he realized he was, in fact, still alive. All Might figured out who I am and is having crisis right now. Zero addressed the camera and laughed. Harder when the stream filled with comments. Cat, you and Mighty Man better run like hell. Every single night of the round table stared All Might down, each with varying levels with homicidal intentions. All Might felt like a sheep in a lion's pit. He needed to run for it, or he wouldn't survive another hour. You heard the man, All Might. Haul butt. Katsuki yelled, bolting across the room, followed by All Might hot on his trail. Tentacle. Watch the stream. We have a victim to catch. Todoroki yelled, his voice loud and demanding. Uravity, Red Riot, Tentacle. Guard the exits. Invisigirl, tail them at all costs. Pinky, Creati. We're gonna trap him. Go. All Might would have been impressed with how quickly they got to work if he weren't the one with his life on the line. F off. Katsuki screeched after Pinky threw sticky acid at him. This is not how aspiring heroes act. Please settle down. All Might tried to beg over the commotion. It didn't work. He was with a sweeping kick from Creati and a half-iced leg from Shoto. Don't try to run, you cowards. Shoto growled. He knew he was right. This was the only way to get confirmation, no matter how unheroic. Detroit smashed them already. For Nizu's sake their children, Katsuki barked, dodging a hit from Creati's staff. Exactly. They're children. I'm a hero. I don't hit children. All Might cried, wiping acid off of his face. Endeavor winced in the living room. Then do that windy sheet you did during me and Deku's exam. You know, the exam where you used Izuku as a FING hammer to knock me around with. Yeah, not forgotten. Katsuki grunted, dodging yet another hit from Creati. I wish you were wrong. All Might sighed and threw a punch that sent them all flying backward. Then they ran like hell. Should we wait for All Might and Kat to get here? Or do you think they died? Zero hummed. I think he died. Class 1A may be tiring, but they sure know how to get what they want. Aizawa huffed. You're right. They probably had a whole plan in case they tried to escape. But I'm sure Kat will get them out. If anyone can get what they want, it's Kat. Or, you know, he lit the house on fire. Either one, honestly. Zero shrugged, turning back to their game of Uno. +4 Beach. This is why Nizu is my favorite teacher. They took out the front line already? Uravati cried. She was at the door and ready to send the next loser, who exited into the sun. It's to be expected. Shuji nodded. I focused on the door. All Might is really strong. Hagakure helpfully added. She was hiding in the bushes to follow them in the off chance they got past.
Yeah.
He's really manly. Red Riot smiled, arms hard and ready to pounce. Guys, why is so quiet in there? Red Riot whispered. Seriously? Did it end in mutual destruction? Invisigirl asked again. Where are they? Uravati added. We forgot the back exit. I bet $10 that they all forgot that there are more than one exit, and that's how All Might and Cat are gonna get here, Zero hummed. It had been so long that they'd switched to Monopoly. I'm risking that bet. You and Nizu seem to know everything, Aizawa grumbled while he rolled. I swear to Nizu if you buy Gang Orca Avenue, Zero growled. Aizawa just smiled that terrifying smile and handed Zero the money. Zero pounced over the board and attempted to strangle Aizawa. Let go of me, you F gremlin. Aizawa shrieked, trying to push the rabid child off of him to no avail. I'll F expel you. You're more rabid than Bakugo. Expel me? I dare you. Enies you wouldn't let you. Zero growled, still attempting to end Aizawa's life. Yujin gremlin. Aizawa cried and activated his quirk, in hopes of Zero's quirk letting up. Zero was not using his quirk. Aizawa was going to die. What the hell is happening here? All Might gaped from the doorway they just entered through. Katsuki and him were both drenched in sweat and looked like they'd just fought off a grizzly bear. Aizawa didn't listen and played Monopoly with Zero. Now he's gonna die if I don't pry Zero off. Katsuki sighed, pushing past All Might and grabbing Zero, who proceeded to kick and punch so Katsuki would drop him. Aizawa looked ready to run for it. Let me at him. He took my FING spot. I always get Gang Orca Avenue. I'll end HIM. Zero shrieked, still glaring down Aizawa. Or, I can give you a hug, and then we can laugh at All Might figuring out who you are, Katsuki offered. This is not the first time Zero has tried to murder someone over a board game, and it certainly won't be the last time. I'll do it. But Aizawa, if you ever pull that again, Cat can't guarantee you survival. I'll do much worse to you than the Knights did to All Might and Katsuki. You really are green Nizu, Aizawa frowned.
Anyway.
All Might. You've probably got lots of questions. Let's go chat in the hall. Cat and Aizawa can just finish up the game for us. Zero said, voice as cheery as ever. Young Midoriya, you're in a relationship with Bakugo? All Might asked. Yeah, we've been dating since we were 4, actually. He proposed to me right before school started. Izuka said, excitedly showing All Might his ring. Proposed? All Might gaped, examining the ring closer.
Yup.
I promise he's never actually hated me. We've been attached at the hip since birth. We just had some issues with bullying and created this whole shtick out of self-preservation, Izuku elaborated. I apologize if you boys ever felt as if you had to hide your relationship from me. All Might frowned.
Aw no.
We weren't really hiding it from you. Promise. We just didn't want it to get out to UA since we weren't sure of the situation yet. Izuku panicked. He didn't want All Might to feel guilty. But why didn't you tell me when you told the staff? All Might's frown deepened.
Oh.
We just wanted to mess with you. Did you see the picture of your face? FING gold. Izuku snorted. All Might sighed. They chatted about the plan they'd made. All Might was relieved to find out that the two were not siblings, and their relationship for a while. All Might, the doting dad that he is, wanted to know as much about what he'd been missing as possible. Izuku was happy to indulge him and invited him to join the segment with him and Aizawa. All Might happily agreed. Meanwhile, at the round table, everyone was filled with a new level of determination. They'd been duped, thrown across a room, and utterly humiliated. This would not be the case again. They will find Zero, and they will prove that it's Monoma Aizawa Todoroki Kirishima. Izuku Midoriya is a brilliant planner, and nobody would dare debate that fact. That doesn't mean that there can't be little hiccups in his plans, though. In fact, they happen all the time. He didn't plan to fight the hero killer when he wanted to save Ida. He didn't plan to lie about gentle criminal. And he certainly never planned to have a serial killer carry around a photo of him in his wallet. But life is full of surprises, and Izuku can handle those surprises. However, he cannot handle having All Might, Katsuki, and Aizawa on his live stream. Katsuki screamed and cried like a little beach because Aizawa kicked his butt at Just Dance. He had also blown up his control, which landed him in the corner of shame. All Might had attempted to do silks with them, but nobody factored in the ton of muscle he has, and the silk broke and fell from the top. Katsuki didn't stop laughing until Aizawa showed him up on the silks, and then Aizawa had heard Katsuki cry that he'd have to gouge his own eyes out if he had to watch All Might throw it back. So, obviously Aizawa demanded they learn how to do so. Katsuki gave up and went back to the Knights. Katsuki had almost gone back when he was immediately met with the silent treatment when he got to the Knights. Okay, so none of this is working. Zero sighed and flopped on top of Aizawa, who was half asleep on the floor. It's because your boyfriend is FING rabid, Aizawa huffed, shoving Zero away. Young Bakugo is a handful. I was enjoying playing that dance game earlier. All Might whined. He had almost had 1 star. We can play Just Dance together again later. Me and Kat have a tournament once a month you can join, Zero laughed. He's a sweetheart when he's not barking at everyone.
Yeah.
Don't tell him, but he's not always a gremlin. You're definitely worse than him. Aizawa snorted when Zero kicked him lightly. I remember when Midnight came into the break room sobbing because Katsuki brought her a Pomeranian for her birthday. She still calls it her cute and feisty little blondie. All Might hung his head in shame. So, should we wrap this up with one last round of questions? You know, Aizawa sounds really fond of Bakugo, Ochako mumbled. You do realize that Zero is literally laying on top of him, Katsuki yelled. Stunt doubles exist. And you can't say anything anymore, you've been banished. Whatever. Not like I'd know anything about my own FING fiancé, Katsuki grumbled, beyond annoyed. So annoyed, he didn't process the words that just came out of his mouth. You're what? The room was in various states of insanity. Shuji, for all his stoicness, looked absolutely lost. Shudo was half frozen over. Mina had burnt her notepad with acid. Ochako's notepad had floated to the ceiling. Yamamo was staring into the void, and Hagakure was squealing about Bakukiri being eternal.
What?
Did I say something?
Katsuki asked.
He'd be fine as long as he played dumb. That'll work. Hopefully. Spoiler alert. It did not work. I feel like something big just happened, Zero shivered. Then Texter Demon. He seems to be involved in all the problems this week, Aizawa suggested. Young Aizawa is right. All Might encouraged. Don't call me young Aizawa, Aizawa glared. Don't play dumb with us, Bakugo. We all heard what you said. Mina pointed an accusing finger at him. I'm not playing dumb. I think you all just need to get yours cleaned, Katsuki shrugged. I promise you, Bakugo, I don't need my ears cleaned. I know what I heard, Shuji glared. And what exactly did you hear? I just said that I know my Beyoncé well. Don't lie to us. Ochako shrieked, throwing her hands up. I believe him honestly. There's no chance Bakugo could convince anyone to marry him, Shudo shrugged. Katsuki knew this game well. He was not going to fall for that trick. You're right, Todoroki. He's really unmanly. Zero would probably run screaming at the thought of Bakubro trying to marry him. EW. That was probably the meanest thing Ijiro had ever said. It honestly hurt him to even think. Katsuki scowled. No. He wouldn't. No. Momo hummed, waving off Katsuki. I would also run for the hills if Bakugo suggested marriage to me. Honestly. He's so scary. Hagakure said, way too cheerfully for risking her life. I am not. Katsuki growled, slowly losing his patience.
See.
So scary. Todoroki is much better looking, Mina smirked. Wherever this was going, Katsuki didn't like it. I have to agree with you there. He would have a much better shot at getting Zero to accept his proposal, Shuji nodded.
Katsuki does not like this.
Really? I'm sure I have enough money for a ring. Should I perhaps propose to him? He does seem rather attractive. Shoto smirked, as smug as ever. Oh, no. Okay, night's update before we start the Q&A up, Zero announced to the stream. Apparently Kat let it slip that we're engaged. Yes, you heard that right, he put a ring on it. Zero shook his ring in front of the camera. So, Kat tried to convince him that he said Beyoncé, and then they all started grilling him. Then they made the mistake of saying that Todorhoeki had a better chance than Bakugo at getting a yes. So, he obviously tried to kill Todorhoeki, and Endeavor had to separate them, because Kat almost blew his face off. That's hot, Zero hummed his. Teachers cringed at the last part. So, long story short, they now know we are engaged. I have a class full of idiots, Aizawa groaned. I thought you met before the exam. How can you already be contemplating marriage? Are you even old enough to get married? Hagakure squawked. We did meet before the exam. Way before the exam. Bakugo sighed. Plus, we aren't getting married until after we graduate. Wait, but Zero said you didn't get together until recently? How could you already be getting married? Momo asked. Because we got together when we were 4 years old. A couple of people looked shocked at the revelation. We made it official when I proposed before the first day of school. You proposed and he said yes? Shoto asked, nose scrunched in distaste. No, he wasn't sour about his future husband already being engaged. He wasn't.
Seriously.
Of course he FING did. We're perfect together, a-hole. Katsuki huffed. Katsuki loved that kicked puppy look on Shoto. He didn't have a chance to begin with.
So,
are we invited to the wedding? Ijiro asked hopefully. You are. Not sure about these other fuckwads. I was going to ask you to be my best man anyway. Katsuki shot a look to Hagakure, who made it a point to ignore that. Bakubara, you do love me. Ijiro cheered, tearing up a little. And then he flung himself into a hug with Katsuki, who immediately shoved him to the ground. Hagakure counted that as a point. Anyone else would have died hugging him. Zero. You do realize that most of these questions are now regarding your wedding, right? Can I leave now? Aizawa pleaded from his sleeping bag. Who brings a sleeping bag to a dance studio? Nope. You're stuck here, Zero said cheerily, dropping next to Aizawa. All Might sat next to him. I literally have no part in your wedding. What the F am I supposed to answer?
False.
You have a big part in my wedding. Thank you very much, Zero pouted. You know, it's kind of odd how long Aizawa's segment is. It's almost like this is a stream, Ochako muttered, putting a smiley face next to Aizawa's name. I want you to be my maid of honor, Aizawa. Zero whined. His maid of honor had to be someone he trusted wholeheartedly, and with the amount of time he'd spent ranting and chatting with Aizawa, he could safely say he trusted him with his life. Despite being Izuku's teacher, Izuku genuinely saw him as a friend, and who better to be his maid of honor than his deeply trusted friend? Aizawa really tried his best to not look shocked, but the fact his eyes looked ready to pop out of his skull really gave him away. What? You heard me. Why me, though? I'm not a female, and that's a big duty. Wouldn't you rather have one of your friends do that? Aizawa asked. This was a first for him. Most students were terrified to ask him for a pencil, let alone ask him to be a maid of honor. We're two men getting married. The gender of our bridesmaids isn't going to be an issue. And I think of you as a friend, Aizawa. Aizawa blinked slowly. Then once more, because three's the charm. Fine, but call me Shoyuta out of school if you like me that much. And then he rolled back over. If Zero wasn't wearing a mask, he'd be absolutely beaming. And I guess if we're on the topic of the wedding, All Might, I wanted to ask you to walk me up the aisle. Zero asked, obviously nervous. All Might stared at him. Then he turned bright red. Then he coughed up blood and screeched. The live stream came to a close pretty soon after that. They answered a few more questions about the wedding, and Katsuki slowly got a migraine from the sheer stupidity of the nights. Ochako spent the whole time adamantly demanding that the maid of honor thing was staged. Hagakure kept going on about how best man must have meant that Kirishima was the best man for him. Shuji was still shocked that Aizawa had let Zero call him Shoyuta. Yamamoto had been happily discussing some of the wedding plans he'd made with his family, and Midnight. Mina had thrown out the idea that Todoroki had asked All Might to spite his father. He would definitely do that. But one thing was throwing Katsuki off. Shoto had been silent. Deathly silent. That silence was broken the moment the stream ended. Shoto marched up and presented a weirdly viable theory. It has to be Monoma, Shoto started. He's the only theory that isn't on the live stream or in this room. He fits almost all of the criteria we've had, and he has the most definite tallies out of everyone here.
You're
Dating Monoma. Everyone held their breaths. They could admit that out of everyone, Monoma was the easiest answer. Was the truth finally going to be revealed? Katsuki stared at Shoto. Shoto stared back. Katsuki stood up and looked Shoto in the eye. Everyone held their breath.
no.
I'm not dating Monoma. And then Shoto went apeshit. There is no FING way it's not Monoma. Who else on this no-good planet could it possibly be? Shoto screeched. This was the loudest Katsuki had ever seen him be, and he was thrilled to know he was recording it. I'm pretty sure I know who I'm marrying, icy hot. Katsuki scoffed. You're all FING wrong anyway. Shoto made a sound that sounded suspiciously like a roar and lunged at Katsuki. Lucky for Katsuki, this is not the first time someone has angrily lunged at him in an attempt to kill him, cough Izuka cough. So Katsuki stepped to the side and watched him face plant to the ground.
So,
You're telling us we wasted an entire day watching a stream only for you to be messing with us? Ochako asked, her eye twitching. I didn't do shit. I told you all to leave me alone. You buttes kidnapped me. Katsuki snorted. So not manly. Idrio shook his head. That statement was followed by multiple angry outcries. Guys! Yamamo shouted out over the angry crowd surrounding Bakugo. Bakugo obviously isn't the answer to our problems. These factions have divided us and blinded us of the possibilities. I plead that we drop our differences and unite together to hunt them down. We now know of 3 witnesses to Zero's identity, their gender, the depth of their relationship, and common mannerisms. We did this together, and together, we will find Zero. The room went quiet, a few stunned from the passion in her voice. But the masses had been thoroughly swayed. And thus, the Bakudodo, Bakumona, Bakuai, Bakukiri, Bakumina, Bakuchiko, and Bakuken factions united to form the ultimate faction, the Bakuzero faction. Katsuki immediately felt a migraine coming on. You're FING kidding me? Izuka snorted, tears of laughter pouring down his face as Katsuki laid down next to him. I wish I was kidding. This drama is going on for much longer than I thought it would, Katsuki groaned, wrapping Izuku into a hug. I know. It's great. They're so dumb. I love them, but it's the truth. I'm gonna have to add to my plan. Maybe we can recruit some more allies. Izuka laughed, burrowing his face into Katsuki's shoulder. Yeah? Who are you thinking? Well, if you're alright with it, we can tell Kirishima? I mean, you've already asked him to be your best man, so I figured you'd want him to know, Izuka suggested. That's a good idea. We'll have to threaten him into silence anyway. It'd be good to have a spy on the inside. Katsuki laughed into Izuka hair. Okay, I was also thinking about how the class had mentioned having a competition with 1A and 1B to test their skills and find Zero. I was thinking, why don't we snatch someone from 1B, train them for the competition, and essential snatch you a fake fiancé? Izuka smirked heavily. He was too tired and too cute for it to actually be scary. I'm listening, Katsuki hummed. Well, who do we know that knows about quirks, is in 1B, would sell their soul to mess with 1A, and would absolutely make Todoroki's head explode if you dated him? Katsuki went to sleep with a smile on his face. This was by far Izuka's best idea yet. Kaken pissed. Kaken, I have a question. What do you want? It's like 4 a.m. and I'm trying to sleep. Is midnight still gonna be our flower girl? Go to sleep before I smother you with a pillow. Fair enough. Ijiro's day is going splendidly. He passed his math test, went out for ice cream, and even got to visit his mom's. Now he was on his way to go visit his best friend, Bakubro.
How cool is that?
What's even cooler is that he ran into that blonde kid from the sports festival on his way there. Yeah, he was rude, Arrogant, stuck up, and probably rabid, but his quirk was manly as hell. What was not manly was the loud bang and yell that came from Bakuga's room when he got there. He could be in trouble. Thank Nizu the door was unlocked. Bakubro, are you okay? Oh. Ijiro's day was going splendidly. He passed his math test, went out for ice cream, and even got to visit his mom's. Now he wants to cry. Monoma Nito is absolutely convinced the universe was after him. Sure, he could be rude, but is psychological torture really necessary? The first thing he'd seen once he'd entered school was Shinso obnoxiously flirting with the electric kid from 1A. Then, as he was walking down the hall, the candy cane kid kept staring him, which he didn't entirely hate. He was pretty cute for being in 1A. Then at lunch, the Grenade kid demanded he visits his room later. Then, when he was on his way to the suspicious room, he ran into the annoying Tetsu clone. And the real icing on the cake was when they heard what was definitely miming coming from the room, and the idiot beside him decided that the guy was in trouble and slammed the door open. Monoma is 100% sure those two are brothers. Cher Nizu, pourquoi moi? Izuku and Katsuki were living their best lives. They'd been so excited all day to get the reactions of two new people finding out about their relationship. They'd spent most of their day cuddling in Katsuki's room waiting for the next two victims to show up. They couldn't wait to see their faces. Unfortunately, they had an inability to keep track of time and decided that they probably had enough time for some fun before they got there. They did not have time. There they all sat, all four of them awkwardly staring one another down. Izuku was red like a tomato, half-naked and pinned under Katsuki. Katsuki looked ready to blow up the room if he weren't so shocked. Monoma looked lost, and Ijiro was on the brink of tears. That's so not manly, Bakugo. Ijiro choked out through his near tears. You're cheating on Zero with your brother. Oh my. I knew 1A was a mess. But, seriously? An incestual affair? Monoma voiced. We can explain, Izuku squeaked, shoving Katsuki onto the floor. I promise. This is why we called you here. To talk about your cheating? Ijiro asked, face red with anger. For a fursum? Monoma asked, face scrunched in disgust. He was into many things, but he was not into brothers.
No.
Neither of those things. FING perverts. Katsuki scoffed. What he said. I promise there is a valid reason for this, Izuku pleaded. You've got 5 minutes before I tell Aizawa to tell Zero. Ijiro walked in, eyes narrowed. Cheating is so not manly. Monoma shrugged and followed him in. So, for starters, we're not brothers. Izuku said, we've known each other our whole lives, so we just kind of unofficially share our parents. The documents Shoto saw in class were fake and meant to mess with 1A. Why would you do that? Lying to cover up your cheating isn't manly. Ijiro cried out in outrage. Monoma sighed. He's already figured out what's going on. For FS sake. I'm not cheating, Katsuki sighed. I figured since I've already asked you to play such a big role in our wedding that you should know. Katsuki sighed and grabbed Izuku's ringed hand. Izuku is Zero. We've been dating for 10 years, and I'm engaged to him. Ijiro buffered, so hard his quirk activated. Katsuki took a picture. But you've been so mean to him. Ijiro cried. And, no offense Izuku, they're totally different. Izuku's never even said a swear, and Zero twerks for fun.
Yeah.
Both of those are fake. We've had bullying problems in the past, so now he just pretends to bully me. And I've never been innocent. I grew up with Kaken, so of course his habits became mine, and vice versa. I'm just a good actor, Izuku explained, fiddling with Katsuki's hand.
So,
what am I here for? I don't care for your relationship drama. Monoma butted in.
Oh.
We need your guys' help to F with 1A, Izuku smirked. Monoma was listening now. Zoo's been having the time of his life, confusing the class with mixed signals. So, Ijiro, we want you to spy for us and report back what the factions are doing so we can prepare accordingly. And Monoma, we need you to date Katsuki, Izuku stated. Excuse me? You heard me. We're gonna train the hell out of you until you can dance and act like me and absolutely ruin Shoto's day. You'll get the added bonus of calling Shoyuta Shou and II and have access to a collection of Class 1 Finding out about Zero. You should see Shoto's face when he thought you were Zero. Izuku snickered at the end. He looked so dumb. Katsuki snorted. Is that why he kept staring me down? It was terrifying. Monoma shuddered. Probably. Or he's trying to court you with some weird mating ritual. I wouldn't be too surprised. He's convinced you're Zero and wants to marry Zero, so good luck with that. Izuku shrugged and looked toward Ijiro, ignoring Monoma's crisis. So, are you in? What happens if I refuse? Monoma asked. I could easily bring this information to the factions. Maybe even post a video about this. I'd be the talk of the town.
Simple.
You tell anyone and you die in a tragic accident, Katsuki snarled. Right. Izuku nodded, smiling. I can see the headlines now. Hero hopeful dead after a tragic quirk accident. How sad. Can't believe they'll never find the body, Katsuki said, sadly. Monoma had very little respect for 1A, but he does know when his life is in danger. All right. I'll help with your stupid plan. Don't expect us to be friends, Monoma grumbled, angrily stomping out of the room. How could he get played by 1A rats?
So.
I take it I have no choice either? Ijiro asked nervously. No, you have a choice. Izuku waved his hands dismissively. It's just that only one of those options leads you to survival, Katsuki finished. All right, I'll also help. But lying isn't manly. And thus, the Bakudaku faction gained 2 unwilling followers. Izuku, do you think Namuri will save me? Katsuki asked, splayed across Izuku's bed and staring at the ceiling in hopes of finding the answers to the universe. The only one who can truly save you is the mighty rat, Izuku sighed, continuing to pack some clothes. Do you think if I prove myself to be a threat to national security, the mighty rat will have no choice but to capture me and save me from my fate? Katsuki asked, sounding numb. If you're a national threat, I won't be able to see you after the rat gets you, Izuku stated, an eyebrow raised towards Katsuki. You're right, but I may be able to take that risk. I'm sure we can be pen pals, or some shit like that. I can just Venmo you money for date nights, Katsuki whined, rolling himself into Izuku's blankets. Izuku snorted and threw the shirt he had been folding at Katsuki. Come on, Kaken. Party won't be that bad. Katsuki and Izuku were getting ready for their makeshift engagement party. Usually, people have those right after they're engaged, but once Namuri had found out that they hadn't had one, she took it upon herself to round up everyone who knew of the relationship and plan the party of the century. She rented out a small venue for the event but made sure there was access to a large screen for Just Dance and a constant slideshow of 1A's reactions throughout the adventure. The boys felt a little bad for throwing the party without the class, but it's chill because they'd all get to attend 2 bachelor parties. I know, but the hag will be there. And you know she's gonna FING harass everybody, Katsuki groaned, curling in on himself. He wasn't ready for this. He was not ready to have Midnight, Aizawa, All Might, Mizu, Mama, Mommy, Dad, Kirishima, Monoma, and the other half of the UA staff in one room. It was going to be hell. Katsuki, there are friends. I'm sure it will be fine. Izuku sighed, gently tugged Reed, aggressively yanked the blankets away from Katsuki, who didn't hesitate to grapple to them. Izuku, no. Leave me for dead. It'll be better than dealing with those loud fuckwads, Katsuki screeched while Izuku pulled him off the bed. Katsuki, I swear to Niza get up, or I'm calling mommy. Don't test me. Izuku yelled, starting to lose his grip on the blanket. You wouldn't dare, Katsuki glared, peering over his blanket. Watch me. Izuku glared right back, reaching for his phone. You know what? I'm gonna go get dressed. Not because you're blackmailing me, but because I FING want to, Katsuki grumbled, throwing the blanket to the side and shooting a mean look to Izuku. Sure you are, Izuku sang.
F you.
Yes, I am, Katsuki yelled back. Whatever you say, Izuku hummed. Love you, hun. You're an a-hole, Katsuki groaned, walking back from the door he'd just stomped to stop and give Izuku a quick hug. Love you too. Even though you're being AD. Oh, what was that last part? I couldn't quite hear you, Izuku teased, still holding on to Katsuki. I said, You're so pretty it makes me sick. Oh, I'm so glad my babies have friends. Inko squealed, pulling Izuku and Katsuki into a hug after entering the venue with them. Yeah, although I wish they weren't all our age, Mitsuki snickered. Oh, leave them alone. As long as they make the boys happy, it's fine, Masaru added, smiling at the boys. Right. Izuku, Katsuki. Please introduce us to them. I didn't get the chance to meet them all before. Inko smiled. She is such a ball of sunshine. Do we have to? Katsuki asked, grabbing Izuku's hand.
Yes.
Don't whine, Kaken. This an engagement party. You're supposed to be swooning over me. Izuku laughed, dragging him towards the main area, their parents following behind. All right, the sleepy fucker over there is Aizawa Shoyuta. He's my maid of honor. Izuku started, ignoring Inko's light scolding. The tall cockatoo man next to him is Hisashi Yamada. The other blonde next to him is Tashinori Yagi. The chick in the far corner is Kayama Namuri. The woman she's talking to is Shio Shizenji. The robo-bitch is Ranchi Rashu. Katsuki started, stopping when Izuku hit him in the ribs. Don't call lunch rush robo-bitch. He's a sweetheart, Izuku scolded. Yeah, Katsuki huffed. The little rat man is the rat god Mizu. Then the two guys in the corner, who look really uncomfortable, are Monoma Nito and Kirishima Aijiro. There are a few other losers here, but you can introduce yourself to them. Katsuki finished, dragging Izuku towards one of the losers. Have moms and dad. Izuku waved over his shoulder. Izuku Midoriya, I'm expelling you. Shoyuta grumbled the moment Izuku had separated from Katsuki and made his way toward Shoyuta.
What?
What did I do this time? Izuku whined. Shouldn't you be nice to me? We're celebrating my engagement. That's CKS for you. Miss Joke has been spamming my phone nonstop since the FING stream you forced me onto. I can't catch a break. She won't stop badgering me about how you got me to laugh. Shoyuta drawled, glaring daggers at Izuku. Now, that's just not fair. That's not my fault, but you know what would be my fault? Izuku smirked.
Don't.
I don't want to know, Shoyuta groaned, making a beeline for the nearest caffeinated beverage. He's gonna regret that, Present Mike mumbled, watching the fool walk away. He regretted that 20 minutes later, when the sound of obnoxious laughter filled the venue. Midobro, I didn't know you were friends with the UA staff. That's so manly. And, you know Miss Joke? Kirishima said, slinging an arm over his shoulder.
Yeah.
It's really odd being in a room full of teachers and watching them do whatever the hell they're doing, Monoma said, gesturing towards Miss Joke, who is currently chasing Shoyuta around the room. You get used to it. Izuku shrugged. And I don't know Miss Joke. I just know that Shoyuta is annoyed by her, so I got her number from Mike and invited her.
That's
clever for a 1A student. I've been hiding a relationship for like 3 years, and that's what you think is clever? Izuku teased, an eyebrow raised towards the Monoma. My morals refuse to let me compliment you. Don't get too cocky, Monoma scoffed. Come on Monobro. You have to be nice to him. It's his engagement party. Kirishima scolded. You heard him, Monobro, Izuku teased. Die. F off, Namuri, Katsuki yelled, sparks popping from his hand. I can't.
It's
your party, and you're brooding and staring at Izuku, Namuri gasped.
no.
Everyone is FING loud here. Let me eat my demon curry, Katsuki grumbled, shoveling food in his mouth. That's rude. You know darn well you love us all. What would Piper say if she saw you neglect all of our love, hun? Namuri coerced. I dunno. She'd probably say some shit like woof woof, Katsuki said. I've had enough of your sass, young man. Get your butt out there and hang out with your friends, or I'll be forced to punish you. FING gross, Katsuki scoffed, nose crinkling in disgust.
Go.
Or, I swear I'll be spitting in your tea next week, Namuri threatened. Fine, whatever, Katsuki scoffed. I thought you were my friend, but I guess not. Guilt-tripping me won't work, Namuri sang, but I appreciate the sentiment, hun. Katsuki just groaned annoyedly and made his way towards his fiancée. Just the two I was looking to see. Mizu clapped, Recovery Girl happily trailing behind him. Good to see you, Nizu. Izuku greeted. Katsuki just grunted. Hi, boys. Recovery Girl greeted, sipping the martini she had somehow gotten. There was supposed to be no alcohol at the party, but Izuku was fully aware that they couldn't get a bunch of pros together without at least a little alcohol involved. Hi, Chio. Izuku replied. How's the party been so far? Any scandals you'll have to cover yet? I wish that the yet wasn't necessary, Nizu sighed, but I haven't seen anything yet, but I'm sure there will be something to discuss come our next tea session. I'm not going to lie, it will probably be a lot of Shoyuta trying to eliminate me for inviting Miss Joke to the party, Izuku laughed. That was FING gold. He looked so scared. I've never seen that man run so fast, Katsuki snorted. It was really funny. I just hope I won't have to heal your injuries when he finally seeks revenge, Chio laughed. I'm not too worried. He can't exactly beat up a student now, can he? Izuku smiled. In this circumstance, I'm sure I could make an exception, Nizu teased. Frickin' rat. It's okay, Zu. I'll fight him off for you, Katsuki flexed. Kat, I love you. I really do. But there's a 0% chance you'd be able to take Shoyuta on in a fight. Especially not after he had to deal with Joke. Izuku laughed, kissing Katsuki cheek. I know, but I could at least try. I'm sure if I took him by surprise you'd at least make it out. Oh, what a little hero, Recovery Girl laughed. He's my little hero, Izuku sang, making kissy faces at Katsuki. Katsuki wanted to go home. After a few hours of running around and intermingling with guests, they had eventually managed to wrangle the entire group of people to one large table for a giant family dinner. Inko, Namuri, Shoyuta, and Kirishima had spent hours helping Lunch Rush cook all of the food for the giant group of people. You don't know pain until you try to make a feast for a group of people who are all on extremely strict diets. The dinner had gone amazingly for the most part. Everyone was getting along spectacularly. Izuku and Katsuki were having a great time joking with all of their friends. Kirishima and Monoma had slowly warmed up to the idea of casually talking to their teacher and were chatting with Present Mike and Vlad King respectively. Even Inko, despite her nerves about being surrounded by heroes, had warmed up to everyone and had absolutely clung to Namuri. But it had all gone downhill the moment cake was served. That's when Namuri had decided that it was time to give small speeches from everybody. The first few had gone fine. Inko cried while trying to speak about how proud she was of her kids. Mitsuki had given a surprisingly heartwarming speech about them. Masaru had given a quick speech thanking everyone for supporting one another. Namuri had given a sweet speech that was laced with innuendos. Kirishima had gone on and on about how absolutely manly they are, to everyone's amusement. But it had all come to a head when Aizawa spoke. We've heard a lot of heartwarming speeches so far, and that's not my thing. But since I was conned into being the maid of honor, I'll have to say something, Aizawa drawled. Usually, with these sorts of things, I'd go on about what good people both Izuku and Katsuki are. Or I'd lament about how Izuku is just one of the best friends I've ever had, and I'm so glad to be here with you all. But instead, I have revenge to seek. Aizawa smiled. Most of the people at the table were used to Shoyuta and Izuku's ongoing feuds, so they weren't too shocked. But the parents and two students there looked worried beyond belief. What was Aizawa planning? Earlier today, I confided in my dearest friend Izuku how much a certain someone's voice makes me want to change my name and move to New Jersey, and instead of being met with love and support, do you know what I got? Betrayed. Aizawa paused for dramatic effect. Moments later, my enemy came crawling into this room, laughing a storm like the sadistic creature she is. And I can never forgive a sin like that. So, Aizawa stared Izuku down, his smile growing wider. Parents, teachers, and friends, I thought you would all like to know that a few nights ago Izuku and Katsuki came to me begging for ropes that wouldn't hurt too much, and then ran back off to the dorms in the middle of the night. I'm not making any assumptions, but do with that information as you please. And then the a-hole just sat back down like he hadn't just set the entire table into a frenzy. Most of the teachers were staring wide-eyed at Aizawa. Monoma and Midnight were laughing so hard they were crying. Kirishima just looked proud of his bros, giving them an approving nod. Inko looked absolutely scandalized. Masaru sighed. Mitsuki looked ready to lecture the boys. All Might had frozen completely. Mike was scolding Shoyuta, and Chio just resigned herself to the fate of giving them the talk. The grooms-to-be were too different from everyone else. Katsuki had gone completely red and was sputtering trying to get out an explanation, but failing miserably due to his embarrassment. And Izuku was bright red, but the look on his face screamed danger. The awkwardness throughout the room was broken with one swift move from Izuku. He grabbed the cake on his plate and sent it flying directly at Shoyuta. Shoyuta at least had the decency to look surprised, while others weren't sure what to do, because nobody had ever had the ball to openly attack Shoyuta like that. "Oh, it's on you, FING gremlin." Shoyuta glared, grabbing his cake and chucking at Izuku too. "Come at me, geezer." Izuku taunted, ripping the cake off of Katsuki's plate and throwing it, but missing and nailing Nizu in the face. "Well, this just won't do," Nizu said, calmly brushing the cake off his face. Then he grabbed his cake and nailed Katsuki in the face with it. Soon, the room had fallen to utter chaos. Izuku and Joke had begun tag-teaming Shoyuta with whatever cake they could get their hands on. Nizu had perched himself on All Might's shoulder and was sniping people with cake across the room. Monoma had decided to use this as his chance to get revenge on Vlad King for the pop quiz last week. Inko and Midnight had built a small fortress to shield themselves from the flying cake, but Inko utilized her quirk to nail people in the face. Katsuki, Kirishima, and Recovery Girl had all grouped together and were rapidly throwing cake at Mitsuki and Masaru, who were not going down without a fight. And Lunch Rush had made his way to the kitchen and was rapidly supplying everyone with cake and cupcakes for the battle. But he made sure to save a tray for when the battle was over. The rest of the night was filled with laughter from everyone at the party. They'd eventually run out of throwing cake and made a truce, so they could all actually enjoy the cake, despite being covered in it. Somehow, having a giant food fight had been the icebreaker that made the party geet. They'd all eventually stopped grouping off, and had made their way to the main dance floor that had been specifically needed for Just Dance. Izuku and Katsuki had obviously outdanced them all, especially when they busted out Time of My Life. Inko, Midnight, Masaru, and Mitsuki had shown no mercy with the YMCA. Recovery Girl, Nizu, and All Might had the time of their lives butchering Rasputin. Nizu's squats had been very scary. Kirishima, Shoyuta, Vlad, and Monoma had battled it out to timber to prove which was truly the superior class. And Present Mike and Lunch Rush had a great time taking hundreds of photos of the crazy night. After the party had finally died down and everyone went home, Katsuki and Izuku could safely say this had been one of the best nights of their lives. Somewhere off in Japan, the entirety of 1A stared perplexed at Izuku's Instagram posts. There were tons of photos of the UA staff dancing and covered in cake, and a photo of Izuku and Katsuki smiling. Up a storm, covered in cake, with Izuku perched on Katsuki's back. But the most important part had been the last photo posted. A photo of the multiple teachers standing next to Izuku and Katsuki's parents, all of whom were covered in cake, and Monoma stood in the back, near Vlad King. The caption? "The best engagement party we could have ever asked for. You lying BSDRDS." Todoroki screeched into the night. They decided they should probably save the photos with Kirishima and the multiple photos of Izuku and Katsuki happily kissing for after the wedding. No matter how well Katsuki and Izuku get along, they will always be competitive. They've got plenty of competitions like who can sneak a kiss the most in a day, who can make Shoyuta sigh in disappointment the most, who can successfully throw their clothes into a basket the most, or who can play Just Dance the longest without collapsing. But recently, they've had a new favorite. Who can make the most obvious hints about their relationship without anyone figuring it out? It had honestly started as an accident one time when Katsuki had almost let it slip to Kaminari, but recently, it's become one of their favorite competitions. "Hey, Bakugu," Kaminari had sung one day, approaching Katsuki at rapid speed. "So, you know how you've gotten like real popular with the ladies, right? Since the whole Bakugu is actually a soft boy thing." "The FING what?" Katsuki barked back. "Yeah, after the live stream and stuff all the ladies have been all over you, man." "I'm jealous," Kaminari whined, slinging his arm over Katsuki's shoulder. Get to the FING point, Sparky. Katsuki bark. Why the hell did Kaminari think he gave even half AF about people that aren't Izuku, let alone women that aren't Izuku? Well, I was hoping you'd be willing to help a man out. You know, play wingman for me, Kaminari begged, wiggling his eyebrows at him. What does that even FING mean? Katsuki asked. Somewhere behind him, he heard a certain bean snort. You know, talk 'em up for me. Give them some of that Bakuga charm, so I can get some good points with them. Kaminari smiled, jabbing his elbow at Katsuki's side. Let me get this straight. You want me, a FNG engaged gay guy, to flirt with girls so that they'll maybe acknowledge your dumbass? Katsuki growled. Katsuki may not be into women, but he knows DM and, well, that's not how this works. Kaminari visibly deflated. Well, when you say it like that it sounds bad. It's because that's stupid. If you want to date someone or some sheet, talk to them yourself. Izuku would absolutely beat my butt if I started flirting with girls for you. Katsuki scoffed, shoving Kaminari off of him. Why would Izuku beat your butt?
Oops.
None of your FING business. Good save. What? No, I'm curious now. Does Izuku know Zero? Kaminari squawked. Shut up. Why are you asking me about women anyway? Katsuki abruptly changed the topic. I know dang well you've been eyeing eye bags from 1C for weeks. Now. Kaminari turned so red so fast, Katsuki was almost worried about him. Izuku snapped a picture. What? I don't dash, Kaminari sputtered. Bye. Then he was gone. That was a great save. The next incident had been Izuku's doing, because despite how clever he is, he can't shut his mouth. Izuku had made the grave mistake of happily staring down Katsuki during training one day. Yayazuro had unfortunately noticed that Izuku wasn't completely there at the moment. Midoriya? Are you alright? You look a little spaced out, Yayazuro asked, gently shaking Izuku's shoulder. HM? Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku hummed, still not taking his eyes off of Katsuki. Kaken just looks really good today. Excuse me? Yayazuro gasped.
What?
Did I say something? Izuku asked, snapping out of his trance. I hope you're aware you aren't supposed to drool over your brother, Yayazuro said cautiously. Oh, sorry. That was probably a bit odd. Izuku laughed nervously at Yayazuro's confused look. Deku, Katsuki shouted. Bless him for saving Izuku's butt. What, Katsuki and I? Izuku called back. What the F are you staring at, huh? You want a FING fight, shitty nerd? Katsuki shouted.
No.
Sorry, Kaken, Izuku sputtered. Whatever, Katsuki scoffed, and Izuku took that moment to run for it. The next time it had happened had been the combined effort of Izuku and Shoyuta because of course it was. Izuku had been running down the hallway to get to class and had wandered into Shuta's path. Shoyuta, because he likes to uphold school rules, stuck his foot out and sent Izuku flying to the floor. What the F dash, Shoyuta? Izuku screeched from his spot on the floor. I was trying to get you to stop running in the halls. I have no idea what you're so upset about, Shoyuta shrugged, continuing towards the classroom. You're such a JRK, Izuku huffed, running towards the 1A door, making extra long eye contact with Shoyuta as he did. Shoyuta just rolled his eyes at him. Izuku had thought that that was the end of that situation but didn't account for Wajiro witnessing that interaction and cornering him after class. Midoriya, I know we don't talk much, but are you alright? Wajiro asked quietly.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I be? I mean, I just saw Aizawa attack you outside of class, Wajiro explained. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I've never really seen you and Aizawa interact, so I was worried.
Oh.
No, I'm fine.
He does it all the time.
He's my best bud, even if he acts like a gremlin most of the time, Izuku said. Really? Are you and Aizawa really that close? Wajiro asked. Now was his chance to contribute something to the Bakuzero search. Midoriya must know something if he knows Aizawa.
Yeah.
He's gonna be my maid of honor. Why wouldn't we be? Izuku asked confused.
Your
maid of honor? Wajiro asked slowly. Whoops.
Yeah.
In the future, you know. When I find someone to marry. Not like soon or anything because, single Pringle life haha. Izuku laughed. Awkwardly. Okay. Wajiro asked confusedly. Yup, Izuku said and made a hasty retreat, leaving a confused Wajiro behind. Not his best save, but let's face it, they still won't figure it out. After that, Katsuki and Izuku had decided to start messing with people on purpose. They would blatantly act like a couple in front of the class, and then just give them some bullshit excuse followed by an EW, he's my brother, for good measure. Some of their favorite moments had been when Izuku asked Ida if it was bad to want his brother to choke him, to which Ida just gaped at Izuku's awful joke, and when Katsuki had told Mina that Izuku had surprisingly soft lips, Mina just assumed he was talking about some weird skincare. But their personal favorite excuse so far had been with Hagakure. It had been a peacefully Friday afternoon, and they were strolling from their parents' house, hand in hand. They were also fully aware of the fact that they were being followed. Like, seriously, if you're going to be invisible, don't wear shoes. Deku, I cannot FING believe you, Katsuki shouted, making sure Hagakure could hear every word. What? It's not my fault you wouldn't stop talking about your little boy toy at dinner. I just wanted to eat my spinach. Izuku yelled back. Katsuki covered his mouth to hide a laugh, mouthing seriously, boy toy, oi. You leave ZZDF out of this. It's not my fault you wouldn't stop taking my sheet.
No.
Zeze is the reason Mommy super glued our freaking hands together in the first place, Izuku said, glaring harshly to stop himself from laughing. That is not Z's fault. You were just being an a-hole and wouldn't keep your grubby hands to yourself.
Katsuki barked.
You act like I want to be superglued to you. This is so inconvenient. How am I supposed to go to the bathroom like this? Izuku shouted.
Well,
I guess I could just hold your dash. With that, Hagakure decided it was time to leave. The next poor victims had been Mineta and Jiro. Izuku and Katsuki had taken up home in a supply closet to play Mario Kart before class and had decided that that was the moment to wreak havoc. Katsuki. Oh my Nizu. Go faster. Please. Izuku had pleaded.
No.
I like taking my FING time. Katsuki growled back. Jiro went deathly pale the moment she passed the closet. What were they doing? Why did Izuku sound like that? Aren't they brothers? Katsuki.
Sheet.
Right there. Izuku yelled. Jiro had stopped in front of the door, frozen in fear. Is Katsuki cheating on Zero with his brother? Be quiet or someone will hear us. Katsuki whisper yelled. Sorry. I'm just getting really close to finishing. Izuku whined back. Jiro really should not be listening to this. What the F is she supposed to do? What the F, Katsuki? Izuku shouted angrily.
What?
Has Shoyuta never hit you like that? Katsuki taunted. Has Shoyuta never what? Is Izuku doing it with their teacher? Of course not. He doesn't give enough of a sheet to stop me from finishing. Especially when he usually finishes last.
Yo.
Jiro, what are you just standing in the hall? Mineta asked obnoxiously loud as per usual. Jiro was too stunned to process who exactly she was talking to. I think. There are people having SEC in the closet? If Jiro had known she was talking to Mineta, she would have been filing a lawsuit the moment Mineta's mouth started watering. No way. And then he flung himself to the closet, swinging the door open in hopes of seeing melons, only to be met with Izuku and Katsuki playing Mario Kart. What are you two doing? Jiro asked once her heart rate returned to normal. Izuku just blinked, smiled, and innocently replied brotherly bonding. But there was one incident where their excuses just didn't work, and that had been the great Shinso incident of UA High TM. It had been a cold, stormy night in the dorms of UA, and Baku Deku had decided to take refuge in the common room. It was around 3 a.m., so they assumed nobody would be awake. But they were sadly mistaken. They had forgotten about the ghost of UA, Shinso Hitoshi. Their hot cocoa and cuddle session had been rudely interrupted by a loud bang and angry groaning noises. So, like the heroes they are, Izuku squealed and pushed Katsuki off the couch and towards whatever the hell was coming after them. Zoo. What the F dash? Are you sacrificing me? Katsuki whisper yelled.
No.
I just think that if this is a crazed ghost, you should be the one to fight it, Izuku said, pushing Katsuki forward. I thought you loved me, Katsuki pleaded. He could take on any villain any day, but ghosts are a hard no. I do. But this is a you problem. I'll kill you spiders, you kill ghosts. Seems like a fair trade to MAH. Izuku screamed when the light turned on in the kitchen and rampant stomping was heard approaching them. And that's what Hitoshi walked up to see. A terrified, shirtless, Hiki-covered Izuku latched onto an equally terrified, shirtless Katsuki. Then they just stared at each other. This is all just a dream, Izuku said, still wide-eyed.
What he said.
Oh, Katsuki joined. Go back to bed and pretend you never saw this, Izuku said. Hitoshi just nodded and left the room, but quickly called out, I know you're lying. I haven't slept in weeks. But congrats on the wedding or whatever. Wait, why was he in our dorms? Izuku asked a while later. I think he took our coffee. Katsuki shrugged, going back to sleep on top of Izuku. The most disastrous reveal, yet had been a very close call with Ochako. Izuku had very blatantly been trying to tell her that he was with Katsuki, but she just refused to believe him. So, Uraraka, what did you want with me today? Izuku asked. She'd asked him out to mochi earlier that day, and Izuku couldn't refuse. This was his favorite mochi shop. He goes there all the time with Katsuki. I wanted to ask you something. Ochako started nervously.
Oh boy.
Oh, sure. Izuku smiled encouragingly. Ochako took a deep breath and hyped herself up.
She's got this.
Everyone says that they think Izuku likes her. There's no way he'd turn her down. Izuku, please go out with me. Ochako closed her eyes in anticipation.
She's got this.
I'm sorry, Uraraka. I can't go out with you. Izuku apologized.
What?
I really thought you liked me. Ochako said sadly, tears brimming in her eyes. I apologize if I led you on, but I'm taken. I've been for a while. Izuku sighed. He was just gonna have to let Uraraka in on the secret. Then I'll wait for you. Ochako burst out, her voice laced in determination.
What?
Izuku asked, dumbfounded. I'll wait for you. This is high school. Most relationships won't last. So I'll wait. Even if it takes another 3 years, I'll wait for your Izuku. Ochako said, grabbing her bag and storming towards the door. No, Uraraka, don't. I'm engaged to Ka, and she's gone. Izuku sighed, putting his face in his hands. He could already feel a migraine coming on, especially when the little voice in his head sounded a lot like Katsuki saying, I told you so. The waiter walked by and gave him a sympathetic pat on the back. Good luck with that one, buddy. Congrats on the wedding, though. It's the spiky one you're usually here with, right? You guys are cute. Izuku laughed a little. Thanks. Yeah, they were really gonna have to tell the class soon. Somewhere else, off in Japan. All right. What have we learned recently in regards to 0-inch Yayazoru addressed the faction? Minoma Nito was seen in the back of one of the Baku Zero engagement party photos despite never being seen interacting with Bakugo outside of a fight, Shoulda said, pulling out a printed photo of the party, with Minoma circled in red. I've also had several weird encounters with Midoriya and Bakugo where they make odd references to dating one another. I'm fairly certain that this is another ploy to throw us off their trail by making weird NCST jokes. I think Izuku has been acting as a spy for Baku Zero, Ochako said sullenly. But Midobro would never do something unmanly like that. Kirishima gasped. I know. It's sad but true. Bakugo has finally sunk his claws into one of our soldiers. Todoroki frowned. Hagakure was next to jump in. I've been tailing them after school, and I've seen them constantly walking with Minoma to some type of studio. More gasps across the room. I think you all know what this means, Yayazoru said. We've been played. But this ends now. Cheers of approval echoed across the room. I'm initiating Plan E. Researchers gather all the knowledge you can, and next week we find Zero, Yayazoru declared. More cheers of approval. We will win this war against the Zero fakes. Plus. Ultra. Lil snippet of training. Nito. For FS sake, wrong hip. Pop it with your left, Izuku shouted, hands on his hips while Monoma dripped sweat. I'm trying really hard, Izuku. But we both know this isn't for new dancers, Your Highness. Nito shouted, restarting the routine and popping the right hip this time. Yeah? Well, you've got a week to manage to pass as one of the most popular dancers in Japan. Izuku yelled back, restarting the music and stepping next to Nito. Great, Nito scoffed. You're getting a big head. No surprise from class. Eep, Monoma squeaked, a foot slamming into his back and sending him to the floor. Quit beaching. Zoo's just stressing because he doesn't want this to fall apart, Katsuki said, stepping over Nito to kiss Izuku.
Yuck.
Get your PDA away from me, Nito groaned. What did I say about beaching? Or did you forget that I have your drink? Katsuki questioned, waving the can of tea in his face. Nito decided he only had one option, attack. He rolled away from Katsuki and latched onto Izuku's leg, pulling him down to the floor, and then rolled on top of him, putting finger guns to Izuku's temple. Hand over the tea, or the green one gets it, he glared. Oh no! Katsuki! Save me! The villains got me! Izuku cried in mock distress. Katsuki stared at them. He had a choice to make. Sorry, Nito. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Then, he shotgunned the entire tea while looking him dead in the eye. He walked away cackling after Nito started making fake gunshot noises while Izuku screamed in despair. Now, for the real sheet. It was a cold Thursday afternoon when the students of 1A and 1B were huddled at the training field, all with varying levels of intrigue. The Bakudeka faction had trained dutifully for this day. They'd spent countless hours doing squats, dancing the same routines over and over again, fine-tuning Monoma's analysis, and learning to dance with but padding on. They have this in the bag. As I'm sure you've all had the displeasure of learning, Class 1A has been on a manhunt to find Zero the hero. You're now the unlucky test subjects. Yayazoru is in charge now, have fun. Aizawa drawled to all the hero core student, plus Shinso, then rolled away.
Hello, yes.
I'm Yayazoru Yamamo, and I'm the current head of the Baku Zero Allegiance. We're an organization that focuses on finding Zero and revealing Bakugo Katsuki's lies, she announced. Today's events will be simple. Do as we say and nobody gets hurt. Or you could just quit being FING nosy. Katsuki interrupted, earning him boos from Class 1A. As I was saying, the events will be split into 3 main categories with various judges for each stage that will give you a specific ranking. Hagakure will be the lead judge of the basics, where we test your looks, flexibility, overall intellect, and compatibility with Katsuki. The second stage will be manned by Co-Chief Mina Ashido, which is the dance portion where you'll freestyle, be given several moves to perform, and perform 2 routines. One will be a Mina original, and the other will be a Zero classic. And the final stage will be Lead Me, where we focus on analysis and will test your skills, Yayazoru explained, ignoring the few who looked ready to die.
Now all.
Boys will be required to participate, Izuku Midoriya included, Bakugo will be helping the basics portion. Boys, your first assigned sections are posted on the wall. All girls will be divided and will act as judges. Your assignments are also on the wall. You're dismissed. Izuku was honestly impressed with how well thought out the plan. And if Izuku hadn't thoroughly FF'd them over, they might have stood a chance.
Boy. Group 1.
Yuga Oyama, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, Eijiro Kirishima, Koji Kuda, Minoru Mineta, Mashiro Wajiro, Rikito Sato. Group 2. Hantasiro, Mizo Shuji, ShotoTodorhoeki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Yosetsu Aways, Sun Kaibara, Tagaru Kamakiri, Shirhai Kurwaro, Jiroda Shishida. Group 3. Nairenjiki Shota, Kozai Tsuburaba, Tetsu, Juzo Hananuki, Kojiro Bondo, Nito Monoma, Hiryu Rin, Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku Midoriya. The girls, the basics, Hagakure, Azui, Uraraka, Kendo, Team Brains, Momo, Setsuna, Shiozaki, Yanagi, Jiro, Team Dance, Ashido,
Kodai,
Komori, Pony. Group 1. This is FING insulting, Katsuki growled at Hagakure, who was adamantly taking notes of his interactions with the contestants. If you didn't want to be insulted, you should have just told us who Zero is, Hagakure sang. You say that like you actually want the rapist in here. Do I really look like my standards are that FING low? Yeah, that's what I FING thought. Get him out of my sight, Katsuki huffed, crossing his arms and glaring at the grape. Bakuga, that is no way to talk to a fellow student. Ida lectured, his robo-arms swinging up a storm. Whatever, Bakuga scoffed. Kendo, did you see that? Bakuga didn't even try to kill him for correcting him. Ochako gasped, shaking Kenda's arm. Is he supposed to try and kill him? Kendo asked, afraid for her own safety. Yes, Sue sighed. His unending bloodlust is one of his best qualities. He scares me, Kuji said quietly. The girls all made a note of that. And he's getting married? Is his fiancé okay? Kendo asked, now afraid for everyone's safety. I honestly wonder the same thing, Sato added, finishing up his stretches. I can't hear you, fuckwads, Katsuki yelled. Mon Dieu, that is no way to speak to a lady. Aoyama gasped. Oh, cram it, Rarity, Katsuki growled. I can't believe this disrespect. How on earth could someone find you charming? Aoyama gasped again, fanning himself in shock. Come on, Bakubro. Leave him alone. Kirishima laughed, throwing an arm around Katsuki. Yeah, Bakubro, I bet you're excited to have all these girls around you. I know I would be. Kaminari said, throwing his arm around Katsuki too. For FS sake, Dun's face, I'm still gay, Katsuki barked. Whoops, Denki laughed, rubbing his neck nervously. I'm giving you 3 seconds to F off. Sue. He gave him a head start. Ochako gasped. Right. And he didn't even attempt to blow up Kirishima at all. Sue analyzed. I fear for Class 1A. Kenda mumbled quietly. Quantity of possible zeros. 2.5. Group 2. Bakubro. This is crazy, you. Got us out of class and everything. Zero smiled, gesturing his hand for a high five. Katsuki was unamused. Zero seems to get along well with Bakuga. Especially since you said he's prone to murder, Kendo assessed. I agree, good eye, Kendo. Sue smiled. Guys. Holy shoot. Ochako gasped from her section. What? Is something wrong? Hagakure asked, tearing her eyes from Kamakiri's grading sheet. Kamakiri sighed in relief. He had no idea why they were even kind of considering him for Zero. Look at Todoroki, Ochako shouted. Everyone else's jaw dropped when they looked at Todoroki. There he stood, in all his glory, his foot directly over his head in an extended needle as if it was the most normal position in the world. How are you doing that? Shishida asked for the entire class. Todoroki just tilted his head in confusion. I've been training since I was born. Why wouldn't I be flexible? Bros, how on earth did he manage that? Korwaro yelled, still attempting to pull his own leg over his head. Don't bother trying, Shuji sighed sadly. He was nothing but a cluster of limbs on the floor. He had tried to use multiple arms to boost his leg up, but only pulled himself to the floor. What the F, wee wee man? That doesn't even look human, Katsuki gagged. The gremlin of 1A calling someone unhuman. How odd, Kaibara muttered. Ochako covered her mouth to hide a laugh. Careful, he'll hear you. Too late, F-face. Katsuki growled, already approaching Kaibara at rapid speeds. And the darkness awakens. Tokoyami frowned. He wanted to go home. Long story short, it took most of the room to pry Katsuki away. Group 3. Katsuki. Good to see you. How are you doing today with all this nonsense? Nito called out, cheerily approaching Katsuki. That made both of them want a Gigi. Since when is Monoma nice to people? Hananuki gasped. I don't know. It's scaring me, Kenda said, still staring at the odd scene. So, are we still going to dinner tonight? Or is this whole thing gonna wear you out too much? Nito asked conversationally. This is gonna give me a migraine, but I'll be fine, Katsuki replied, surprisingly calm. You sure? We don't have to go. I'm sure Izuku won't mind switching plans, Nito said, patting Katsuki's head. Rin openly gaped. He just touched someone from 1A without trying to kill them. I know. And Bakugo didn't try to kill him for it. Bondo added, "Why can't he treat us like that?" Tetsu frowned. Hitoshi looked between the two interactions. Bakugo and Monoma looking calm was honestly disturbing him, so he grabbed his sleeping bag and left. He was not dealing with this sheet. Not in this life. Walking into the room, Izuku knew he was in for one hell of a ride. Between hiding his engagement and trying to prevent a girl from falling hopelessly in love with him, there was no way this would end without him wanting to take a nap. But Izuku was going to stick to the plan. Do everything to the best of his abilities and try not to laugh when people write him off. It had started off simple enough, really. He'd walked in, made pleasant conversation with Shota and Tsuburaba while they waited to have their looks evaluated, and blatantly ignored Ochako's staring. Sure, Hagakure made a few offhanded comments about how underrated his butt was, but other than that, it had been all around fine. He'd also had a grand old time watching Nito shamelessly flirt with Katsuki. It had taken everything in him not to Detroit smash Nito into next week, but he managed. He'd also managed to dodge any suspicion when he was asked why exactly he was so flexible. He had not, however, been able to dodge suspicion when Ochako had dared to act petty in his presence. Wow. Izuku and Katsuki actually get along pretty well. Is Izuku possibly Zero?
Kenda had asked.
Oh no, they're brothers, Hagakure said.
Yeah.
There's no chance Izuku would date Bakugo. Especially when Izuku is already dating someone, Ochako had muttered bitterly. If Izuku was fluent in one thing, it would be pettiness. So, he knew Demen well why Uraraka uttered those Nizu-forsaken words. It seemed all attention was now on Izuku. Katsuki and Nito had both stopped talking and looked at him in hopes of finding out their next move. Hitoshi had stuck his head down from the vent that he'd snuck into. There was no way in hell Hitoshi was missing this, and everyone else was trying to stare into his soul. Izuku now had two options: tell them the truth and lose his game, or stop on the gas and hope he could find a plan. The answer was obvious. Izuku activated One for All and sped his butt down the hallway. Everyone stared at the spot Izuku had previously been in, unsure of what to do. Well, what are you doing just standing there? I want drama. Catch him. Hitoshi drawled from his spot in the vents. That seemed to snap everyone out of it, and suddenly all four girls were speeding down the halls. And Izuku wouldn't say it out loud, but having a human-sized frog come flying after him in the halls was one of the most terrifying experiences of his life. Judges' final scores. Group 1. Yuga Aoyama 5'10", almost cried when speaking to him. Tenya Ida 3'10", too tall. Personalities clashed. Denki Kaminari 7'10", body type works, mostly compatible. Eijiro Kirishima 9'10", perfectly compatible, but too flat. Koji Kuda 0'10", too tall, feared Bakugo. Minoru Mineta -1010, even Bakugo has standards. Mashiro Wajiro 110, tail unhideable, but did get along well enough. Rikito Sato 110, could handle Bakugo, way too unflexible and tall. Group 2. Hantasiro 6'10", got along well, almost popped his hip just stretching. Mizo Shuji 2'10", no chance he could hide his limbs, way too unflexible, but handled Bakugo in conversation. ShotoTodorhoeki 8.510, handled Bakugo well, hellishly flexible, body type fits, -1.5 for dedication to the cause. Fumikage Tokoyami 010, seemed exhausted just looking at Bakugo, head to obvious. Yosetsu Aways 410, seemed unfamiliar with Bakugo, but body type fits the bill. Son Kaibara 610, willingly provoked Bakugo, fearless, body type fits enough. Tagaru Kamakiri 010, body type is way off. Shirhai Kurwaro 5'10" meh. Jurota Shishida 3'10", seemed confused by Bakugo, too large and hairy to be Zero. Group 3. Nairenjiki Shota 110, seemed stressed. Too short, maybe he uses stilts? Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba 5'10", body type works, good flexibility, personalities were fine-ish. Tetsu 7'10", body type fits, acts like Kirishima, who is a known Baku lover. Juzo Hananuki 3'10", seemed confused, unflexible. Bakugu glared at him a lot. Kojiro Bondo 110 tolerated Bakugu, but his head is too oddly shaped. Nito Monoma 9.910. They got along? Monoma could do the splits. They have dinner plans? He touched Baku and didn't die? He was super thick? -1 to spite Todorhoeki. Hiryu Rin 510. Pretty meh. Nothing big, but his body fits the bill. Hitoshi Shinso? 10. Where did he go? How did he get in the vents? Izuka Midoriya 010. V thick. Still Baku's brother. Who is he dating? Lil snippet of training. So wait, how exactly are we supposed to convince them I'm your fiancé? Like, where are the bounds here? Monoma had asked during training. Well, for starters, don't touch Kaken in any way, Izuka started. Zoo. How are we supposed to make them think we're dating if he can't touch me? Katsuki laughed. So, you want him to touch you? Izuka gasped.
Yes.
His feral rat vibe really gets me going. Katsuki deadpanned. You're in butt, Izuka snorted, elbowing Katsuki in the side. But for real, you can touch him, but if your hands go below the equator, I'm coming for your head. I'm sure the class will make you kiss at some point. So if that does happen, all's fair game as long as hands don't wander and tongues don't touch. I'm gonna have to carry mouth sanitizer everywhere, Nito grimaced. This isn't pleasant for me either, fuckwad. Katsuki frowned. As for the engagement thing, you're gonna need a ring, but there's no way in hell I'm giving you mine, Izuka hummed, subconsciously fiddling with his ring. We could just go buy one, Nito suggested. Yeah, but that's expensive, Izuka groaned. FING, with your classmates, is pricier than he thought it'd be. We could go get a busted toy ring from an arcade and claim that I proposed when we were toddlers and we kept the same ring because we're sappy as F-, Katsuki suggested.
Oh.
Maybe we can get one of those gaudy ones with big but gems in them. Izuka gasped.
No.
I was thinking more of those silly band's rings. We could probably find one that looks like a rat, just for him. Katsuki hummed. Hear me out. We can get one of those botched rings from McDonald's Happy Meals, Izuka proposed. No, none of these feel right, Katsuki groaned. Nito watched on in terror as the two stared at each other in a silent debate. Then they both gasped in sequence. Googly eye ring. They both shouted, then went wide-eyed. When they realized what had happened, they stared at each other for another moment, before breaking out into huge grins. Hell yeah! They cheered in sync and high-fived. Nito hated it here, but that ring better be blue, or there will be hell to pay. Now to the story. The brain game. Alright ladies, the next group of males is about to come in. I left all of their grades and overall academic reviews, with a reference to Zero's assumed I.Q on the back table. There's a book of basic trivia questions on the wall, and a copy of the end-of-the-year exam to use as questions. There is also a booklet of villains' quirks and possible applications to aid you in your testing endeavors, Momo explained, watching Group 1 file in. Pardon me, Yayazora, but don't you think this is a bit extreme? Shiozaki asked, looking at the boys' grade reports.
Yeah.
We probably aren't supposed to know their grades like this, Yanagi mumbled. Feels a bit intrusive, you know, Setsuna said. I know. I said the same thing, but I wouldn't try arguing with her on this. She bites. Jiro shrugged her arm towards Yayazora, who was twitching. Yeah, it's better not to question it.
Group 1. Yayazora.
I know you are in charge today, but this is completely out of line. Using academic materials for your own personal gain. Ida gasped, hand chopping away as he glared at the exam in front of him. Ida, bro, chill out. This is a great review for us. Kaminari whined, attempting to take pictures of the exam. Kaminari, stop that immediately. Cheating is forbidden in UA. Ida gasped, scandalized. Come on, Ida. We can't all be super smart like you. We need our cheats. Kirishima laughed, elbowing Ida. I take it they gain points by appearing smart? Yanagi asked, putting a mark by Ida's name.
Yeah.
This class is made of idiots, so I'm sure we'll be able to eliminate half of the boys this way, Jiro said, gesturing to Sato, trying to balance a pencil on his upper lip while Kaminari and Kirishima cheered him on. A loud gasp followed by a slap was heard across the room. You disgusting pervert. How could you say that?
What?
I didn't say anything bad. You asked me how this quirk could be used, and I explained. It's perfectly reasonable to use it to make women, Mineta cried. The last half of the sentence was blurred for the safety of all children. Why would UA allow a delinquent sinner like you to attend? Shiozaki gasped. Yayazoru sighed. How had he even gotten in here?
Group 2.
How is Todoroki doing this so fast? Zero's sweat dropped, still trying to finish the first question on his IQ test. Private school, Shoto said, immediately going back to his test. Is he 0? Setsuna asked curiously. Momo frowned. He better not be. I've been fooled one too many times. The only thing foolish is the fact that I'm still in the running, Kamakiri grumbled. Like seriously, he's barely human-shaped. You just have to accept your fate as they drag you into their pit of despair. Tokoyami said. Oh, Fumi, cheer up. You know you're enjoying this. Dark Shadow cooed. You're a liar. Tokoyami frowned. I'm enjoying this. It's better than spending my whole day with Monoma, Shishida said.
Yeah.
He's pretty loud, a ways added. Across the room, Shuji groaned loudly. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you want me to say. You know what we want, Jiro prompted. No, he really doesn't, Shiozaki mumbled to herself. Come on, you must know some other use for their quirk, Jiro continued prompting. They can make things icy? What else would they do with a quirk that makes things cold?
I really don't know, Shuji said.
He doesn't know why they're pushing so hard. He has 6 arms. Zero has let him go for now, Jiro, Momo called. If he's 0, we'll catch him anyway. Japan's future heroes, everybody. Group 3. This won't actually affect our grades, right bros? Tetsu asked, looking warily at the test. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to study. I hope this isn't an actual exam, Shota asked nervously. It's not. Don't fret, it's just to amuse Class 1A, Shiozaki consoled them. Typical Class 1A, ruining the lives of others, Nito called out, continuing to list of uses of a quirk to Setsuna. Wow, I didn't know you knew anything about quirks, Monoma, Setsuna said, looking at all of his answers. Why wouldn't I know about quirks? Nito asked, looking appalled. You do know my quirk allows me to copy and use them, correct? Yeah, but you're usually so. You, Jiro added. She means you seem dumb, Hananuki called out. That's only kinda what I meant, Jiro nodded. Anyway, Momo announced, has every taken their exam? Jiro checked her list. It looks like everybody but Shinso and Midoriya did. Where are they? Setsuna asked, looking around the room. Shinso pulled a Shinso and slammed the vent on the ceiling open, half dangling above them all. I'm right here. Midoriya is currently providing me with entertainment. And then he was gone, lost to the depths of the vents. Is that normal? Yanagi asked, leaning towards Momo. I sincerely hope not. Now for the real MEAT of the chapter. Here we meet our protagonist, Izuku Midoriya, once again. He's halfway down the hall with no FING idea where to go because everywhere he goes he's getting cornered by a giant frog. All right, Izuku, you've got this. You've got 9 people's worth of energy in your body. If you can't outrun a frog, then what are you even doing with your life? Izuku mumbled, looking for any possible escape. He saw 2 doors. Maybe if I channel one for all, it'll guide me to safety, Izuku said, looking for Tsu. It may not do anything, but it's worth a shot. Anything is better than being chased by a giant frog. Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Left, a wispy voice that sounded suspiciously like Shinso echoed from the heavens. Izuku has never been one to question the gods, so he darted to the left.
Oh.
Hello, Midoriya. The closet?
Said.
Nizu? Is that you? Izuku mumbled. Are you alright? It's Todoroki. Nizu told me to go stand in the supply closet earlier, Shoto explained. And you did? Izuku asked, momentarily forgetting about the giant frog following him. Until, of course, said giant frog was heard slamming into the closet door. Izuku mumbled. Todoroki, I need your help. Sure. Todoroki shrugged. Really? That easy? Izuku asked.
Yeah.
What did you need my help with? Okay, so, Ochako tried to ask me out a while ago, and I panicked and told her I was already taken, and she just let it slip to all the girls, and now I'm being hunted. Izuku explained, then bowed deeply. Todoroki, please pretend to be my boyfriend. Okay, Shoto agreed. Thank goodness. We can work out the details later, but right now we need to get these girls off my trail, Izuku said, happily walking out of the closet, grabbing Shoto's hand. Everybody, Izuku announced to the girls who had been ready to attack him. I'm sorry I was hiding before. Meet my boyfriend, Shoto. Then he pulled Shoto into a kiss. Shoto was such a good sport. Katsuki, on the other hand, is not. A chat between cuties. Aizawa's love child.
Cat.
I'm so sorry in advance. I have no other choice. Bomberanian.
What?
What happened? Zoo, what the F did you do?
No.
Why him? Get his filthy F lips away from you. I'll kill him. You had so many options, and you chose Isethought. Answer me, you fucker.
I-Z-U-K-U.
Aizawa's love child. I'm sorry I was getting chased down, and didn't know what to do. Bomberanian. Don't kiss me until you wash your FING mouth. Judges' final scores.
Group 1.
Yuga Aoyama, 10. Seemed distracted by something off in the distance the entire time. Couldn't get a proper test done. Tenya Ida, 8-10. Very, very smart. Aced everything with flying colors. Denki Kaminari, 7-10. He may look dumb, but apparently he's really smart, and we just didn't know? Note: last quarter of the exam omitted. He short-circuited after seeing Shinso crawling an event. Ijiro Kirishima, 9-10. Perfectly compatible, but too flat. Koji Kuda, 3-10. Smart, but didn't seem to enjoy talking about quirks. Minoru Mineta, -1010. 1 + 2 doesn't equal boobies, you heathen. Mashiro Wajiro, 7-10. Good academically, had a lot of creative fighting ideas. Rikito Sato, 3-10. Not the best, but he did pretty average. Group 2. Hantasiro, 6-10. Not good academically, but seemed to know how to creatively use a quirk. Mizo Shuji, 7-10. Thou hath protest too much. ShotoTodorhoeki, 8.5-10. Definitely went to private school. Fumikage Tokoimi, 8-10. Very wise. Had a nice vocabulary as well. Yosetsu Aways, 4-10. A+. Tried very hard. Didn't fail, but didn't pass either. Sun Kaibara, 6-10. Secretly a smarty, but seemed unenthusiastic talking about quirks. Tagaru Kamakiri, 4-10. Smart snake boy, but heavily protested being a candidate. Shirhai Kurwaro, 5-10 nah. Jirota Shishida, 5-10. Did well, but didn't have the spirit. Group 3. Nairenjiki Shota, 6-10. Very smart. Would have done better if he had time to study. Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba, 5-10. Also, very average. Tetsu 1-10. A for effort. Juzo Hananuki, 4-10. Meh. Had some cool quirk ideas though. Kojiro Bondo, 4-10. What a smart boy. Didn't do well with quirks. Nito Monoma, 9.910. Since when is he smart? Did he cheat? -0.1 because frick Todoroki. Hirio Rin, 5-10. Very average. Hitoshi Shinso? 10. Seriously, how did he get in the vents? Izuka Midoriya, 0? 10. Where is he? Was that him screaming in the hall? Now, ShotoTodorhoeki would never call himself a genius, but if you asked him about his discoveries, he'd call himself a genius. Seriously, he's a modern-day Sherlock and his theories are so underrated it's unfair. He's sure that he could solve any mystery if given the right materials to do so. Robo Todoroki. Shoto remembers his first theory fondly, that he was a robot. Now, some may claim that this comes from his daddy issues, but Shoto would beg to differ. He has too much damning evidence for this to not be true. The first time this theory came about, he was 4 and his father had referred to him as a creation. Shoto may have been small, but he knew darn well that humans aren't referred to as creations, so he did some research. The first thing he stumbled on in his research was an old film called My Life as a Teenage Robot. Shoto immediately felt a connection. They both lacked social lives and had awful creators. From that day forth, Shoto wanted nothing more than to be like that robot. The next evidence he had found was when he was slightly older. He'd been bathing and looked at the label on his soap that read coconut oil. OIL? As in the thing robots use to loosen their joints so they could move? Why would he bathe in oil? Was he trying to loosen his joints so he could fight properly? The final piece to the puzzle had been on one of the most traumatizing days of his life. The day his mother poured boiling water on his face. Shoto could never say many good things came from that day, but that had been the day it had all clicked for him. He was a robot, and now he had proof. The moment his mother poured the water onto his face, he rusted. And from that moment on, everything just clicked. Why didn't he burn to fire like Tuya? Simple. Metal isn't flammable. How did his hair split perfectly? It was an intentional design choice. How could he be so emotionless compared to his siblings? He didn't have strong emotions programmed. That night, Shoto had stared at himself in the mirror for hours. He reached down to his belly button and pressed it. Beep boop. Shoto had never felt more like himself. The case of the Zodiac Killer. Todorhoeki had solved many mysteries throughout his career. Some honorable mentions are Kaminari being President Mc's son, Koda being a late descendant of Cinderella, and the villain Dabi being Endeavor's long-lost brother. But one of the most important cases had been the case of the Zodiac Killer. Now, this one is a bit crazy, even for Master Detective ShotoTodorhoeki, because he's certain that a serial killer from over 400 years ago now resides as a student of UA. Who's the killer? Well, no other than the UA cryptid himself, Shinso Hitoshi. Many things lead him to this conclusion, but the first big hint had been when he'd overheard Shinso speaking in the cafeteria about his zodiac. Shoto was immediately intrigued and had Googled it to figure out when exactly it was. He'd been horrified to find something about a cryptic serial killer from many years ago, but the real question was, why does Shinso know so much about them? From there, Shoto began digging, and what he found would shock and horrify him for years. The first thing he noticed, when stalking Shinso, was his unusual and nearly sporadic behavioral patterns. He was up late at night, would constantly switch between dorm buildings, climbed through vents, and he did it all with a bored and, dare he say, sociopathic look on his face. He consistently staled different UA dorms and left with different objects and brought them to the woods by UA. It was almost as if he was planning something. Something devious. It had taken all of Shoto's courage to bring himself to dig further into it as he started to realize more and more killer-like things about Shinso. He was clearly a SDSD. He laughed as Katsuki chased Izuku around, threatening him with death. Only a killer finds death threats funny. He had seen Shinso drink something red in the cafeteria one time. He was certain it was blood. Shinso consistently wanted to die. Who else would want to die other than an immortal being who had been alive for hundreds of years? Shinso was also fluent in English and used riddles to activate his quirk a lot. It was almost as if speaking in codes was nothing foreign to him. But the real nail in the coffin had been when Shoto had directly asked if Shinso was an immortal serial killer who was known for leaving hidden messages with his victims. Shinso had smiled and replied, "Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?" Shoto had rushed home to find out what Weather Boy meant. He knew the Zodiac Killer was known for being hard to decode, so he gave it his all. He concluded that he was asking whether or not he wanted to live. Shoto felt a chill go down his spine. It all went downhill from there. The next day, he walked into class and saw the ceiling vent hanging open above his desk with a picture of an angry cat taped to it. He was being threatened. Then Shinso began following him everywhere he went, but whenever he'd try to turn around and catch him, all he'd find was a small slip of paper with a jumble of shapes and letters on it. Then he'd seen Shinso carrying a large trash bag across the UA campus. Shinso had just looked him in the eye, then winked. Shoto was petrified. But the final straw was when he went to report his findings to the principal. He had walked into the principal's office and approached the desk, only for the large chair to turn around and reveal none other than Shinso Hitoshi. He had turned to Shoto with a large grin, brandished a stuffed animal that looked alarmingly like Nizu, and asked if he needed something. Shoto was shaking with fear. Then Shinso stood up, set the rat doll down, and stabbed a knife into the doll. "Sheet, my knife slipped," Shinso had gasped innocently. Then a loud squeak erupted through the room. "Help, help." Shoto gasped loudly. Shinso had just attempted murder right in front of his eyes. So, he was forced to break character for a moment. He screamed at the top of his lungs, socked Shinso in the face, and ran for his goddamn life as Shinso cackled. His principal was dead, and he was the Zodiac killer's next target. The life of crime solving is cruel. He passed out the next morning when Nisa rode into school on Shinso's shoulder. Dynamite. Now, the first time Shoto had ever discovered something that was a threat to national security was the case of Midoriya and All Might. This theory had come about during the sports festival when he noticed alarming similarities between the two. The first thing he had noticed was the first day when Izuku had showcased amazing strength. He had looked exactly like All Might, from the force used to throw the ball to the smile on his face. It just screamed, "I'm related to All Might." But that theory was encouraged more and more as All Might and Izuku had multiple private meetings, and All Might made it clear that they were related in some way. Shoto was ashamed to admit that, in a moment of weakness, he thought All Might may be some form of sugar daddy. He did not believe that now. But he had been absolutely certain that Izuku was All Might's son. They acted so similarly. But Izuku had shot him down when he asked. So, Shoto went back to the drawing board. They had to be connected somehow. Shoto spent weeks trying to decipher the mystery. Between how much Izuku's quirk was evolving and how clearly he mimicked All Might, it was impossible to prove him wrong.
So he did the smart thing.
He paid Recovery Girl to take blood tests from both of them and tell him if they were related. The results? Negative. Shoto was flabbergasted. Until, of course, Kamino happened. This brought new information to light. There was a villain that could take and give quirks, but All Might had deflated completely. There's something else at work here. Maybe it's not the personality All Might passed on, but his quirk. If there's a quirk that could steal others, is it possible that All Might's quirk gave him the ability to pass his on? Is that why Izuku struggled to contain it? Did it just build so much energy that Izuku's body couldn't handle it? Was Izuku All Might's true successor?
Nah.
That's too crazy. Even for Shoto, that's a bit out there. Shoto sighed. Back to the drawing board, I guess. 3 all-nighters later, and Shoto had found the truth. Kaminari's mom had an affair with the villain Muscular, so Izuku was forced to hide his true identity. Shoto had no choice but to help his friend in these trying times. Katsuki is, as some psychologists call it, enraged. Not only does he have to sit here all day like some sort of lab rat, but now he has to deal with his fiancée making kissy faces at the guy who is trying to court his fiancée. His life is just becoming one of Nisa's elaborate schemes. No normal person should have to deal with some copycat beach crawling into their lap just to trick a crowd of teenage girls, but here he is. Like, for Nisa's sake, he had so many other options. He's strong, he's smart, he's not failing in the looks department, but he stays with his scheming minx of a fiancé. Not to say that Bakugo regrets it at all. Nobody on Earth compares to his Izuku. But that's not the point. The point is that if Icy Hot grabs Izuku's hand one more DMN time, Katsuki will turn him into nothing but a puddle of daddy issues and regret. And blood. Lots of blood. Sprinkle in a few seared bones for seasoning, and garnish with fresh skin. Careful, Kakin, your raging gay tendencies are showing, Monoma snickered. I'd kill you if we weren't supposed to be engaged. How touching. Are those your vows? Monoma teased. Oh, I'll be touching you, all right, Katsuki growled, hand flexing and ready to explode Nito. Nito grimaced. No thanks. Save that for the honeymoon. And that marks the end of Monoma Nito's measly life. Yurarko Chako is many things. Smart, pretty, kind, endearing, attractive, strong, determined, attractive. And did she mention attractive? Because she thinks she's FING attractive and has zero idea why Izuku chose Todoroki over her. Like, sure, he was much stronger than her conventionally. And he was fairly pretty for a guy. And some people would say that he's objectively more attractive than her. and that he's never actually been forced to give up in a fight and has been training his whole life, so he's a bit more determined. And he's generally pretty nice and has never actually gone out of his way to harm anyone. And yeah, his constantly confused demeanor can be pretty endearing and borderline adorable. Yeah, Ochako sees it now. But still, Todoroki is such a random choice. They've never even kind of looked like they were dating. Like, come on. He might as well be dating Bakugo if he's gonna date someone so random. Izuku had all the choices in the world. Ochako was sure she made herself so obvious from the very beginning. She'd been trying to date him for much longer than Todoroki had, so why not her? What did she do wrong? Was it her face? Her personality? Is she not cold enough? Is that it? Is she too bubbly for him? Too nice? Maybe he's into emotionally constipated people. Should she tone it down like Todoroki? Then maybe when they break up, Ochako is sure they will. This is high school after all. Then maybe he'll like her more? But how can she emulate a personality like that? Ochako smirked to herself. With one simple Google search, she found the path to true romance. Its name? My Chemical Romance. Ochako was thrilled. They were perfect for her mission. The band seemed to be cool on the outside, but when you listened to the music, it was clear that they were nothing but a raging inferno of emotion. Just like her, or at least who she planned to be. Ochako smirked to herself when she saw Izuku walk into the room, readying himself for his dance performance. She pulled up the lyrics to one of their songs and pretended to work, side-eyeing Izuku the whole time she did. When I was a young boy, Ochako started to mumble under her breath. It was working. Izuku had glanced her way. My father took me into the city to see a marching band. Ochako smirked one last time, walking away, her face as blank as she could muster. She'd gotten him hook, line, and sinker. Now she needed to master the eyeliner look, and she was set. Deku wasn't prepared for her to unleash her inner emo Raka. Minoma Nito will always have mixed feelings about Class 1A. On one hand, he hates them, and on the other, he still hates them but tolerates some of them more than others. By some, he means Midoriya, Kirishima, and maybe Bakugo when he isn't going feral. Outside of that, Class 1A is nothing but a bunch of beaches that are way too full themselves. But even he can admit that their determination is not admirable. And by admirable, he means terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He's never been one to be persuaded easily, but in the span of 2 weeks, he's done a plethora of things he never wanted to do again. He's had to get way too cozy with a busted Pomeranian. He's had to watch his teachers play Just Dance. He's had to wear but padding so he could resemble another guy. And he's had to learn a plethora of dirty dances just in case he's forced to perform one in front of the entire first-year class. Yeah, Class 1A is powerful and Nito knows that. And that's why he feels nothing but overwhelming dread walking to the next room he was supposed to dance in. He knew that music.
He knew it well.
And he knew DMN, well, he wasn't going to be able to get out of this. Nito shivered watching Sato walk out the dance studio. It was actually just an empty classroom. Sato looked to him, a scared Kuda trailing behind him. I didn't know anything could sound so vulgar, Sato said, eyes distant. They wanted me to. I can't move like that. Kuda signed. Nito nodded in sympathy. He'd be doomed if Kirishima hadn't warned him that they were doing this routine weeks ago. Todoroki Shudo was absolutely enjoying his time. His life was going absolutely splendid. Most people agreed that Minoma was the most likely candidate for Zero, and he now had unlimited access to Izuku. Now don't get him wrong. Izuku is cool and pretty cute, but Shudo isn't attracted to him romantically. But Shudo will acknowledge that Izuku is extremely comfortable. Not only is he super warm and huggable, but he just feels safe. It warmed Shudo's cold, robotic heart that he can essentially grapple to Izuku all day. Shudo spent almost the entire time while he was around his friends clutching Izuku's hand, to the point that even when the others left he wouldn't let go. He was even enjoying the random small kisses they would give one another when people were getting suspicious. They were never long make-out sessions or anything, just small pecks on the lips that made Shudo feel weirdly comfy. Midoriya had even confided in him that he liked it too, but that they'd have to talk it out later, seeing as Izuku did. In fact, already have a partner. But that's another discussion for another time because right now, Shoto needed to figure out what the hell Aware is and why there's a song about them being in a house. Deku had never been more confident in a plan in his entire life. Everyone thought he and Bakugo were brothers. Monoma was pulling off the fiancé look a little too well. Kirishima had warned them about every possible routine they could have to do, and Todoroki was the best fake boyfriend he could ask for. Like, seriously, the guy was so comfy. They were seriously gonna have to work something out later that wouldn't infuriate Katsuki. But right now he needed to worry about his high kick and how on earth everyone else was faring with the routines. He seriously should start making easier choreography. Dance Comp Group 1. Mina was quickly learning that 1A was not full of dancers. She had expected some mild dance skills from a class of heroes, but this was a mess. She had luckily chosen the perfect song for the group's freestyle round. Yikes by Nicki Minaj. Mina had originally chosen it because it had hard-hitting notes that were absolutely perfect for Zero's typical hip-hop style, but now she was just using it to mock her classmates. The first group had been the worst group by far. Aoyama had gotten confused on the first two beats of the first routine and immediately given up, citing that moves like that wouldn't accent his soft and supple looks properly. Which was fine. Mina had figured out it wasn't Aoyama in the first 4 seconds of his freestyle, who cha-cha slides to Ariana Grande. Ida had spent the entire time complaining that the lyrics were too lewd and moves were too provocative for his taste. But he did try and participate, but it became clear the only move he knew was the robot. Kaminari and Denki had actually fared the best out of all of them. For the freestyle, they had ended up teaming up and doing some interpretive dance to Nicki Minaj together. Mina was sure it had a story somewhere. Both of them had even known like 3 moves from Zero's WAP routine, and they had both fared pretty well on her 7 rings choreography. But it was clearly not Zero level. Kuda had gotten an immediate pass. She was never going to force that sweet sunshine boy to listen to any of those songs. But he did do pretty well when she asked him to do a few moves. The Wajiro and Sato had both immediately dropped when she listed the songs they were dancing to. Which is fair. Mineta had not been invited to this event for obvious reasons. Group 2. The next group was
something.
I'm not doing that, Shirhai said, after watching Mina's choreography. Come on, Shirhai. You got it. Pony whined. Yeah, I'm with Shirhai on this one. I can't move like that. Nor do I even count as a competitor in this competition anyway, Kamakiri sighed, gesturing to the horns on his head. Yeah, I've got too much arm and not enough but for that, Shuji laughed. I too agree with that sentiment, Tokoyami said. How lame, Kodite sked.
Yeah.
You also just lost cool points, Komori pouted. I can live with that, Away shrugged. And that's the story of how Group 2 staged Yue's first walkout. Except for Todoroki and Zero because they're the only ones who matter here. Zero was an absolutely great sport about it. He freestyled his little heart out and rapped most of Nicki's lyrics while trying to throw it back. Obviously, Mina hyped him up the whole time because Zero held nothing back. Then when it came to the routines, he clearly couldn't memorize them, but he tried his best, and that's all that matters. Todoroki, though, was on a whole other level. His freestyle routine had been majestic. He was popping and locking all over the place. He moonwalked to his heart's content and had really gotten into it. He really channeled his inner Chun-Li for it. Then when he did Zero's WAP choreography, he hit every single
move.
There was no hesitation between. But his dance for 7 rings had been a little underwhelming for Mina's taste, but she chalked it up to not having enough practice. And if it weren't for Izuka standing in the corner cheering on his strawberry disco princess, Mina would have thought he was Zero. She didn't need to know about the hours Todoroki had spent watching Zero dance to WAP. Nor did she need to know the hours he'd spent crawling around his room and twerking so he could master it. Group 3. Neato, Izuka said, eyes gleaming intensely. Now's the time to prove yourself. You've got this. I can't wait for this to be over, Monoma smiled. Me neither. I've never regretted making that routine more in my life than this very moment, Izuka muttered, staring in horror at the 1B boys. How could a hero student not know how to do a high kick? Or how to twerk in a split? Does All Might know how to twerk in a split? I hope not, Monoma said, looking disgusted. Stop muttering creepy sheet. I don't want that image in my head. That really SCKS for you. Izuku shrugged, walking past Monoma and into the studio. At this point, most of the other groups had finished up their exams and gathered around to pass the time by watching some boys embarrass themselves. The joke's on them though, because Izuku never stutters when he dances, and neither will his student. Alrighty, boys. I'm sure you've had enough. Time to watch the routines and hear the songs while you waited for your turns, so I'm just gonna let you go, Mina said. You could hear the migraine she was getting in her voice. The poor girl had to watch the majority of the hero course butcher her routines. Oh, okay, Mina. Sorry if this is awful. Izuku smiled nervously at her. It's fine. You can't do too bad seeing how low the bar already is, so good luck. Mina smiled. The crowd of hero course students cheered behind her as she turned up the music. Yikes routine. Izuku and Nito shared a look between one another as the song started. Their handy-dandy undercover agent had warned them of the freestyle routine a week ago, so they had managed to piece together 2 decent routines, and they went ham. There was a couple confused noises when they first started to move nearly in sync, but they were drowned out by Shinso whooping and whistling from the vents. Hello, Yamona bro. Mado bro. Break it down. Kirishima shouted when they both dropped down and rolled their hips. I didn't know Izuku moved like that. Momo muttered, watching Izuku do a knee spin into a crawling move. Forget that. Did you just see the Monoma Nito hump?
The air.
I need to bleach my eyes.
Kenda gasped.
Holy F, is he twerking? He's going so hard he's leaving Mito in the dust. Since when did that guy dance? Tetsu gasped. Monoma was really going for it too. He was half dropped to the ground, rolling his hips in a way that he should not how to do. Holy smokes, they were so in tune with one another. There's no way that was freestyle. That was amazing. I need to take whatever classes they're taking. Mina yelled as the second song started. 7 rings routine. Wow, that was so smooth. Setsuna gaped. Since when were Monoma's legs so long? How are his knees doing that? Shishida blinked. Yes, kill it, Izuku. How we're so nervous before you're doing my routine justice. Mina cheered, watching Izuku drop it low. I feel like I'm not supposed to be watching this, Tokoyami muttered. It's fine. I'll watch for you. They're absolutely slaying this, Dark Shadow said, whooping at them. Izuku could truly use some of the confidence in class more often. He's really talented, Momo said, earning nods from other students near her. Next song, Mina shouted, excited to see how it plays out. This one's a bit dirty though. Are you sure you want to do this one, Izuku? No, it's alright. I wouldn't want to leave Monoma to do it alone. Izuku chuckled. He knew it was dirty. He made it after all. WAP routine. Shernizu. What is this? Aoyama gasped after hearing the first WRS in this house. He had definitely not been paying attention during his turn. One of Zero's most popular routines. Todoroki nodded, making a mental note to send Aoyama the link later. These moves are actually quite cool. Shiozaki bobbed her head along with the boys' movements, trying to block out the heinous lyrics. Yeah, Monoma is doing scarily well. Shota said, a little disturbed from the lyrics. Her what? Excuse me, Mina. This is not a song for a school occasion. Ida gasped.
Hell yeah, boys.
You throw that leg up there. Kaminari screamed, watching the boys' fabulous high kicks. Shiozaki decided she needed to go pray the moment they both got on their hands and knees and started to twerk. I never thought Deku could act like that. Ochako stuttered as Izuku just straight up humped the floor. She tried to mask her fear with her newly dubbed Todoroki face, but it wasn't working. Yes, Monoma. Break that back. Tetsu and Kirishima cheered together. Several boys winced when they dropped aggressively into the splits, while the girls cheered at the display. Geez, that was smooth, Mina said, smiling brightly.
She didn't know either of them could dance.
They'd have to all dance together sometime.
Mina.
I ask that you end this competition now. I can't bear to watch out classmates disrespect UA property by grinding on the floor anymore. Ida said, face pale from shock. Oh yeah, it's over anyway. The girls and I just need to go deliberate over who Zero is if everyone will go to the commons, Mina said happily.
Mina.
I think there's no need for that anymore. The answer is obvious, Yamamo said, walking in front of the crowd. Her eyes locked on Deku, her glare intense. I think it's clear who Zero truly is, Yamamo said. It is? Mina asked, head tilted in confusion. It clear to me at least. Yamamo walked forward. Right, Monoma? Or should I call you Zero? Gasps rippled across the room. Everyone stared at Monoma in shock. How could they have missed this? 1A's biggest hater is engaged to 1A's poster child for arrogance? Fine. You caught me, Monoma shouted out. More gasps. I'm deeply in love with Katsuki. I knew it. The hieroglyphics have never lied to me before. Shoto screamed, dissolving to manic laughter. Goddamn cinnamon bun. I thought you didn't want to tell them. Katsuki growled, internally retching at the thought of calling Monoma cinnamon bun. I know. I didn't want to hide my skills, so we just had to them. My little firecracker, Monoma cooed. What the F? Ever, we're leaving. Don't be a bunch of nosy sheets, Katsuki shouted, grabbing Monoma and storming out. Everyone just stared at the door. The two most feral students were getting married. The two most feral students could one day have feral babies. The world was over. You know what? I'm just gonna pretend that that's not concerning, Mina blinked. So Midori, where did you learn to dance like that?
Oh.
Izuka hadn't thought this far. I wanted to be a STRPR in middle school, Izuka said. Yup, that's a good cover. That's honestly not the most shocking thing I've heard today. A voice called from the vents. I refuse to deal with vent demons today, Tokoimi said, walking out of the room. The rest of 1A followed suit. The Bixero faction went home with smiles on their faces. They'd done it. They'd found Zero. The commission should just hand over their hero licenses now. They were fit to be detectives. The Bakutika faction went home with smirks on their faces. They'd done it. They'd gotten away with the perfect crime. So let me get this straight, Katsuki said, rubbing his temple. You want Shoto to be your friend with benefits, but not SC. Just affection? Like platonic buddies. Sort. It's just a queer platonic relationship. He seems to be a lot more open when we have any contact, and it honestly makes me feel really safe. Not the same way you do, but I want to be able to be that close with him without breaking any of your boundaries, Izuku explained. Go for it, Zu. I trust you. As long as I never catch your weenie anywhere near him, it's fine, Katsuki sighed. If Zu wanted a full-time cuddle buddy, who was he to stop him? Kakin, you're the best. He's on his way now to discuss it. Izuka cheered, pulling Katsuki into a kiss. Yeah, whatever. I'm getting into my pajamas, Katsuki shrugged, going to the bathroom to change. Love you, Izuku called out. Love you too, Katsuki called back, leaving. So, did you talk to your partner about this at all? I don't want to just be constantly attached to you and upset them, Shoto asked, head on Izuka's shoulder. They'd just spent a good half an hour figuring things out. They were officially lifetime emotional support cuddle buddies, and Shoto was ecstatic. Of course I did. They'll be here soon anyway. We'll have some explaining to do though, Izuka said. Shoto tilted his head like a confused puppy. Explaining.
Yeah.
You can come in now, Kat. I've heard you pacing outside for a while now. Izuku called to the door. Smartass, Katsuki grumbled. Shoto. Meet my fiancé, Katsuki. Katsuki, meet my queer platonic partner, Shoto. Izuku said cheerily. Cut the sheet, Izuku. He looks like he's gonna be sick, Katsuki snickered.
You're.
I thought Monoma was. Aren't you guys? Shoto stuttered, struggling to get a sentence out. Me and Katsuki have been dating since we were little kids. We aren't actually siblings. Monoma was in on the prank, so we helped him pretend to be Zero, Izuka said casually, as if Shoto's world wasn't crumbling. Shoto started to tear up. I'm gonna have to give up my detective title. Yet you are, Katsuki snorted. Izuku swatted him. Be nice, he's trying his best, Izuka chastised, trying to help steady Shoto, who looked like he was gonna pass out any second.
So,
you're not marrying Monoma? Shoto asked Katsuki shakily. He had always prided himself on his genius detective work, but now he's wrong. What's next? He's not a robot? Nope. Propose to this dumbass before school. Katsuki laughed, gesturing to the ring on Izuku's finger.
Yeah.
That's a nice ring. Gonna nap now. Shoto stuttered after looking at the ring. Then he collapsed. Yeah, that's exactly what Izuku expected. Oh well. This chapter has last chapter vibes, but there will be one more chapter after this. Over their 3 years in UA High, there were 3 known facts to every UA student. 1. Todoroki is the most annoyingly adorable couple on Earth. 2. Bakumona is just two tsunderas pretending to be functional. 3. And no matter how much Ochako claims to be emo, she is not. But today the Baku Deku and the recently formed Todumona factions were going to take those ideals, spit on them, and dance on the ashes of one A's hopes and dreams. Izuku couldn't be more excited. There's no way in hell Izuku was going to let this be a one-and-done deal. Oh, no. He'd done everything in his power to make this joke last 3
whole years.
It took blood, sweat, tears, and a ton of self-restraint to pull this off, and he refuses to give it all up with the drop of a hat. So instead, Izuku was going to unite the forces of Bakudeku together for one last hurrah before the jig was up. Mina. Izuku, Mina sang, running to Todoroki. Where's your boyfriend at? I need his help with the work Aizawa assigned us last night. Why would he have our homework? Shoto asked, his face showing clear confusion. Because he's top of 1A? Why wouldn't he have it? Was he not here? Mina asked. I'm lost. Did Vlad give 1B the same homework? Todoroki asked again. Why would Vlad give Midoriya homework? Mina asked.
What was even happening right now?
Realization seemed to dawn on Todoroki. Oh, you're looking for Mom. Yeah, he's training in ground beta right now. Then he got up and walked away. Mom? Did he forget his own boyfriend? Mina said, staring into the void. How did Todoroki just forget who his own boyfriend is? And why does he call him Mom?
Is it like
a K&K? Don't question it. Hitoshi whispered from the inside the oven he'd been napping in. You know what, you're right. The Mina left, deciding that this was an issue for another person. Shoto can assure that him calling Izuku Mom was not a K&K thing. Izuku and Katsuki just happened to be very parental figures. Shoto would happily let them adopt him any day of the week, hence why Shoto calls them his parents. The first time Shoto had seen how parental they could be wasn't because of Izuku, no. In a strange twist of fate, it had been Katsuki. It had been at training after Izuku had brutally kicked his, but in a sparring match. Shoto had been sulking in the corner when Katsuki had just come up to him, aggressively slapped his back, and told him that he'd kick his butt next time, champ. Shoto thought his systems were overheating. Sure, Katsuki had seemed much nicer since he'd found out about his relationship, but champ. Since when does Bakugo Katsuki call him CHAMP? But that wasn't the last time something like this had happened. Whenever something seemed to go wrong, Katsuki was always there acting like a dad. Shoto dropped his soba. Oh, I'm sure Zoo will make you more if you ask, sport. Shoto seemed even slightly sad. Wanna hear a joke? What do you call a villain who hates cows? A no-moo. Quit staring at me like that. UD-. That was FING, hilarious. Go, FING mope somewhere else if you aren't gonna laugh. Shoto had a date. Oi, what the F are you wearing? Get your butt in here, I'm fixing your sheet. You won't be getting any beaches dressed like Izuku. But Izuku was a whole other story. Shoto was convinced Izuku actually thought he was his mother. Shoto wasn't complaining. Izuku is a great mom. The first time it had happened had been right after Izuku kicked his butt. He'd run up to him in a panicked frenzy, nervously looking him up and down to make sure he didn't accidentally cause any permanent damage to him. Frick, Sho, are you okay? I didn't hit you too hard, did I? Oh, Nizu, do we need a stretcher? Izuku panicked, already heading for recovery girl. Izuku, I'm fine. Katsuki already checked me over. It's just a little scrape on my arm. Shoto placated. I'm sorry, Sho. Please don't die because of me. Izuku was already starting to tear up. Like mother, like son. I'm fine, Izuku. Shoto sighed, laughing slightly. Then Izuku wrapped him into a tight hug, still fretting over him. Izuku had been just as aggressively parental as Katsuki. Shoto dropped his soba. Oh, Shoto. Kat told me what happened. I just made more. There's some in the fridge just in case you want some for lunch tomorrow. Shoto seemed even slightly sad. What happened? Are you okay?
Was someone mean to you?
I promise I'll kill them. Did Nito do something? I can kill him too if I have to. You know what? Never mind. Let's go get ice cream. Ice cream should do the trick. Grab your bag. We're going now. Shoto had a date. I can't believe it. You're all grown up and going on a date. Make sure you wear protection. I'm sure Katsuki has some in his room if you don't have any. Be back by 8, and if he FS it up, make sure he knows I'll F him, okay? Good luck. That spiel had been punctuated with a kiss on the cheek and an aggressive shove out the door. But their parental status had been completely confirmed until he'd had a nightmare one night. Usually, he'd go to Izuku for cuddles, but that night Katsuki had been particularly tired and refused to release Izuku, so Shoto had ended up cuddling with both of them that night. Are you getting up here or not? Katsuki had grumbled. Izuku locked in his arm. I wish this was the weirdest thing I've done recently, Shoto mumbled, crawling onto the bed next to Izuku. It was unfairly comfortable. Night, Shoto, Izuku said, already half asleep. Night, Mom. Night, Dad, Shoto said, not fully processing what he'd just called them. It was silent for a moment. Oh, F off, Izuku groaned. Katsuki snorted beside him. Night, son. And from that day on, Shoto had started calling them Mom and Dad. But that's not what you came here to read, so back to the fuckery. Kaminari. Kaminari isn't dumb, but sometimes he needs a little help from his best pal Bakugo. Hence, why he's sitting in Bakugo's room, awkwardly listening in on Bakugo and Midoriya's conversation. Safe to say, he was very, very lost.
No.
Those are so ugly. I wanted green and orange napkins. Izuku shouted as he stormed into the room. What, these are fine. Do you want orange or green? This is a wedding, not FING St. Patrick's Day, Katsuki groaned. But Monoma said the orange-green looks good. Izuku shouted, throwing his hands in the air. Then Monoma FING lied to you. His opinion doesn't matter anyway, Katsuki scoffed. Yes, it does. He's our cherished friend. Izuku whined. Nope. Absolutely not. You'll make it look like a FING Burger King logo. We can do mint and white napkins, and then do something else orange and green, or it'll look like a mess. Katsuki sighed, ruffling Izuku's hair. Izuku batted the hand away. Now it's not gonna look like our uniforms. Whatever. We'll figure it out later, okay? We've got time. But I need to teach Lightning Dust over there how to do fractions or he might die, Katsuki said, ushering Izuku towards the door. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Denki, Izuku said, waving and running out the door. Denki sat there for a moment, confused. Lightning Dust. Katsuki looked at him, seemingly appalled. You know, the fast beach who raced Rainbow Dash. Kaminari shook his head. Since when was Katsuki a brony? Since when does he get along with Midoriya? Since when do you plan your wedding with your brother, and not your fiancé? But most importantly, since when does Bakugo Katsuki watch My Little Pony?
Dumbass.
It's the episode where Rainbow Dash makes the big rainbow boom thing. Are you FING dumb?
Leave.
Don't come back until you've watched it, Katsuki growled, shoving him out of the room. Kaminari decided he was okay with that. He definitely needed to leave. Uraraka. Ochako prepared herself once again for her newest monthly ritual, asking if Izuku was still dating Todoroki. She wasn't obsessive. She really isn't, but Izuku is just very cute, and Ochako would do anything to date him. And it's not like Izuku's getting married anyway, so no harm, right? But right now, she's a bit lost. She'd been doing everything the same way she does every month, but right now Izuku is really throwing her for a loop. She'd walked up to Izuku as confident as ever. Her My Chemical Romance was blaring loudly from her headphones. Her eyeliner was as thick as she could manage. Her lip piercing was freshly healed, and her face was set in a perfect scowl. She'd been practicing this for years. Hello, Izuku. Today is a very... Ochako looked to her wrist and read the smudged marker. Don't threaten me with a good time day. Wouldn't you say? Izuku blinked. Yeah, that's my favorite song from Welcome to the Black Parade, Izuku said. Ochako cheered internally, but made sure to keep her face blank. That being said, are you still, dating Todoroki? No, Izuku said simply. I knew I wait.
What?
You broke up, Ochako said, eyes wide. I haven't broken up with anybody, Izuku shrugged. Did he break up with you? Are you single now? Ochako asked hopefully. Nope, Izuku said simply.
So,
he didn't break up with you? Ochako asked, getting confused. Nobody broke up with anybody, and I'm not single. That's all, Izuku said.
But
you're not dating Todoroki? Ochako asked slowly. Meh. Ochako was very lost. What a hell in a day.
Tokoyami.
Tokoyami was no stranger to the demons that lurk at night. He would go as far as to say he's befriended them. But what he was experiencing now wasn't demons. It was trauma.
Pure trauma.
He just walked out of his room to go and grab a snack, and was met with the sound of aggressive smacking. Now, as a hero student with years of trauma, he immediately went to search and make sure they were okay. But what he found was a thing of nightmares. Oh my Nizu, Katsuki and I. A voice hummed out, and, with that Tokoyami, decided it was time to go to bed. Permanently. Zero was high as hell right now. Like so high he's absolutely sure he could make out with Sun and survive. Like so high doesn't have it in him to question the others right now. He'd walked downstairs on a mission to get himself some scrumptious tacos and had made a detour so he could go see if any of his dearest best friends were in the living room. And boy, were they. He'd looked into the living to see Katsuki and Izuku with their faces shoved aggressively into one another. Zero thinks that's called kissing.
Wait.
Oh, and Mizu. They're brothers. This is a scandal. Zero wasn't supposed to see this. Oh well. Too late for that anyway. Might as well make himself known. Yeah, boys. Get into it. Zero cheered, giggling aggressively. Izuku jumped back. Oh, Mizu, how long have you been there? Zero stared at him blankly for a second, then started to giggle again. Long enough to see you two go. Then he started making aggressive kissy faces at them. Don't worry about it, Zu. He's high as F dash. He'll forget by morning, Katsuki said, grabbing Izuku and dragging him out of the room. Zero stared at the spot they had been in a little longer. Haha. Brothers go smooch. Then he went to go get himself his much-needed Hot Pocket. Hagakure. Tour didn't like to make it a habit of hers to eavesdrop on conversations, but right now she felt it was warranted. She'd just been strolling down the hallway when she'd heard a shrill scream and had bolted towards the noise just in case. She's been relieved to see that it was just Bakugo and Midoriya, but the real question is why did Midoriya look so excited? It wouldn't hurt to listen in for a second, right?
Cat. Cat.
Cat. Izuku whisper shouted, bouncing excitedly. What? Did something happen? Katsuki asked, looking around. You got me PRGNNT. Izuku yelled. Turb, EXE has stopped working. You're joking. Katsuki said, staring at Izuku in shock. Look, you can feel it kick, Izuku exclaimed. No way. We're gonna be parents. Hagakure decided she didn't want to know how. That worked. Not one bit. That poor child. Is she gone yet? I think so. Anyway, I really wanted to show you this pic.
Look.
Nito and Shoto are baking cupcakes together. Our son is so cute. Jiro can never decide whether her hearing is a blessing or a curse. But right now, it's the cause of way too much confusion for her to handle. She was walking towards class when she heard a battle cry. Moments after the cry had left whatever unholy creature that had been awoken, Aizawa came flying down the hall, laughing up a storm. Scary, but not a real cause of concern. No, the cause of concern was the enraged Izuku Midoriya following closely behind him with a murderous look in his eyes. Jiro prayed that that look would never be designated at her. You never FING learn, do you, Shoyuta? Izuku growled, lunging at the man and latching to his back. We've been over this 1,000 times. Gang ORCA Avenue, IS mine. Jiro shuddered, deciding it wasn't worth it to intervene. FING sheet, get off of me, you troll. Aizawa grunted, trying to fling Izuku off of his back.
No.
You did this to yourself. No, surrender and apologize, Izuku growled, his grip tightening around Aizawa's neck. Was Jiro about to witness a murder? For Nizu's sake, what have they been feeding you? Aizawa yelled, still struggling to loosen Izuku's death grip. Spinach beach. Dear Nizu, Katsuki, come get your boyfriend. Aizawa yelled. Jiro blinked. Was NCST just a common joke between them? I can't save you, every time. You totally did this to yourself, Katsuki snickered. Come on, Izuku, let him go. You're better than this.
No.
No, I'm not, Izuku said, but still climbed off of Aizawa's back. Your maid of honor privileges are revoked. You're the trash man now. Sorry, not sorry. I'm devastated. Really? Jiro filed this event away for a time when she was more stable, because this
was a lot to unpack.
Momo. Ah, yes. Ms. Yazaru. What luck. I was just hoping to find a messenger. Nizu smiled, approaching Momo. Oh, hello, Principal. Momo greeted. Hello. Would you be kind enough to bring Katsuki down to my office? We got some issues with the wedding to sort out, Nizu asked. Of course. Has everything been going well? Momo asked. It had been a while since she'd heard the wedding. Oh yeah. Although Izuku has been quite the groomzilla lately. Nizu sighed. Making a wedding for teens is exhausting. Izuku? Momo asked. Why would Izuku be upset about his brother's wedding? That's just not logical.
Yes.
He can be quite feisty when he's stressed. He and Katsuki have been feuding all week about whether or not Izuku can wear fake BRSDS to the wedding. He thinks it makes his outfit look nicer, but I'd have to disagree, Nizu sighed. The poor guy looked exhausted. Izuku was one bright student, but why were cantaloupes so important to him? That sounds troubling, Momo said, still lost. Did Monoma know about this? I know. But please bring him here. If he argues, tell him I won't pay for the chocolate fountain unless he comes. Then he was gone. He scurried straight into his office. Momo blinked. Thank Nizu Todorhoeki had given her his conspiracy board. Aoyama. It was a late night, and Yuga was exciting to take his daily cheese run. It's truly Yuga's favorite time of night. He travels to the kitchen, picks out all of his fromages, and delivers them to his friends' dorms. He's kind of like the cheese fairy? Cheese claus? Who knows? But tonight felt a bit strange. He'd made his way to Izuku's room per usual and was shocked to see not one, not two, but 3 people curled up into Izuku's bed. How scandalous. So like any good cheese fairy, he investigated. He looked a bit closer and saw Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya all cuddled up together.
How sweet.
Mom, move over. He heard Todoroki sleepily mumble. F you. Izuku growled into his pillow, still wiggling back a little. Zoo, don't FING move like that. My weenie's there, Katsuki said, hugging Izuku's waist. Oh my. Yuga gasped. Oh, shut up, you liked it, Izuku snorted. Not now, I don't. It's sleep time, Katsuki said. Both of you stop being gross. Let me sleep, or I'll suffocate you both with my pillow, Todoroki said, his voice sounding slightly annoyed.
Fine.
No hugs for you, Izuku said, rolling closer to Katsuki. Don't you dare, Todoroki said. He didn't move much, but Yuga saw his arm fly backwards, attempting to slap Izuku. Both of you shut up, Katsuki said, grabbing Izuku's arm and throwing it over Todoroki. There. Not another FING peep. Then it went silent. Yuga sat there awkwardly trying to process what he'd just witnessed. Yuga decided it wasn't worth figuring out. So, he set down 3 portions of cheese and left. Amnita. Mineta was expelled in their 2nd year. He doesn't deserve a story. That ugly grape doesn't even deserve a section heading, but oh well. Wajiro. Wajiro honestly just wants to do his homework and leave. But here he is, stuck in his classroom alone with the ghost of UA. He'd just been sitting there finishing his reading assignment when he'd heard something crawling above him. He tried to get up and run, but the moment he stood up there was a loud slam above him. He was frozen in fear. He slowly looked up to see what had come to take his life. only to see Shinso Hitoshi himself, his head dangling out of the vent and his face as blank as ever. Can I help you? Oh, Holy Spirit? Wajiro asked slowly. Did you know that Izuku had been dating Katsuki since they were there getting married soon and have pulled the prank of the century on the entirety of UA, so you all look like a bunch of idiots, Hitoshi said, staring into his soul. Wajiro didn't have the time to process what was happening. No, Wajiro said nervously. Hitoshi studied him for a moment, then nodded satisfied. Good. Then he crawled away in the vents, leaving Wajiro behind to question life. Hitoshi was pretty sure that's what Izuku had meant by mess with them.
Coulda.
Coulda, the little bird sang to Coulda, who was sat outside reading a book. Yes, Coulda said to the bird. You're not going to believe this. This nice mouse told me that a turtle told him that a fish told him that another bird told that a nice cat told that the scraggly big man told him that the loud boomer man was going to marry the cute broccoli man. The bird chirped happily. Oh, yeah, the boomer man is getting married to the blonde crazy boy, Coulda explained to the bird. What? No, the bird chirped. Yeah, they've been dating since they were kids, Coulda explained.
Nah.
I used to see Broccoli Boy and Boomy Boy in the park all the time, and they were holding hands. The chirped angrily. Okay, I'm sorry for doubting you, Birdie, but I need to finish my assignment now, alright? We can chat even more later. Coulda smiled to the bird, shooing it off. The poor bird was so confused. That poor bird was so excited. The green Broccoli Boy owed him extra seeds for his performance. Ida. I need your help. Monoma had marched up to him, his eyes crazed. What can I do for you? Ida said politely. Interclass relations are important. Katsuki keeps trying to kiss me, and it's getting on my nerves. You're like the pack leader of 3, so make him stop, Monoma groaned. Ida looked at him confused. You don't want your fiancé to kiss you. I don't want that sack of sheet anywhere near my lips, Monoma said, looking disgusted.
But
you're marrying him? Ida said again. Monoma gagged. EW. Just make him stop. His lips are crusty. You're the rep, so you have to deal with your feral students.
So,
you want me to make Katsuki, your fiancé, stop kissing you?
Yes.
Is it that so hard to understand? Monoma frowned.
No.
I'll deal with it, Ida said, starting to head to Bakuga's room. That was the most confused scolding he'd ever given. Katsuki was so glad he recorded it.
Sato.
Hey, Sato. Izuku waved happily. Hello, Midoriya, Bakugo, Sato nodded to them. How difficult would it be to have you make our wedding cake? Katsuki said, cutting straight to the chase. It shouldn't be too hard. Do you have any ideas? Sato asked, grabbing a sketch pad. Yeah, me and Zu have had this cake planned since we were 4. Katsuki smiled fondly. How cute. Yeah, we want it to be orange, green, black, and white, like our hero costumes. But all the other cake artists think it sounds ugly, so we want to entrust this into our dearest friend Sato. Izuku smiled. I think it's doable. Maybe we could do a white base, make the base black, then accent it with some orange and green flowers? Sato suggested. Maybe. How crazy could we make this? We've been waiting for this day for 14 years. This cake needs to be epic, Izuku said. Yeah, with explosions and sheet. This cake better have fireworks coming out of it, Katsuki smiled. Okay, so what if we... They spent the rest of that debating cake designs, scrapping multiple ideas until they found the perfect one that they all loved. Sato was so caught up in cake that he didn't even process that Izuku and Katsuki weren't supposed to be getting married.
Shoji
wouldn't say he's the most observant guy around, but he could certainly notice odd things when he needed to. For example, he's really curious about the ring on Izuku's finger. Specifically the ring on Izuku's ring finger. The finger that indicates, marriage. But Shuji doesn't like to make assumptions, especially not after the Baku Kendo disaster, so he asks, Hey, Midoriya, what's with the ring? I'm getting married soon, Izuku shrugged. You are? Did Todorhoeki propose? Shuji asked in shock. How could they get engaged and not tell the class? Of course he didn't propose. I can't marry my son. That's weird, Izuku said. You really shouldn't joke about NCST. What? Shuji asked, staring at him blankly. Yeah, NCST jokes are so creepy, man. Why would you imply that? Izuku said, disgusted. I'm sorry? Shuji blinked. You should be. Now excuse me while I go make out with Katsuki and II. Then he huffed and marched away. Shuji gives up. The detective life isn't for him. Sue knew that something was up. She'd known all along. So, she wasn't surprised when an emergency Baku Zero meeting was called into order. It had been over 2 years since they'd held a meeting, so this had to be important. All right, it's great to see you all again, Momo said to the faction. I'm sure you all know why we're here today. Why isn't Todoroki here? Sue asked, looking around the room. Todoroki is part of the issue we've come to discuss. The newest conundrum being the incestual love triangle brewing between Bakumona, Momo stated, the conspiracy board on full display. She sounded so calm you would think that was a normal sentence. I noticed that as well. Aoyama yelled out. I know, right? It's so weird. Todoroki calls his boyfriend mom. Mina gasped. I too have had an odd interaction with the brothers. As a class rep, I feel that an issue like this needs to be resolved before it causes issues for the whole class, Ida said, arm chopping aggressively. With that, the class started to list and chart all the odd interactions they'd had. Some references the brothers, others referencing the odd relationship dynamics. But Sue had easily pieced it all together. She approached the four the next day at lunch. Sorry if I'm being blunt again, but you two are brothers, are you? You're getting married? Sue asked, gesturing between Izuku and Katsuki. The boys looked at each other. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Then she hopped away. She was a bit too unfazed by that. I knew I should have given her my conspiracy board. Todoroki scowled at his soba. Guess what? That's right. Reveal time. It was a cold Monday morning as Class 3A started to file into class for their last full day at UA High. Most of them stopping in surprise when they saw Katsuki and Izuku stood at the front with a bunch of papers, but the boys just shrugged and told them not to mind it. Aizawa sighed when the bell finally rang. I know this is your last day here, and you all want to get sentimental. But please sit down. The boys have an announcement to make. A hushed chatter washed over the room, most debating what they were about to say. A hushed chatter of which was making it really hard for Izuku to speak over them.
Oi.
Shut the F dash. A voice shouted, followed by a loud boom. Most students jolted and looked towards the front, all shocked to see that it was Izuku Midoriya who had shouted over the class, while Katsuki shook his head tiredly. What the hell was happening? Buckle your seatbelts, speeches. This is a doozy of an announcement, Izuku said, ignoring the surprised noises people made. First of all, I'm not dating Shoto, he's my son. Hi, Mom. Shoto waved from his seat. Hi, son. Izuku waved, ignoring Ochako's hopeful look. Now, that being said, Katsuki isn't dating Monoma, and me and Katsuki aren't brothers. We never have been. Surprise, surprise, we absolutely pranked your dumbass.
What?
Kaminari was the first to ask over the boys laughing.
Yeah.
You all fell for it. Izuku and I have been together since we're getting married in a month. Katsuki laughed. I can't believe we pulled this off for 3 whole years. You all really thought I'd marry that sewer rat? He's dating my son. It's true. I'm the son, Shoto said. So, all this time? I've been wrong. Momo stuttered, looking pale. I admit, it was a bit tricky for you all to figure out once we claimed brothers, but it was hilarious. I've started a scrapbook of all of you looking like idiots, Izuku snickered. Ochako blinked, then she started to tear up. You're getting married? And you lead me on for 3 years. I was never leading you on. I made it clear I wasn't interested, Izuku sighed. But at least you found some good music, yeah? This music SCKS. Ochako shrieked, ripping off her fingerless gloves and smearing off her eyeliner. Kirishima. Bro, did you already know? Zero yelled, seeing how unfazed he was. I know, it wasn't very manly of me, but I was the spy. All the teachers were in on it too, though. Kirishima defended. The teachers? Hagakure yelled. Yeah, didn't you see the engagement party photos? Izuku and Katsuki are best friends with the whole staff, Kirishima said. What a mad banquet of darkness, Tokoyami muttered, watching Momo stutter in a panicked frenzy. Then she straight up collapsed. Todoroki looked to her in sympathy, ignoring Bakudaku who were starting to laugh even harder. Been there, done that. Jiro, who had seemed frozen the whole time, suddenly startled. My Nizu, were you actually having SEC in the closet that one time? Katsuki scoffed. Of course not. We were playing Mario Kart. Wait, does that mean Izuku is actually Zero? Mina gasped. Of course I am. I've been dancing since I was little, Izuku said, calming down from his laughter. Speaking of Zero, Monoma wanted me to read this not to you all, stupid 1A losers. You all fell for it. Class B will always be superior. Anyway, these are the wedding invites. Take one, me and Katsuki are gonna go to the teacher's lounge and review all the footage of this. Someone get Momo some water. Then they walked away, leaving Class 3A in a mass panic, throwing questions at anyone who would listen. They never received any answers, but Aizawa did receive a migraine. Shinso smiled widely from his spot in the vents, watching as the couple walked out of the room, leaving mayhem behind them. He was satisfied with the distress in the classroom. He could safely say that the Bakudeka faction truly radiates chaos. Shoyuta is on his last limb. He just couldn't do it anymore. Be his bridesmaid, they said. It'll be fun, they said. They lied. They absolutely lied. Izuku Midoriya is one hell of a Grimzilla. Not even the typical everything has to be perfect Grimzilla, but the I won't be taking no for an answer Grimzilla. The first time Shoyuta met Izuku, he thought, wow, what a nice, quiet child. He regrets that now because 3 years ago he had no idea how much of a FING brat this kid would turn out to be. He had to talk Izuku down from throttling Sato because the bouquet had 21 flowers instead of 20 flowers and a small leaf. He had to watch Katsuki and Izuku fight for THREHOURS, and Nizu knows how many months about whether or not Izuku could wear his cantaloupe melons. Then he had to explain that no. Izuku, you can't walk down the aisle to My Chemical Romance to PSS Offo-Choco, that's mean. There was also the classic, no, you cannot make your dress look like a jack-o'-lantern. That's weird. Or no, you are not putting Shrek on your dress. And the real kicker? Izuku's need to theme all the bridesmaid dresses after heroes. Now, that wouldn't be so awful if A, he wasn't forcing Aizawa to wear a FING dress, and B, he hadn't chosen each hero via a lottery. Which hero was Aizawa's dress themed after? Eraserhead? Best Jeanist? Even Washer would have been a better option.
But no.
Of all heroes in the world, Izuku had forced Aizawa into an All Might themed dress. The Bakudeka parents were officially stressed to the max. Mitsuki had spent months making every custom dress or suit Izuku demanded, while Masaru was struggling to arrange a building big enough for all the people they wanted at the wedding. Inko and Namuri had been cooking up a storm for the past 4 days, and All Might just couldn't understand how this wedding was going to be functional at all. The couple just had so many close friends and family that they couldn't possibly manage to give them all a special spot at the wedding. But the couple had insisted. And it was good that they finally had close friends. But still, did they really need 2 people to officiate the wedding? Inko had never even heard of some of the people that were coming to the wedding. How the hell was she supposed to feed heroes, anyway? They all have such strict diets. She couldn't bring herself to even think about putting kale on the menu. Where's the flavor? This just won't do for her. Mother Inko vetoes all food ideas. They'll be eating katsudon and spicy curry. Mitsuki was really getting the brunt of it all, though. Sure, cooking was tough and all, but have you tried tailoring a bunch hero-themed dresses for people who are built like tanks? Seriously? Never before did she think she was going to be making a wedding dress based off of her son's orange and green hero costume. That's such an awful color combo. Why would Izuku want that? And how was she supposed to make a wedding tux with green and red? Her son was going to look like a Christmas tree, which is even worse when he would be standing near an all-denim dress. Why did her boys have to be so hero-obsessed? She deserves an entire FING bottle of vodka after this catastrophe. Ochako was not living her best life. Not only was her crush of 3 years getting married to his brother rival, but they were being such assholes about it. Seriously, their wedding was made up entirely of friends and family. They had 2 officiators and like thousands of bridesmaids, and somehow she just wasn't invited to have a part? Sure, she was still invited to the wedding and the after party, and sure, she wasn't the only 1A member who didn't have a big role, but that was so mean of them. She had dedicated 3 years to Izuku, and she couldn't even be a flower girl? So, obviously, she confronted them about this nonsense. She wasn't pleased with the outcome. Turns out when you hit on a guy you know is in a relationship for years, their partner usually doesn't take too kindly to it. Oh well, at least she can be an usher with Tsu. Shoto loves Eri and Kuta, he really does. They're like the 2 younger siblings he never asked for, but they're cute so he likes them. But right now it's a different story. Because never before had Shoto felt so inclined to fistfight 2 7-year-olds. No matter how cute and sweet they are, if he hears one more joke about him not getting to be the ring bearer, it would be on sight. Sure, Shoto was glad that both kids trusted him enough to come out of their shells, mess with him, treat him like family, but the issue at hand is that his parents were picking favorites, and Shoto had placed 3rd. Shoto, I swear to Nizu, quit pouting, Izuku sighed, ruffling Shoto's hair. He just glared in reply. Sorry, I thought a mother who picks favorites said something. Is that really what this is about? We aren't picking favorites, you're literally too old to be the flower girl or ring bearer, Izuku laughed. Can't hear you over the sound of my heart shattering, Shoto frowned. You're a child. Izuku sighed. Do you want to release the doves at the wedding? Will that satisfy you? You can be a bridesmaid and the dove boy. Doves? Shoto asked, intrigued by the offer.
Yeah.
It's supposed to symbolize peace for the couple, or something. I'm not too sure, but Katsuki looked really cute when he was talking about it, so I agreed. Shoto pondered for a moment. Deal. I'll be the dove boy and promise not to suplex Eri or Kuta. You're not gonna. What?
Bye.
Shinso was lost. He had zero idea why he was being invited into this mess of a wedding, let alone as one of 2.5 best men. He wasn't even that close to Bakugo, they just happened to hang out sometimes because of Denki, but Katsuki insisted he be a best man due to his involvement in Operation Fool the School, making him an honorary faction member. Whatever that means. The weirdest part was the dress he'd been asked to wear. Izuku was really dedicated to the dresses, something about needing to keep a femboy aesthetic, who knows. But seriously, why was he dressed coordinating with Aizawa and Kuta? All 3 of them were wearing some variant of All Might's costume. Kuta was rocking the young age, he had the silver age, and Aizawa had the gold age costume. Katsuki decided to skip bronze because it was too similar to the Red Riot and Hawk's dresses. Hitoshi is absolutely certain Shoto had a hand in this dress situation. He's probably trying to push his love child agenda on yet another person. Hitoshi sighed, pulling on the brightly colored dress. At least he looks good as hell. Nizu isn't violent. He's not. He's quite civil if he does say so himself. But sometimes being civil wasn't the best option. You're fired. You literally can't do that. Nemuri scoffed, crossing her arms and glaring at Nizu. I can, I will, and I have. Pack your things, Nizu smiled. Unless, of course, you're willing to relinquish your position as officiator to me. Over my dead body, rat. Nemuri sneered. I'm literally Katsuki's best friend. I'll be officiating the wedding. Oh, really? Then I'm sure you won't mind no longer being a UA staff member. Please remember, I'm legally a deity. I can fire whoever I want. Nizu smiled, pleasantly sipping his tea. Oh, dear Mr. Reporter Man. Nemuri gasped dramatically. The scary rat man threatened me. He tried to take my job because I wanted to help a friend's wedding. Nemuri sobbed. Nizu grimaced. That really wouldn't look good in the press, but Nizu waved it off. Nothing a good PR agent couldn't fix. Oh, really? Don't you think the press would eat that story up? Big scary rat man hates women? I'd buy that tabloid in an instant. Nemuri shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. I'll bite you, Nizu glared. Oh my, how scary, Nemuri gasped. It seems we can't handle this issue on our own, Nizu resigned. We'll talk to Izuku and Katsuki about it.
Deal.
We all know they prefer me though, Nemuri shrugged. Really now? They use my name in place of God. What's on your resume? Mizu sang, sipping more tea. I'm dating Izuku's mom. That puts me in a rank above rat god. Nemuri smirked, grabbing her bags and marching for the door. It seems we've reached an impasse, Mizu hummed. This was no impasse. Mizu would get his way. It was the big day and Katsuki was nervous as all hell. He'd fought villain after villain, taken Aizawa on in a fist fight, and lived with a vent demon, but marrying Izuku Midoriya was one of the most nerve-wracking events of his entire life. Now, it's not that he's afraid the wedding will fail or that the marriage will feel like he's chained. Of course not. He loves Izuku to death. But his wedding is filled with idiots. One wrong move and Izuku will be cussing someone out from the altar, and he'll have to sit there and pretend he isn't enjoying every moment it. Oh, Mizu, his fiancée is so FING perfect. But seriously, Inko would be sad if she had nothing but videos of her precious son cussing people out on his big day. But like it would still be absolutely hilarious. But that's the least of his worries at the moment. He's almost late for his own FING wedding. He needs to be on the altar in less than 10 minutes and he's too busy freaking out because this needs to be perfect. Bro, calm down. It's gonna be fine, Kirishima said, throwing an arm over Katsuki's shoulder to stop his constant pacing. I know that. It's just, what if it doesn't? Katsuki sighed, sounding miserable.
Yeah.
You two are literally cosplaying one another at your wedding. I don't know how this could be any more perfect for you two, Shinso snorted. Yeah, Izuku is totally into you. Another voice chimed. Katsuki turned around, looking confused. There was a random girl there. She had pink hair, with ivory at the end. Her eyes were pink with a little star in one of her eyes. She was wearing a Morocco-themed dress and giving Katsuki a thumbs up. Cred to @senpai_zomii for the character. Who are you? Kirishima asked. One of Katsuki's best men. Duh. The person smiled.
Yeah.
Seems legit, Shinso nodded. I don't know who you are, Katsuki frowned.
Darn.
Worth a shot. Then she snapped a picture of the boys and bolted. A fan, I guess. I liked her. Shinso shrugged. Katsubro, you're late. Kirishima suddenly shouted. Oh sheet. Izuku was shaking like a leaf. Holy sheet, he's getting married. To Katsuki? He's marrying his preschool boyfriend? How do people do the marrying thing? This is so scary. What if something goes wrong? What if Kaken doesn't like the wedding? Was he too controlling? But Kaken agreed with all the ideas? Oh, Mizu what was gonna do without Ka? Izuku.
Calm down.
I can hear your thoughts from here. You're gonna be fine. Katsuki was freaking out like this earlier too, Masaru said, putting a calming hand on his shoulder. I can assure you, Katsuki is having the same struggles in the other room, Toshinori added. Yeah, Katsuki wouldn't run away from you. You're too cool, eyes. Eri smiled, doing a twirl in her pink Uravity-themed dress. Thanks, Eri. Izuku smiled, leaning down to pull her into a tight hug. Thanks, Dads. I've got this. I'm gonna marry the frick out of Katsuki. Heck yeah. They all cheered. Izuku fixed the pale orange veil on his face and checked to make sure he wasn't stepping on the end of his dress. Eri readied her bast. Toshinori and Masaru both linked their arms with his. He was ready. He took a deep breath. Sheet F. He's gonna kill me. Holy sheet, I need RUN. Super speed Katsubro super speed. Resipyro burst like your life depends on it.
Oh.
There was his fiancée and his two goons chasing after him. They all stopped dead as soon as they saw Izuku. They just stared at one another. Hey, honey. I'm running a little.
You look stunning, though.
Please don't kill me. Then, he was running again. Izuku smiled to himself. Yeah, they'd be fine. Eri took a deep breath and put on a brave. Now was her time to shine. She couldn't mess this up or Deku would be really, really sad. She smiled shyly and walked through the door, gently throwing all the pretty flowers across the floor. All right, she can do this. A few more steps and Deku will walk in his pretty dress. As Eri was halfway down the aisle, a soft piano song started to play.
Oh, she knows this song.
Deku and Kaken taught her the dance. She's pretty sure it's called I've Had the Time of My Life. It's so pretty. Eri looked forward. There was a bunch of boys standing at the altar. Miss Midnight and Nizu were standing at the front holding a weird book. Hitoshi and Eiji were next to Katsuki. Hitoshi was wearing a pretty all-might-themed dress, and Eiji were wearing an all-jean dress. Midnight was wearing a pretty Nizu-themed pantsuit, and Nizu was wearing a midnight-themed dress. On the other side were Shoyuta, Shochan, Nito, Denki, and Momo. They felt bad for nearly killing her with the reveal. Shoyuta was wearing an all-might-themed dress, Shochan's was Hawks-themed, Nito was wearing washer-themed dress, Denki had a present mic-themed dress, and Momo had an Eraserhead-themed pantsuit. Eri thought it was super cool, especially Katsuki's suit. He looked just like Deku. It was super cool. It was super green with black boxes on his sides. Just like Deku's costume. What if they were trying to look like each other? Was that why Deku's dress was all orange and black? How cute. Eri skipped more happily down the aisle, smiling brightly when she turned around and saw Deku walking up the aisle. She was so excited.
Oh.
She needs to sit down now. She went and stood next to Inko watching with everyone else as Izuku walked up to Katsuki. Kuda was bored. He'd been sitting in this freaking room for hours watching everybody blabber on about how excited they were. What was even exciting? He hasn't even had the chance to bring his rings over. Ugh, the two up front need to stop talking. The bear guy and the weird lady were taking turns saying every other word from some weird book about them getting married and kissing and stuff.
Gross.
He doesn't want to hear it at all. Deku was supposed to stay with Kuda for the rest of his life. They were going to be super cool hero partners forever. Why does he want to be with that Boogerhead?
Yeah.
Why does the Boogerhead get to be Izuku's best friend for life and not him? Kuda frowned, looking at the rings in his lap. He doesn't want Deku to leave him. If anyone can show just cause why this couple cannot lawfully be joined together in matrimony, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. Kuda's eyes widened. Now was his chance to save Deku. I object. Who else was objecting? He was the one saving Deku. I'm still in love with Deku. Please accept my feelings. A girl cried out. Deku frowned, Katsuki frowned. In fact, everyone in the room frowned. What kind of K-drama do you think we're in? Uraraka, you're cool and all, but seriously, I'm getting married. Izuku sighed. Katsuki glared at the girl. I know, but the girl started, but Kuda wasn't dealing with it. This was his turn to save Deku. Stop it. I'm helping Deku this time. He's my best friend for life, not yours. Kuda yelled at the girl. You heard him, round face. Sit down. Katsuki frowned. Thank you both. Deku smiled. But Kuda, why did you object? I don't want you to leave me for Katsuki. Kuda frowned. Multiple people around the room cooed at him. Even Katsuki cracked a smile. Oh, Kuda, I'm not gonna leave you. I'm just gonna be doing gross husband things with Katsuki. You know, like kissing and taxes and going grocery shopping. It's gonna be super gross, Izuku explained, walking towards Kuda. So, I'm not leaving, alright. You can visit me and Katsuki whenever you. Whatever. Kuda scoffed, turning red when Izuku pulled him into a hug. Alright, I'm gonna get back to get married. You'll bring those rings up for us, won't you? Izuku smiled brightly.
Fine.
Go do your gross thing. Kuda sighed, pushing him away. He guesses Deku getting married wasn't too bad. He'd survive. Katsuki and Izuku smiled at each other, tightening their hold on one another's hands. Nizu and Midnight were almost done talking. Just a few more seconds, and they'd be husbands.
Holy heck.
And do you take Izuku Midoriya as your lawfully wedded husband? Namiri smiled. I do, Katsuki said confidently. And do you take Katsuki Bakugo as your lawfully wedded husband? Nizu asked. Izuku pretended to ponder for a second. Yeah, sure, I guess. Izuku. Katsuki deadpanned. Sorry, I'm kidding. I do. You may now kiss the groom. They cheered together. Izuku smiled brightly, while Katsuki pulled back his veil and slammed his lips into Izuku's. They'd been waiting 3 years for this wedding, and they were showing no mercy. Katsuki pulled away after Inko cleared her throat. Whoops. Maybe that was a little intense.
Cat.
We're married, Izuku yelled. Hell yeah, we are. Katsuki yelled back. You're my super cool hero husband. Holy shit. We're like gonna live together forever. Izuku mumbled out, tears in his eyes. Yeah, forever. You're never getting rid of me, no matter how cool of a super cool hero husband you become. Shoto. The doves. Nito, Whisper yelled.
Oh.
Yeah, then Shoto stealthily made his way towards a cage. But then a loud honk rang out across the room. Katsuki jumped back from his gushing with Izuki, eyes wide with fear. Was that a fing goose? Why would there be a goose here? Izuku asked, looking around the room. Another honk. Holy shit, the goose from the park wants revenge, Katsuki gasped, still shaken to the core. Katsuki looked around, only to see Denki covering his mouth while he laughed. Just messing with you, bro, he smiled, waving his phone in the air. Shoto chose that moment to release the doves, looking oh so proud of himself. Katsuki sighed. If I weren't so happy to be married to my super awesome now husband, you'd be dead. Izuku just smiled, grabbed Katsuki's hand and bolted, throwing the bouquet behind him. They still had 2 or so hours before the after-party. They ran away, leaving mayhem in their wake, quirks and fist flying about, hoping to be the one to catch the bouquet. Izuku and Katsuki smiled at the scene. The wedding may not have been the standard definition of perfect, but it was theirs. It was all they could have asked for. Besides, how could they have a wedding without a little bit of chaos? Seriously, it's in the name. One new message to Class 3 free, FING finally. The image shows Izuku curled on top of Katsuki, a few hours after the after-party. Izuku looks exhausted and Katsuki is smirking to the camera. We've been together for 14 years, waited until marriage, but somehow we still lost our virginity before all of you. FING losers. That was followed by a stream of middle finger emojis and the occasional TMI.
Ah, good times.